What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late night logical, plausible, probable. We're gonna be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up, but I will tell you this: before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to yet another late night logical, plausible, probable. We are going to have a epic after show as usual. We got a good debate over on Standing for Truth's channel. Jackson Rowe versus SFT on human evolution versus independent origins. And we had a good back and forth. Nice discussion. We'll see. Looks like it may be continuing here as both of What's up, Jackson? As both of the debaters have joined the after show, so we'll have to see how things end up. Before we get into conversation and discussion about everything, a few little house cleaning things. So just so everybody knows, Thursday night at 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern. I will be doing a live interview with Kenneth Samples on his new book, Christianity Cross-Examined: Is It Rational, Relevant, and Good? So it'll be this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I've been reading through his reading through it. It's a very interesting book. He actually is a professor of apologetics. And for all of the atheists, specifically individuals such as Speed of Pudding and his little group, who will probably be inspired by this after show to do a review on it tomorrow. This is a prime example of how people with different theological and in some instances philosophical differences can actually come together and have conversation and look at the strong points from both sides. So it should be a good conversation. So recommend everybody come and join that. And then I will also be rolling out the first, it's about 47 minutes of my interview with Dr. James Tour on abiogenesis will be coming out as well. So it should be a good time, and you guys will not want to miss that. Okay, enough of all that stuff. Let's get into the after show. For those of you joining for the first time, coming to the stream, the link is pinned in the chat. I'll be posting it in live chat regularly. If you want to join, come on in. If you do join while we're still discussing the debate, make sure you we'll do round robin. Your initial words be about what you thought, discussion of the debate, what you thought, best points, etc., and then we'll go on to the next person. And then after that, we can get into more of a free-flowing dialogue. All right, so without further ado, before we continue the debate in round two here in the after show, Rational Empiricist was here first. What's up, man? Andrew, how are you doing? What are your thoughts? And the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. So I didn't catch all the debate, unfortunately. I was kind of looking at some stuff, doing some fact-checking, basically, and one of the things I did see was that SFT made a claim that I kind of had a bone to pick with, basically, and it seems to be this kind of equivocation between phonetic similarity and the similarity that we find in phylogenetics. So I guess we can talk about that later, but just kind of the only thing that I kind of had a big deal with.
Except, as you know, the two models have very differing predictions on the similarities. And Andrew, mind you, when it comes to the questions and problems for you pertaining to function, you have yet to provide any sufficient answer in 10 or 20 questions. You can look at the similarities all you want, but you're not addressing the differing lines of evidence, which is function. And that's a huge problem for your model. Similarities all day, but similarities does not equate ancestry. Function is key to differentiating the models, and function is on the side of the creationists, I'll say.
Yeah, well, we can definitely get into that, but I'll let everyone else have a say first.
All right, SFT, you're up next, man. You just got done with the debate, so I'm going to assume this is fast for you. This is fast for you. Normally, I don't see you ever in my after shows for your debates, which really kind of irritates me, as you know. But so
Come on, I've been in the last like 5 after shows.
Not when I've been on. You come in after when I'm about to pass out, magically SFT's like, okay, folks.
Good point.
The shows will have been going for 4 or 5 hours. Okay, it'll be 2 a.m. I'll be like, okay, there'll be 7, 8 people still in the stream. So I'll be like, okay, folks, you want to continue? As long as there's not like idiots. I'll like, okay, it's people I know. I'll let them keep going and let the stream keep going. I'm like, I'm going to pass out. It's almost without fail. As I'm falling asleep, I'll get a text message. Hey, man, can you let me in?
I'll tell you why. It's because it's the moment that I see my wife, her eyes start kind of fluttering, as in I know she's tired and ready for bed. So I automatically think to myself, all right, it's after show time. It's debating evolutionist time.
Well,
you gotta get that fixed.
Okay, so I kind of figured that. So here's where my curiosity was going with all this is you are here now. So has your wife already passed out, which is enabling you to be on the stream?
No, I had to yell upstairs, honey, just a few minutes, because she knows I get very hungry after a debate.
That's true.
And
so
I tend to lose my voice too.
She's making you pizza right now, isn't she?
Possibly, John.
Yeah. Okay. Enough of our banter. Go ahead. What are your thoughts about the debate? How'd you feel about it?
Oh, it was fun. It was fun. I mean, I'll be quick. It was. I really enjoyed debating Jackson. I like debating critics. I like Jackson that he's got a channel and he's put out, right, Jackson, you put out a couple videos on me, a couple videos on just about everybody. I saw Todd Wood on there, Rob Carter. I saw Matt Powell, Ken Hovind. I watched through your videos.
I think on Matt a little bit.
Yeah. So going into the debate and prepping, I had a lot of videos that I could watch. And all those arguments that I love to discuss, ERVs, the hominid fossil record, chromosome 2 fusion, molecular clocks. You made for a fun debate because those were the arguments you brought up in your opening statement. Yeah. And oftentimes I find, like last week, I had a debate with somebody, an evolutionist who shall not be named, I guess, who really didn't bring forth anything for his model. As in, like, if I was an evolutionist, I would have, to be honest with you, maybe even done a better job because there's so many lines of evidence you can look to that make for a good discussion. So point is, it was a great discussion. I had a lot of fun, and I look forward to more debates with you in the future, but also me moderating, because I know there's a couple debates we're working right now at setting up. So lots of fun. One of my favorite topics, and I liked it.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh, you're up next, Jackson. Go ahead, share your thoughts.
Yeah, I thought I wouldn't say anyone won. I don't want to say I won. That would just be conceded. I obviously don't want to admit he won, but I think we tied. I think we both had some really good points. Very respectful, and he's very knowledgeable. Probably the most knowledgeable creationist I've ever come across. And there are a lot of knowledgeable creationists. I'm not that kind of jerk that says creationists are all idiots, but he's very knowledgeable, and I would definitely like to do it again. It was a lot of fun.
Well, glad to hear that. It's always good to have rematches and see what comes of it. Godzilla Freak, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. What are your thoughts on the debate?
I liked how easygoing the debate was. It didn't just blow up like last week. The debaters, obviously, they were nice to each other, and I think that makes for a better show.
Okay, I'm having a brain freeze. Who was? I remember there being a dumpster fire, but I was very exhausted. Who?
Travis.
That's right. Yes. Oh, yes. He who shall not be named. I had brain freeze. You know you're exhausted when you're in the middle of a move and you cannot remember the name of the person who was like trash talking ad nauseum. 4 months.
6 months, yeah.
Oh man, that was a dumpster fire. Good night.
Yeah, wouldn't do.
The irony of last week's debate too was that dumpster fire continued in the comment section the next day. And the day after. That was ridiculous.
A week after, yeah.
Yeah, there was decent amount of trash talking on that one for sure.
I mean, Bill
never
Tavis
looks-
is an OG comment warrior. So
Oh, he's been around for what? I feel like he's even blocked on the CMI YouTube channel. Dr. Sarfati told me. So he's making a career at being a comment warrior.
yeah, I've seen him there.
I was banned
Right.
from the Turtle Forum once.
From the Turtle
No,
Forum?
it's unrelated. But Turtle Forum got banned from the Turtle Forum. I don't remember what for, but it was a long time ago. I was a kid.
Well, you clearly were pushing the envelope, no doubt about it.
Yeah, must have done something to get banned from a Turtle Forum.
Well, I mean, okay. So my thoughts on the debate was, to be honest, and I'm gonna get SFT a little bit on this too. Is to be honest, I think that the debates are starting to spew a lot of the same talking points. And by this I mean from a conceptual perspective, and not actually more of the symptoms versus the root cause. And by the root cause, I mean we have to start looking at what is the required functional information shifts. And SFT, I know you kind of mentioned this in passing, but I mean, when we're really starting to get down into proteomics and all of the different necessities that are now being recognized in relation to like, oh, turns out that this positively charged alpha helix, oh wait, you have to have two of them, and these have to be working in unison with a voltage gate in a sodium ion channel, and oh wait, when it gets to X positive millivolts, like then X. I mean, we're having to really get into these sorts of things, and it's like, oh, this wouldn't work without these two specific alpha helices in these particular spots. Oh wait, and it turns out it's 1840 amino acids in length. Oh wait, and it's all just one long amino acid, or sorry, one long protein. And when you start to look at these things that are required, oh wait, and we also have to have a potassium ion channel. Oh wait, and we have to have the pump in order for all this to work, in order for neurons to fire. I mean, like, and that's not even all that's just like some of the components that are necessary for this. And then, oh wait, we have to have the 3D printing schematics in the gene sequences. They must work in order for this function to happen. And, you know, I get very entertained by oh, well, you're just arguing for irreducible complexity. And it's like, no, actually, I'm arguing for basic engineering. And there is not a electrician on this planet that would ever argue that those types of functions, when they're creating the wiring and the plan and the figuring out all the points, again, the capacitors and everything else is necessary for that, the exact same type of function to happen, they would never, ever, with a straight face, make the claim that stuff could somehow form itself. And we're talking about things that are exponentially more advanced technologically, optimized to the extremes of possible physics, and we're being told that somehow just evolved. And I don't know, to be honest, for me at this point, it's starting to reach the point of like, do evolutionists, people that are in favor of evolution, do they look at anything beyond the theoretical concepts and actually look at the practical applications of what their model supposedly entails? And the reason I ask this question is very often when I have conversations with people massively advocating for evolutionary biology, when I ask them about these sorts of things, they don't have a freaking clue what I'm talking about. And they haven't looked into it. They haven't looked at the changes, all the sequences that are necessary, the different functional components, and like they don't understand the structural biology at all, but then claim that somehow all this is accounted for when the evolutionary biologists don't know how it works themselves, yet claim they know how it came into existence. Anyway, that's enough of my long-winded diatribe. I'll let whoever wants to take over next go ahead. Who has any thoughts?
I did have a quick question for Jackson, if that's all right.
All right.
So it seems like you're very knowledgeable on current topics in paleontology and things like that. Like in terms of the Australopithecine fossils, for instance, stuff like that. But I guess my question is, what are your thoughts on the field of phylogenetics and kind of that kind of broad area? Basically, do you have any interest in it? Like, do you have any thoughts on how applicable it is? Basically, just what's your overall position on it?
Well, yeah, I don't know a lot about phylogenetics. I'm mainly focused on just fossils. I'm really just a fossil guy. Really,
Okay.
That's my area of expertise. I'm not really an expert, obviously, but
Right. Yeah, I just want to
yeah.
know what your interests were. So, okay.
Yeah. So who's next?
Let's see, Standing, do you got anything you want to add to that?
No, I was just good points all around. I was also getting a kick out of Bill Tavis in the live chat. So a couple comments per video is okay, but once you start reaching the level of 100 comments, I mean, for example, me and Andrew, we've had a lot of great discussions. Andrew, I love talking to you. You know, we've had a lot of fun, but it's not like Andrew goes to every single video debate that I've had with him and just bombards the comment section for a week straight with. I mean, who's got time for that? I mean, I don't. So Bill Tavis, he's kind of cracking me up. But yeah,
I mean, to be honest, a lot of your streams are on stuff I have no clue about. I mean, like biblical studies and like I don't know. I know that's not all of it, but like I'm not a biblical scholar or anything like that. So those debates don't really interest me.
Come on, yes, you are. You're a theologian, there, Andrew.
All right, like
maybe, who knows?
What's up, Godzilla Freak? Go ahead.
I think if the number of replies on a comment is 2 digits longer than the number of likes on the comment, you know there's something wrong. Like there's 5 likes on the comment, there's over 100 replies. You know something's up there.
Good point. And I will say, with the fossils, I enjoy, because I really do like that topic, especially with the hominid fossil record. So I really like that Jackson was up to date on that field, because I enjoyed that kind of change of discussion where we could touch on the Australopithecines and the fossil records. So I like that. I thought that was fun.
Yeah. We're getting a
it's
new
definitely
edition.
not my favorite evolutionary line, but it's a good one, I think, nonetheless.
We got a new addition to the after show. I believe, Tanya, this is you usually go by Athena, Goddess of Wisdom, right?
Yeah. So how you doing?
Doing okay. What's the name you normally go by over on Pudding's channel?
Midnight, Tanya. It's
There we go.
whatever.
There we go. What's going on? How are you?
I'm fine. Figured I'd stop in, keep an eye on Andrew.
See, I keep thinking that you're hate love, nothing, because her profile picture is also Tanya.
Don't worry, we're taking good care of Andrew.
So Midnight, did Speed of Pudding send you in to make sure that you won't have to form an intervention for Andrew tomorrow on Weather Report?
No, I'm coming in on my own volition.
Okay, so what do you want to take the odds the odds of in relation to something about this after show ending up on the Pudding channel tomorrow? Or let's just say within 2 days.
Let's see. I guess fairly high.
Yeah, I don't think there has been a stream that y'all have done in recent memory, maybe 1 or 2, but it's been rather fascinating. It's like, do you guys not have any other content?
Hey, I just show up. It's his channel. All right.
So did you watch the debate?
Not fully, no. I sometimes watch, I sometimes don't. It depends, whenever there's a open room, I sometimes come in. I figured why not? I'm bored. I might as well come in here and and chat with my favorite person in the world standing.
Well, Standing has run off. I think he's running off to go get some food. So we'll see what happens.
That's on whether it takes longer than an hour or not.
I'm thinking of a buffet actually after.
So there we go. He's still here.
Athena. I'll say this: Athena was there for me years ago when I first started. I only had 50 subscribers, and Athena, it's because of you.
I created a monster.
So many people.
You did a monster.
So you created me. How do you feel about that? I was on Athena's channel every night. It was usually me, Athena, CRISPR, my boy CRISPR, Immutable Destiny, Dragnaut, Scientist Sam. I mean, those were some classics. Hey, isn't that right, Athena?
Hey, yeah, they're still there. They're still there. If you wanna, I don't know, like steal them or something.
Oh, they're on my channel too. Yeah, I've taken a trip down memory lane.
I tell you what, Dragnaut is like, what is his channel? Like that channel has turned into an ultimate dumpster fire. Like I'll notification come up when he's doing a live stream, and I'll just feel like, what is even being discussed? Like, why would anybody want to do this? And like, I'll go over there, and he's like, I mean, he did like 5 streams in a row where he was like watching some ridiculously obese woman talk.
Oh
and,
God!
like,
Don't get me started on
and like eating food. And he said he did like a 4-hour commentary on a morbidly obese woman eating food. I'm just like, what is this? I
mean, truth be told, those types of streams get more views than his science videos. I chalked it up to people not being completely interested in science,
Well, I think a good portion of that might also be the fact that he never wears a shirt. Therefore, I'm not going to take you all that seriously if you're doing a topless science review. Okay, I mean, like, come on, bro. Like, I mean, he's what? I mean, how old is Dragnaut? Like late 30s, something like that.
It doesn't really matter, but that's funny. It's just.
I mean, come on, man! Like you're sitting there shirtless in your room talking about science. Like I'm sorry, man. I'm not gonna take it that seriously. Like,
okay, but what
like, for example, like I'm laying in bed right now, okay, and I'm not gonna turn my camera on because I am fully reposed in comfort right now.
Well,
I'm not turning my camera on. I'm just saying.
But here's my question: what's worse, being shirtless on stream or pantsless?
Yeah, but so if you're talking about Gavin,
I was.
Listen.
Sorry, that's which was worse.
Listen, honestly, I don't understand.
You can't tell, but I'm wearing no pants.
Here's the thing. I don't understand why you guys get so worked up about Gavin not wearing pants. That was A, hilarious. B, that was also I give no what's, and a like straight up just like shove it to Randolph Richardson. I'm like, I'm gonna wear a button up and no pants. This is how serious I take this debate right now. And you guys are, I mean, the level. I mean, let's get real. There were multiple streams by Pudding on that topic. I know because I listened to several of them. I was laughing my rear end off listening to you guys go off about that for like 3 straight hours.
Well, I don't know. It's like asking what is worse, right? Being shirtless. Yeah, okay, you're still fat, but I don't know. To me,
see, here's the thing. I don't have any issue with Drag not having a shirt off. Like, I whatever, dude. I don't care. I'm saying in the context of like why people wouldn't take you seriously while doing a science stream.
Well, generally, when he does, generally when he did those science streams, he was wearing a lab coat and goggles, so he was professional in those videos. It's just nobody really gave a shit about those videos. So
well,
he stopped doing them.
That may be fair. Well, it's also he can't back up his own bovine scatology because he's come and talked mad trash to me on multiple occasions, and not a single time has ever had the freaking balls to come back up his BS. So,
well, I can't.
I have extreme derision for Dragnot because he has talked so much trash since by the day I came on YouTube, and to my knowledge, not a single time has that guy ever come and backed it up. He's talked mad trash when I've been live. I've invited him on over and over again. He's never risen to the occasion.
Well,
so.
I can't come on. Let me try again. I can't comment on his knowledge. I can only, I can only comment on, the live streams he's made in the past regarding science, and how many people, didn't find those interesting.
Well, here's the last thing I'll say on Dragnot. We'll move on to something else. Is I know he can't back it up, at least in the context of the stuff that I talk about that he makes fun of, because he literally said he was going to have to go get a buddy of his that knew about it to come and take me out. So it's like, dude, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about and you have to go get a friend, you got to phone a friend to be able to put me in my place, then you just need to keep your mouth shut because you don't know what's up and you can't back up your crap. So, go phone your friend. Oh, wait, and guess what? That phone a friend never happened. So I don't know what to say. Anyway, moving on. If you can't tell, Dragnot irritates me.
Moving on.
Really? I couldn't tell, John.
I mean, I was covering it up pretty well. Okay, so enough of my diatribe. All right, who else wants to insert something in the conversation?
So I'm just wondering if Sandy's back because I want to. I guess I didn't know if we were gonna go back to what I was pushing on him earlier.
Which was
the claim he made on phylogenetics and similarity and stuff like that.
What was the claim? I forget.
So basically, he was talking about how similarities were not evidence of ancestry, which I would actually agree with. But then he said that we need to talk about the differences, and it's the differences that cannot be explained by evolution, which I feel like in this context kind of misrepresents what similarity means in phylogenetics.
Are you talking about like how close to homolog the gene sequences are? What you have to expand upon that concept of what you're saying about doesn't explain the similarities.
Okay. So basically, when you talk about similarities, you're basically talking about homologies, right? But like in phylogenetics, the similarities, the amount of similarity basically is relative to the group under study, for instance. So it's kind of a mix between similarities and differences. So what is similar or different depends on basically what organism you're comparing against another organism.
Right. So I'm not really seeing what your point is though. This is like, I mean, are you suggesting that if we're looking at similarities and differences, right? You are, I assume you're looking at the differences. Oh, this is what's changed since. And because they have these similar components, therefore they must have had a common ancestor, right?
So it's kind of a bit more complicated than, I mean, I could probably provide an example. I actually drew one here. So for example, you can have, let's just take basic mammals, for instance. You can have free taxa, for instance. You can have koalas and some kind of simian and platypus echidna, some kind of monotremes, basically. All of them share, for instance, the middle ear bones, the hair, lactation, things like that. Within that grouping, however, you can see that koalas and monkeys, for instance, share more in common with each other than either does with the platypus, for instance. So in that context, kind of it's the relative similarity, because what's similar or different kind of depends on the group, like I said, you're talking about. because like a different example would be feathers in grouping birds, aves, would be plesiomorphic, and however, when you compare feathers against something like crocodiles, for instance, that actually groups birds and dinosaurs together because it's a synapomorphy. So relative to crocodiles, feathers are new, basically, but relative to all the birds, they're old, if that makes sense. I don't know if I explained that very well. I probably could have better.
I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of the claims. I'm talking about what I'm asking you is you do realize that when we're talking about not similar functions, when we're talking about the actual differences, right? You have to account for massive amounts of variable functional information. Like, you do realize this, right?
In terms of structures or in terms of genetics, what are you referencing?
I'm talking in terms of, I mean, obviously the end result is structures and features, but I'm talking about in relation to what is the underlying necessity, which is the genomic changes, right? And I mean, we're talking about massive differences from a functional information perspective.
Yeah, and to expand on that, I think the point SFT was getting to with the differences was that there's this waiting time problem in trying to account for all of these differences and saying, okay, how long does it take to reach fixation? And do you actually have enough time in the evolutionary model to have enough mutations to actually get all those differences?
Well, I think, well, like what I would say to that, for instance, is you're looking at differences between chimps and humans, for instance. No matter what criteria you use, you're essentially going to get that they're closer to they share more in common with each other relative to other primates.
Okay.
Right, but it's not a phylogenetic argument. It's more of an argument from, can you get there from a common ancestor?
Well, that doesn't seem to be related to ancestry then.
Wait, what?
I said that doesn't seem to be related to common ancestry, then that seems to be a different argument entirely.
I think a good evidence for common ancestry, unrelated to the debate topic, but this is the walking whales. They have the auditory bulla structure of cetaceans, and there's a progression from, say, Pachycetus all the way to Basilosaurus. There are like 40 plus species, all with that ear structure. And it's a very unique structure, only found in whales. I think that's
right. That's another good point. It's
okay. So there was a paper that came out like 3 or 4 weeks ago saying the direct reciprocal, like that they went back into the water. So I mean, like that whole stuff, like there's massive issues with that whole premise that are coming forth. I wouldn't rely on that one too much.
Wait, they went back into the water?
Yeah,
it's always been said they went back into the water.
That they came from the water, or sorry, came from dry land and went back in. There was a whole new paper that was put out on this concept.
They've always said that.
That they started. That they started on land.
Yes, they started from artiodactyls that lived on land that then adapted to life in the water.
Like
it's like a dog-like creature. It's like a cow-like creature.
Yeah. Anyway, my point is that, Andrew, I don't think you, dude, honestly, have you actually gone and looked? This is like the 50,000th time I've asked you this question. Have you actually gone and researched what is required in terms of the GRN differences, like what is functional information, what is required for
how is that related to what we're talking about here?
What do you mean how is it related? What are you talking about? Okay, dude, let me dumb this down for you again. Okay. So you always love to go, oh well, we have similarities to chimps, therefore we must have evolved from a common ancestor.
Relative to other primates. That's the key thing.
Right. Okay. That has
not just mere similarity.
That has zero. Okay, if there is not enough time to actually have a counter for this, number one. Two, the actual probabilities of the information changes even being plausible, aren't plausible. The survivability is not actually a reasonable solution when you start to look at the cascades, the fatalities that happen from extraordinarily minor modifications, and like all this stuff. It's like, and you and I've had this conversation before. It's like, congratulations, I have 2 websites. Both of them have e-commerce, and they're both built on WordPress and have similar plugins. Now, that doesn't mean that A came from B. That means they have similar functionality.
No one says that A came from B in that context.
They came. Yes, they are.
Common ancestry is
They common ancestor.
That's not a great analogy, in my opinion.
Okay, Jackson. Okay, so one, Andrew, you're playing semantic games again. We've had this conversation before, and I was talking about coming from one because they have a WordPress platform. Therefore, they both must have come from a similar portion. We've discussed this before. I didn't think your memory was that short. Jackson, why is that? That's not what you
said just now, but okay.
That's what I've said before when we've had this exact same conversation. So I'm asking, do you just forget everything that we talk about? Because you never go and research it. I'll take that as a yes. Okay, so Jackson, why would you say it's a bad analogy?
Well, 2 websites. I mean, creationists often compare biological things to non-living things like cars, planes, things that look similar but aren't related. It's just not really a good analogy because they don't have a self-replicating molecule that can subject to change and natural selection.
Okay, so I always find it funny when people such as yourself claim that using something like software is not a good analogy because it can't self-replicate. That just means that, well, you're saying that we can't run batch scripts that can run copies, number one. But number two, that because something has functional capacity that ours doesn't, that somehow the same plausibility of the code that's necessary for the novel functions to exist somehow can pop into existence and isn't directly equivocal to a software function. Like, are you suggesting that the genetic code is not code?
Well, it is code, but I just don't think that's a great analogy. You can add code to a computer and jumble it up, but that's not really how it's going to work with the genome.
That's a good question.
So hang on, Darth. So you have to clarify that last point there.
Well, I mean, I've seen arguments for if you add code to a computer, it's not going to combine into a book. But mutations have a selection process. Natural selection, genetic drift, sexual selection. They're ways that these get selected that create order in a way that you're not going to get from just injecting stuff into a computer.
I mean, right now we're trying to pull off recombination coding ourselves right now. The point is that humans are attempting to do this right now, and we're trying to do this with our own code. So the point I'm making is that when we're talking about, we have error correction codes in our systems. There's error correction codes in biological systems. They're actually, the error correction codes in biological systems are actually vastly superior to ours, the ones that humans have created. The point I'm making is that you're clinging to the position that somehow these novel functions can create themselves through recombination and sexual selection, natural selection, when you have to have you have to end up with a functional capacity. Like, in most of these instances we're starting to discover now, like oh wait, you have to have the entirety of the functional capacity. Like part of the reason when we started this off, I was giving an example of the sodium ion channel. It's 1,840 amino acids long. It's all one chain, right? You have to have, there's multiple functional components that must exist, period, in the specific positions. Otherwise, the voltage gates don't work. And there's massive numbers of diseases that result in fatalities if you don't have perfect working both sodium and potassium ion channels. So and this is like a fundamental component, right? And underlying all that is you have to have the literal equivalent to a 3D print file in the gene sequence for the ribosome to 3D print this freaking ion channel. I mean, it's like the reason I'm bringing all this stuff up is example purposes. Is like and I said this earlier. Like, have you actually gone and looked at this stuff, or do you just read and repeat talking points, i.e., oh, we have natural selection and sexual selection, we have all these hypotheticals, but we don't actually account for what is required other than in a purely hypothetical perspective.
Hey, LPP, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, what's up, Alec?
So on this whole evolution thing, so one of my dad's best friends was born without a left arm. Both of his children had arms. So why wasn't one of them born without an arm?
That's a difference between a phenotype and the genotype. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. But the fact is, if you're talking about evolution, where was the basis of that gene that said, oh, well, we don't need a left arm, or it had to do something with maybe his mom being a drunkard, or maybe it had something to do with, his father beating his wife while she was pregnant. Who knows? But the fact is, both of his children had arms. So there was no mutation that carried on. And even the children, right? They're growing up. They're my age. They have fine children. Nobody's missing any limbs. Nobody's blind. Nobody's missing anything. So this whole theory of evolution and slow, meticulous changes, it's all bull roar. I mean, over my career, 40,000 generations of E. coli, all they did was break down. You've got nothing to do, no matter how we manipulated them, all right, they could not change. No new strains of E. coli have been made. There's still 200 of them. That's how it works. No matter how many times they put them in the lab, there's still E. coli. Now, there's different strains of E. coli, but they all have different function. You have E. coli in your bowels right now that help you digest your food. That's how we get the E. coli out in the field from our lettuce, because somebody took a crap and they didn't wash off the lettuce, and the E. coli kept growing on the lettuce. That's what happens. You don't believe that, you guys seem to believe what you read off of the internet or in the textbooks about the Pachycetus is what got me interested. I can't believe that's still being taught. That's impossible. It just is not going to happen.
There are 40 species of legged whales. Of
what whales? There's 40 species of what? 40
species of in that line, from Pachycetus to Basilosaurus.
And where do you find these?
Let me ask Jackson a question. Jackson, what is the empirical methodology to show an ancestor-descendant relationship between any two mineralized fossils?
Well, it's hard to determine, but based on what strata it's found in, based on its anatomical features, you can't definitively say this is the ancestor to this. You can say this is probably
you're not answering my question. I said, what is the empirical methodology to show an ancestor-descendant relationship between any mineralized fossils?
There isn't really one.
Well, I'm telling you, that's just they're looking at anatomical features.
I asked a PhD in evolution this question. I want to see if you give me the same answer. Is there an empirical methodology to show an ancestor-descendant relationship between mineralized fossils?
Well, you don't have their DNA, so you can't really say that for sure. But you can see their anatomical features. You can see where they are in the strata.
What is the empirical methodology that will establish an ancestor-descendant relationship between mineralized fossils?
I honestly don't know how to answer that one.
The answer, there is no answer, because there is none. It's all through it's all through extrapolation and conjecture. Okay.
It's all morphology through CGI. Some guy making a potato to a man. That's how it works.
Jackson, do you believe in a universal common ancestry?
I do, yes.
Okay, so when we go from the least complex microorganism with, let's say, 30,000 base pairs to human DNA, which is anywhere from 2 to 3 billion base pairs, okay, you need a massive, unfathomable increase in hierarchical complex information that will code for all the complex anatomy and physiology, right? Now,
right.
Do you have any observational support that beneficial mutations can incrementally build the genome in a step-by-step pathway through survival? Do you have any observational support for that?
Well, they've observed de novo genes in the genome that arise and produce features like I mentioned in the debate.
No. The answer is no. There is no observation of beneficial mutations building a genome. As the gentleman just mentioned, with experiments at, what was it, the Lenski, with the E. coli, okay, all the beneficial mutations have ever observed to do is to produce a novel effect based upon pre-existing long complex code that might provide for a slight increase of fitness. But beneficial mutations have never been observed to build the genome. This is, you must believe this in order to invoke natural selection, right? I heard you invoke natural selection before. So you must believe that beneficial mutations is the means by which the genome is built from a microorganism to the human genome, right? You believe that? So. Okay, so what observational support is there that beneficial mutations can build the genome and escape the frequency of error? And by the frequency of error, what I mean is that when you have mutations and it's incorrect functional information in a linear path, it won't provide for an increase of fitness or functionality. So in terms of probability, when we have random mutations, right, you're not going to get functional sequences. Now, you believe that it's rare, and then when it occurs in a long enough sequence, then it provides for an increase of survivability and reproducibility. When has this ever been observed?
I mean, there was a paper in Nature about de novo genes that create new information.
No.
You
know why I'm asking the question? I'm like a lawyer. I don't ask questions that I don't know the answer to. It's never been observed. When people like yourself invoke natural selection, okay, it's because you've already drunk the Kool-Aid that beneficial mutations can incrementally build in a linear fashion the information system of the genome. Now, do you know what the odds are of mutations to produce the coding sequence, even for the most rudimentary protein of, let's say, 100 amino acids? Do you have any idea what the odds are?
Well, if you go from starting, say, this is what it's going to turn into, the odds are basically zero. But
no,
this is the kind of a blind process. One codon, which is composed of 3 nucleotides, codes for an amino acid. And you have a chain of amino acids that makes a protein. One codon has a 1 in 20 chance in a random mutation to code in a correct functional sequence, then followed by another codon. So it's 1 in 20 times 1 in 20. So for 2 codons to be in a correct functional sequence for a protein would be 1 in 400. The third would be 1 in 8,000. So each additional unit of coding information grows the improbability exponentially. So do you understand that before I move on? Yeah,
okay. So if we have 100 amino acids that have to be coded for, right? Just 100, which would be a ridiculously rudimentary protein. Most proteins are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of amino acids long, and then they have another layer of complexity in terms of how they fold, because the folding determines what their functionality is. Now, if we had a 100 amino acid chain, it would be 1 in 10 followed by 100 zeros that randomness could produce that sequence. 1 in 10 followed by 100 zeros. Now, do you accept the math that I just gave you?
Sure, but
okay. Now, if I gave you a trillion squared planet Earths, okay, as trials in over 13.7 billion years. If I gave you a trillion squared Earth-like planets, would that be generous?
There are probably that many habitable planets in the universe.
Okay, and how did you determine that?
Just the number that we've observed so far, and just
they've observed a habitable planet other than the Earth?
Yes, 60 of them.
No, they haven't.
No, they have not.
They have not. Okay, either you're not telling the truth, or you're misinformed. What they have observed are that are called exoplanets.
Right, 4,000 exoplanets, 60 of which are Earth-like.
Listen to me. The fact that an exoplanet may be deemed to be within the Goldilocks zone. Do you know what the Goldilocks zone is?
Yes.
Okay. The fact that a planet might be within the Goldilocks zone is only one factor among dozens and dozens and dozens of simultaneously narrowly defined parameters that all have to simultaneously coexist. Okay.
Sure, there has to be like a Jupiter and a moon.
There has to be dozens and dozens and dozens of simultaneously extremely narrow parameters that all have to simultaneously sequence. Okay.
So that's really assuming.
So do you understand that appealing to exoplanets, even if they claim they're within the Goldilocks zone, it does not follow from that they're Earth-like?
Well, not necessarily Earth-like, but habitable.
No, you're not understanding. The Goldilocks zone, okay, does not mean that the planet is habitable. It just means that it's within a specific region of not being too hot or too cold.
Even Mars and Venus are in the habitable zone.
Yeah. So the fact that a planet is in the Goldilocks zone does not necessarily follow from that the planet would be habitable to life. Okay. But I want to get back to the point here. Okay. So the odds of a 100 amino acid chain is 1 in 10 followed by 100 zeros. If I gave you a trillion squared, not 2 trillion, a trillion squared Earth-like planets, I don't know of any astronomer who would accept that. Okay. They might say that there are billions and billions of star systems, but a trillion squared Earth-like, listen.
40 billion in the galaxy.
That's what they claim, okay? But my point is this. When I give you a trillion squared Earth-like planets, I mean that everything that is necessary for life to exist on the planet exists, not just it being in the Goldilocks zone, okay? Now, I'm going to give you a trillion squared Earth-like planets. That's 10 followed by 24 zeros, okay? That's the number of trials I'm going to give you. Now, we're going to throw in that those number of trials is also multiplied 13.7 billion years. So let's throw in a whole bunch of other zeros to compensate for that. So instead of 10 followed by 24 zeros, the number of trials, I'm going to give you 10 followed by 40 zeros. That is a ridiculous, absurd, generous amount that no, I can't imagine any scientist whatsoever anywhere would concede that is even plausible. Okay, so I'm giving you 10 to the power of 40, okay, amount of trials to achieve this. Now, if we reduce the fraction, 10 followed by 40 zeros, from 10 followed by 100 zeros, it would still be a 1 in 10 followed by 60 zeros chance that mutations could produce even a rudimentary protein. So when it comes to even the least complex life forms that we know of, it requires an ensemble of vastly more complex proteins, including the cellular machinery, which adds a whole large improbability to that. So evolution, okay, see, Darwin thought that if we believe that the Earth was millions or billions of years old, this would allow all of these small changes to fortuitously accumulate. But when he didn't know DNA. If he had known about DNA, he would have thrown in the towel. How do I know that? Because he said if the fossil record doesn't bear out his theories, his theory will have collapsed. The fossil record exemplifies stasis, not transition. Now, the point is this.
I don't see how that's true.
Stephen Jay Gould, do you know who that is?
He said that in the 70s, and he was talking about punctuated equilibrium.
Yeah,
He also
Stephen
didn't
Jay
mean that
Gould,
in the same context.
Stephen Jay Gould and other paleontologists have recognized, and it's a well-known fact in paleontology, that the fossil record, it exemplifies stasis, not transition. What do I mean by that? Is that the creatures in the fossilized remains, they appear abruptly and they disappear abruptly without numerous transitional forms. Okay,
that's not species, not between major groups.
We know about hundreds of transitional species.
Transitional species. All you're just simply saying is that you're claiming that they're transitional. You haven't shown it. How would you show that? We can say, paleontologists will agree that the fossilized remains appear abruptly and they disappear abruptly in fossilized remains. Okay, that's indisputable.
So Darth, let me ask you a question. What does transitional mean in the context of fossils and phylogenetics?
What it would mean is that they were some kind of an immediate ancestor as opposed to a putative distant ancestor. Okay, the fact that they claim that they're related doesn't designate that they're related. Now, I want to ask you a question, Jackson. Are you an atheist?
I am, but I don't totally rule out the possibility of there being a God.
Okay, well, Julian Huxley stated that the grandson of T.H. Huxley, Darwin's pit bull, said Darwin's greatest achievement was to remove God from the sphere of rational discussion. Because you believe that through millions or billions of years that these fortuitous small changes could happen in spite of their unimaginable improbability, right? You believe there's no need for God then, right?
Not necessarily, but I think there could be a God that's guiding the process.
Okay. No. What you see? Well, do you positively believe that God is the necessary precondition of all facts?
Well, no, but I think.
Okay, then you're not open, because then you believe in the independence of facts from God. Okay, you understand?
Well, not really. I believe.
It necessarily follows. Let me tell you why it necessarily follows. Okay, either you believe in the absolute dependence and derivation of all facts upon God as the ultimate precondition, or not. So, which is it? Do you believe in the absolute derivation and dependence of all facts upon God as the ultimate precondition, or not?
I don't really take absolute positions. I mean, I think.
No. Do you positively believe that God is the necessary precondition of all facts?
I guess not.
Okay, then that means there's only one other option, and that is what we call not. Okay, so you do not believe in the dependence of all facts upon God. So you
not
believe
necessarily.
No, listen to me. Do you positively believe that all facts necessitate referencing God as the necessary precondition?
No.
Okay, so then what you consequently believe is that facts exist without the necessity of referencing God. Are we clear?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you believe that is the equivalent of saying that you believe that facts are independent of God.
All right.
Now, if you believe that facts are independent of God because they don't necessitate referencing God, then God cannot logically coexist if that proposition that you believe is true. Okay? So if there is one fact that is indeed independent of God, then God cannot logically coexist in that world. Do you understand?
Well, what do you mean? Like a literalist view of the Bible?
I'm not discussing the Bible right now. I'm discussing the coherence of your atheism. God. I'm trying to show you go over the coherence of your atheism. Now, you believe in the independence of facts from God. That logically entails and commits you to the denial of God, in spite of the fact that you may claim that you're not denying God. Modus ponens is if P, therefore Q. P, then Q. What is P? P is the independence of facts from God. What is entailed with facts that are independent of God? What is necessarily entailed with the independence of facts from God is God cannot logically coexist. Okay? If P, therefore Q. Okay? Are we clear so far?
Yeah, we're clear.
Okay. So you can no longer claim that your position does not entail the denial of God. You can claim that you're not verbally denying God, but what you do affirm commits you to the falsity of God.
Well, listen, regardless of what I believe, there are millions of Christians who believe in evolution.
Okay. Well, yeah, and people, yeah, millions of people can be deceived. And by the way, the fossil record is exactly consistent with a worldwide hydraulic catastrophe that we could call the flood, where we have a rapid burial of animal kinds. Okay. Now, can you categorically rule that out?
Yes, I think so.
How can you categorically rule out that there has not been such massive seismic activity in the past causing tsunamis flooding the continents? How would you rule that out?
Well, the geologic record, the fossil
That's
record
a general
doesn't make any sense.
No, the fossil record would be the fossil record. Are fossils formed by rapid burial through sedimentation?
Often they are, but that doesn't mean there's a global flood.
Yeah, and that comes from flooding. Okay. Now, the point I'm trying to make to you is that you try to maintain, as almost all atheists do, that you don't believe in God, but your position does not entail the denial of God. I'm showing you by what you do believe that it logically commits you to the denial of God, even though you will be resistant to acknowledging the entailment. You believe in the independence of facts from God, right?
Well, not believing in a global flood doesn't mean there's no God.
Do you believe in the independence of facts from God?
I guess so.
Okay, then that logically commits you to the denial of God. God cannot logically coexist with even one fact that is independent of God. Are we clear?
All right.
All right. So your position is not merely withholding belief from God. Your position is the belief, the positive belief in the independence of facts, thereby committing you to the denial of God. You can't escape this.
All right. Well,
now, do you understand?
Kind of
you can no longer maintain that you don't deny God, because what you do affirm does deny God.
Well, I deny a literal interpretation of Genesis.
Okay, we're not talking about the Bible right now. What we're talking about is your atheism. Okay, so do you understand? Do we understand that you are not merely withholding belief in God, that what you do positively express commits you to the denial of God? Are we clear about that?
Yeah, I don't think there's a God. I mean,
okay, good. Now, my question to you is, God does not exist because I don't see any evidence for him. Okay, now, you could only make such a declaration if and only if you first determined that God does not exist. You understand?
I guess so.
Okay, so have you first determined God does not exist in order to assert that all the facts that you're acquainted with don't reference God?
Well, I can't prove a negative, so no, I can't say that.
Okay, so then you have no basis to say all the facts that you're acquainted with don't stand in causal relation to God, do you? So that's an empty claim you're making.
Well, that's why I say there could be a God. I just don't think.
No. You listen, but you see, then you'd be contradicting yourself because yeah, you are, because you've already gone on record. Excuse me, you're contradicting yourself by implication. Have you not affirmed that you believe that facts do not necessitate dependence or derivation on God?
I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, but no.
Do you positively believe that facts depend and derive upon God as a necessity?
I guess not.
Okay, then you believe in the independence of facts. And if you believe in the independence of facts from God, then you are logically committed to the denial of God, even though you may be resistant to verbally express that. So your position commits you to the denial of God. Are we clear?
Yeah, I've said there's probably not a god, but
No.
but there's a but.
The issue is not probably, okay? Because then we're not talking about God then. Because a God that probably exists or probably doesn't exist would not be God. God, by definition, would have to be self-contained, ultimate, and eternal, non-contingent. So saying God probably does or does not exist is not. We're not talking about God as creator. Then we would be talking about a creature. Now, so you are committed to the falsity of God as your position. Now, how is it that God doesn't exist?
Well, again, I can't prove a negative, but there seems to be no evidence for him.
So, okay, well, yeah, we're going around in circles. How did you determine that all the facts that you're acquainted with don't stand in causal relations to God? Have you determined what is the ultimate source?
Well, I've tried to explain to you. I don't necessarily think there can't be a God. I think there isn't one.
No. The point is, your position necessarily commits you to the denial of God. We've already been through this several times. Now, you said there is no God. Wait a minute. You said there is no God because there's no evidence for God. So how did you determine? Have you determined what all facts necessitate as the ultimate precondition? Have you determined what that is?
No.
Then how did you rule out God?
Because I see no empirical evidence for him.
You're repeating the same claim. You're repeating the same claim in order to defend the claim.
Yeah, we're kind of both going in circles here.
No, I haven't gone in any circles. I'm asking you fair questions about what you told me you believe. I'm not going around in circles. What you said was going around a circle. Now, how did you determine that all of the facts that you're acquainted with are not evidence for God? How did you determine that?
I didn't necessarily. That's what I'm trying to say in the beginning.
So when you asserted that there's no evidence for God, was that without reason or basis?
I'm sorry, repeat that. I didn't catch that.
When you asserted there's no evidence for God, are you asserting it arbitrarily without reason, or do you have a justification why all the facts don't necessitate referencing God?
Well, I just don't think it's necessary for God to exist, but I don't rule it out.
Okay, no, you have ruled it out because you told me you positively believe in the independence of the facts from God. So that rules out God. So you keep on flip-flopping, right? You've already agreed that once you do not believe that facts necessitate referencing God, that commits you to believing, that facts are independent of God. If you believe that even one fact is independent of God, God cannot logically coexist. Okay? So
I take that back and say God can exist.
Okay, do you understand, okay, that God is defined as the precondition of all facts? I'm not defining God into existence. I'm simply explaining that God is defined as creator, as the ultimate precondition of all facts. If you believe that even one fact does not necessitate deriving or depending on God, then God cannot logically coexist if your belief is true. Okay?
I'm sorry.
So God cannot logically coexist if even one fact does not derive from God.
Okay.
Okay? So you are logically committed to the falsity of God because of what you do believe. If P, therefore Q.
Hey, Darth, one second. Andrew's about to, he's got to leave, and he had a question for you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Thanks. So kind of an unrelated question to this. Like earlier, Darth, you mentioned.
Oh, rational peers. Okay, go ahead.
So earlier you mentioned how there's no inherent way to determine direct ancestry between fossils. And I just wanted to ask kind of why you pulled that up, because that doesn't really relate to how we determine relationships in phylogenetics.
Okay. How would you determine that there is a universal common ancestry?
Well, a good piece of evidence is the nested hierarchy of synapomorphies.
The nested hierarchy of what?
Of progressively shared traits between different organisms.
That doesn't necessitate a common ancestry, because that can indicate common design.
Well, the difference there is
it might be. Hold on. It might be consistent with a common ancestry, but it doesn't necessitate common ancestry.
Okay, well, is there a similar mechanism from common design that could lead to a nested hierarchy?
Let me ask you a question, and this is not off topic. Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay, is it an iPhone?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, if we were to look at the source
guys, I gotta
code,
get off.
all right.
Okay, see you, Jackson.
If we were to look at the source code of the
It was
iPhone,
fun.
the iPad, and Mac OS 10, do you know that we would find common code?
Thanks for joining us, Jackson. You're welcome back anytime, man.
Okay. Do you notice that we would find common coding sequences among the iPhone, the iPad, and Mac OS? It's called object-oriented programming. Okay, they reuse common coding sequences. Okay, so the fact that there are common coding sequences for creatures that share a similar anatomy and physiology does not ipso facto mean that there's common descent. You see,
design objects won't fit into a unique nested hierarchy, if that's what you're referring to.
Right. Do you know that there's so much half-baked evidence out there that people are bamboozled because they have so many things thrown at them, but when we go through these step-by-steps, they do not indicate what they claim. For example, have you heard that endogenous retroviruses are indicative of common ancestry?
Yeah, but I haven't looked into that specifically.
Okay, well, it doesn't necessitate that at all. We don't even know that these coding sequences are in fact retroviruses. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about viruses right now. I'm talking about a nested hierarchy, and you haven't addressed that.
That does not necessitate common descent. Okay?
Why not?
Because it could be the product of design.
What's the mechanism that could show that?
Okay, what's the mechanism that would show that?
Okay, so we have a mechanism in the theory of common descent, which of course is genetic ancestry, basically. Do we have a similar thing for common design?
That's not a mechanism. First of all, you would have to show that the coding sequences. How would the coding sequences arrive? Is it through beneficial mutations?
How the system evolved does not.
No, in all
separate question from.
Okay, so you believe in universal common ancestry, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we go from the coding sequences of 30,000 base pairs of a microorganism to 2 to 3 billion of human beings, we have to have an unimaginable, unfathomable increase of complex hierarchical information. What is the source for an ever-increasing complex information system? What's the source of it?
Mutations.
What observation would support that beneficial mutations could accumulate and evade the frequency of error?
We have examples of mutations leading to differences in fields such as Evo-Devo, for instance.
No, that doesn't address my question. Okay.
Oh. Okay, can you ask the question again?
Beneficial mutations have only been observed to produce novel effect on pre-existing long genomic sequences.
Right,
okay?
Because evolution works on pre-existing information. If you recall.
I don't know that happened. That's your claim. Okay. Now, are you an atheist?
What does that have to do with the subject we're talking about?
Okay, because atheists will defend the theory of evolution tooth and nail because it is their creation story, and without it, their atheism will wither on the vine. How do I know this? Because Richard Dawkins said it. Richard Dawkins said the following. Now, do you think that he's a highly regarded evolutionist, zoologist, and atheist?
Yes, but he's not the Pope, for instance.
I didn't say he was, but I'm going to quote you. He said, Atheism was inconceivable before Darwin, but with Darwin, Darwin has provided atheists with intellectual fulfillment. Okay? Now, Darwin's greatest achievement, according to Julian Huxley, the grandson of T.H. Huxley, was that his theory of evolution removed God from the sphere of rational discussion. He said that was his greatest achievement. Okay? Now, one of the reasons why you believe in evolution is because it removes God from the sphere of rational discussion. Number two is because it is so widespread in academia and the sciences. You believe that it's solid. The fossil record is missing so many transitional forms. It isn't funny. We
between
only see
species, not between groups.
Okay, it doesn't. No, but you see, those groups that you're claiming that they're interrelated is simply conjectural. You cannot show that they are related. Okay?
Right. That gets into my original question.
Right. So the fact of the matter is,
how do we know if
hold on a
things
second.
are?
Hold on a second. The point I'm making is this: do you understand that in order to code for a rudimentary protein, okay, through beneficial mutations, you're talking about 1 in 10 followed by 100 zeros? Do you accept or dispute that?
What does that have to do with common ancestry?
Okay, because in order to build the genome, okay, right, a protein, okay, has only 100 basic coding units of information, 100 codons in it. In order to go from a microorganism to human beings, you have to have 2 to 3 billion base pairs of complex coding information. Now, do you understand that coding for proteins is not the only factor in biological existence or development, but proteins is a significant building block of life. So I'm taking the most rudimentary imaginable protein, okay, where we have 100 amino acids in it. Now, in order to code for that, all right, mutations would have to produce that linear sequence. It's like a biological password, right? Now, the odds of getting that correct linear sequence, like a biological password, is 1 in 10, followed by 100 zeros. Okay, do you accept or dispute that?
I frankly don't care.
Okay, that's a non-answer. Okay, the answer is it does matter, because when we take a look at all of the proteins and all of the cellular machinery, each of which is a whole additional layer of complexity, which can be defined mathematically in terms of probability, will make the theory about the evolution happening by mutation over billions of years astronomically improbable to levels that are inconceivable. Okay.
Well, here's the thing: the fact that evolution occurs is separate from how it occurs.
No, what I'm asking is, do you understand in order for mutations to produce a universal common ancestry, it has got to overcome the most unimaginable improbability that we could ever quantify. Now, that's not disputable. Okay? Do you accept or reject what I just said?
I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, do you understand the longer a password is, the ability to crack it by chance grows exponentially?
What do passwords have to do with DNA?
Because DNA is a biological password that codes for biological function and complexity.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So every protein that's out there is vastly more complex than 100 amino acids. I'm taking this most simple, the simplest conceivable protein, just one. In a microorganism, it has an ensemble of complex proteins in it. Not just 1, 2, 3, or 4. There are many of them, and most of them are vastly more complex. Now, the odds of cracking that linear sequence out of just any random sequences that would be non-functional would be 1 in 10 followed by 100 zeros. Do you accept or dispute that probability? That's not accepting that does not mean that evolution didn't happen. It's just that you're recognizing what the improbability is.
Sure, I'll grant that.
Okay. Now, so when we factor in all the proteins that are needed, even for lower life forms and then higher life forms, the odds of evolution happened by random mutations is so astronomical and probable, okay, that it causes us to step back and scratch our heads. So do you believe that evolution in fact happened in spite of its astronomical improbability?
Some kind of genetic evolution.
No, I'm talking about a universal common ancestry.
The idea of a universal common ancestry is separate from the mechanisms of what produced that matter.
You're not focusing on my question. Do you believe that evolution, aka a universal common ancestry, happened even though it is astronomically improbable?
Sure, universal common ancestry happened.
Okay, so you are dismissing factoring in the improbability because you believe it happened. Now, you know why I brought this up? You believe in physics, right? So why do you believe there are laws of nature and that chance did not produce all of these regularities? Why do you believe that?
Why are we talking about this? What does this have to do with common ancestry?
I'm going to show you how you employ probabilistic reasoning when it's convenient for you, but when it's not convenient for you, you're going to abandon it. Now, you have abandoned probabilistic reasoning when it comes to evolution. Evolution is about as improbable mathematically as anybody could quantify. The number is staggering. Okay, listen to me. Natural selection, I can grant you natural selection. It doesn't matter, okay? Natural selection has to act upon an ever-increasing hierarchy of genetic information that is accumulating in spite of its astronomical improbability. Now, the point is that
selection only acts on genetic variation. That's it. It doesn't matter how complex that variation is.
That's right. And by the way, creationists and intelligent design advocates accept natural selection, but they don't accept natural selection, which is a euphemism for Darwinian evolution. Now, the point I'm trying to make is
limit to variation.
Do you understand? Do you understand that in order for random mutations, even allowing for a step-by-step survival, to build the genome of the animal kingdom, including human beings, it is astronomically improbable, but you believe that astronomically improbable events happen, right?
Because I haven't been shown a limit. Specific limit. What is the specific limit to genetic variation?
You need to focus on what I'm saying to you. Do you recognize that random mutations producing all of the coding sequences for proteins and other regulatory functions, when we factor them all in together, okay, just like I did for that 100 amino acid protein, is astronomically improbable? Now, I'm not asking you to accept that and say, aha, therefore evolution's false. I'm just getting you to understand that random mutations producing long coding sequences is highly improbable.
I'm a bit suspicious of that claim.
No, it's not something that you can dispute, because we can go right down to the DNA code and I can show you step by step. One codon producing an amino acid is a 1 in 20 chance because there's only 20 amino acids. If you have any different arrangement of 3 different nucleotides, it will code for any one of the 120 amino acids. Okay, so you have a 1 in 20 chance of getting a codon in a correct linear sequence. A mutation that produces a second codon to code for a protein, okay, would be 1 in 400. The first one is 1 in 20. The second one is 1 in 400. 1 in 20 times 1 in 20 is 1 in 400. You understand the math so far?
I guess so.
Okay, so when we get to the third codon, it would be 1 in 8,000. When we get to the sixth, we're talking about 1 in 64 or 65,000, okay, for 6 of these, okay? Now, the point I'm trying to make to you is not that evolution is so improbable that it didn't happen. I'm just trying to get you to recognize that it is highly improbable, okay? Like, for example, when they appeal to endogenous retroviruses, they say that this is indicative of common ancestry because the idea that these so-called similar coding sequences that they believe are endogenous retroviruses could happen by chance is so improbable that they opt for the explanation of common ancestry, all right? So now if these retrovirus sequences, these very small sequences, are so improbable to happen by chance. Think about the entire genome of the animal kingdom, how improbable that is. Now, I'm not trying to get you to reject evolution on the basis of improbability. I just want you to understand is that you believe in evolution in spite of its astronomical improbability. Are we clear?
Sure, I'll grant that.
Okay, now, I'm going to show you that you employ probabilistic reasoning only when it's convenient for you. When it's not convenient for you, throw it out the window. Do you believe that there are laws of physics? Of course you do. Well, what if I told you, well, these aren't laws of physics. This is just happenstance. It's chance. Why don't you accept that all of these regularities are chance as opposed to law?
Well, because that's my basic assumption.
No, why do you accept one over the other?
Because
do you think that chance producing these regularities is astronomically remote?
I don't know.
Think about it. Okay.
There's no data on the question.
Hold on a second. If every time somebody lets go of an object and it moves toward the center of Earth, is that the product of a global law, or is that just chance that every time everybody lets it goes to the Earth? Is it chance or law?
It seems to be based on observable law, yeah.
Okay, well, you can't observe laws. Laws would be inferred. Okay, so
right.
you believe that there are underlying regularities in laws that are producing the common sequencing, and you don't believe it's chance. So why do you believe it's law, not chance?
I don't know. I don't have any data on that.
I'll tell you why. It's because of its improbability. You believe that these common regular occurrences are the product of law because chance producing it would be so improbable it would be deemed to be ridiculous. Would you agree that most human beings, that we regularly reason to a great deal based upon probability?
Sure, yeah. Statistics is part of science.
And do we reason by probability that these regularities are by law, not by chance? Do we adopt one over the other because chance would be so improbable?
Sure, I guess so.
Okay, so you accept that it is physical law over chance because of the improbability of chance. But when I point out to you the improbability of evolution, you adopt to disregard the improbability. So you're flipping and flopping on your use of probability. You see the problem?
Well, it seems like one is probability of a phenomenon.
No, you're not understanding. You employ probabilities in order to believe one scenario rather than another. But when something is shown to you,
can be applied in different ways.
You're not focusing on the point I'm trying to get to you. You employ probabilistic reasoning in order to adopt physics or laws of nature rather than chance. But when it comes to evolution, when evolution is so astronomically improbable, you choose to adopt that chance produced this, even though it's improbable, in spite of some type of necessity, such as design. So you are flip-flopping on the use of probabilistic reasoning. Okay, I think I've made that clear.
Sure.
And you know why that's being done? Is because the theory of evolution provides the fertile soil from which the flower, or I should say the weed of atheism grows. Okay? If evolution is seen for the ridiculous garbage theory that it is, then atheism will die on the vine. And people will be compelled to believe that all of the complexity is the product of design and not simply fortuitous happenstance. You know, Leonard Susskind is a world-renowned physicist. When he was asked, does the universe, through the fine-tuning, exemplify design? And he says, well, it certainly appears to be design, but we used to think that way in biology. But Darwin discovered that, natural selection. And one day we'll figure out what the law is that produced the fine-tuning of the universe, so the universe is not designed. You see how even a renowned worldwide physicist will employ grotesquely sloppy reasoning to justify his atheism?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Now, the point is simply this. You're an atheist, right?
I think we've had that discussion before,
Yeah.
and I'm
okay.
not particularly interested
so
in
you
having it right
believe
now.
in
I'd
God?
like to get out.
You believe in God?
I think we have to have this conversation at our time.
Okay.
It's kind of getting away from me, so I'd love to
show you. All I'm trying to show you, okay, and people like yourself and others cannot even imagine that there could be a worldwide deception. Am I a conspiracy theorist? No, I'm not. But I believe what the Bible says, that in the last days, God will permit a damning delusion to sweep the world, okay? Because they receive not a love of the truth. It says, so they will believe the lie. Well, what's the lie? In Romans 1, the lie is worshiping creation rather than the creator. So you believe evolution is viable, you think it's coherent, and you think it's viable because you feel you have no need of God because you got evolution, because you think evolution is a plausible, viable explanation of the origins of biological complexity. Okay? But it's not. The reason why people think that evolution is a great theory is because they have not permitted actual counter arguments, and it's the only materialist explanation around, and they repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over again to the point where people are brainwashed through groupthink. Okay, now, am I suggesting that these people at an academic level are trying to deceive people? No, they've drunk the Kool-Aid of materialistic atheism themselves. Evolution, the theory of evolution, is basically materialistic atheism in drag. Now, the fact, as the other previous gentleman said, that there are certain professing Christians who believe in evolution is besides the point. Okay? So what if people are duped by a materialistic theory? Okay?
God will sort out the goats.
Yeah. So why am I telling you all this? It's not simply to argue with you. It's to warn you of the wrath that is to come when your heart stops. You're going to appear before God on Judgment Day. The theory of evolution is a master of deception inculcated by Satan into the minds of scientists who do not want to acknowledge God. They are not grateful to God. They don't want to be thankful to him. And they want to interpret everything in this world as a materialistic explanation. Okay? Let me give you one example before you go. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
Yes.
Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an atheist. He denies he's an atheist, but it's clear that he is. He ridicules belief in God, right? Now, he stated that there's three kinds of truth, okay? There's empirical truth, personal truth, and political truth, right? He says empirical truth is that when something is repeated by different people using different equipment all over the world, it's testable, observable, and repeatable, okay? That's empirical truth. Personal truth is whatever you happen to believe in a particular state of affairs is true. Political truth is whatever the powers to be in a given geographical area tell us what is true. So there's
I agree with that.
Empirical proof, personal truth, and political truth. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that we are stardust, and he says, I'm not being poetical. He says the higher elements in our body were forged in the furnaces of stars, okay? Now, what kind of truth is that? Is it empirical? Is when he states that as a scientist, is he stating empirical truth, personal truth, or political truth?
All of them, I guess.
No. How is the elements that are in my body right now, the iron, the copper, okay, whatever's in my body, how does that fact indicate that those higher elements were forged in the furnaces of stars?
Because we see stars forming them.
No, you can't. Oh, can you see stellar nucleosynthesis?
Oh, well, that's a whole other issue.
No, you can't. You can't see it. You might, through spectral analysis, see that certain elements might be emitting a light wave within stars. Okay, but that doesn't entail that the higher elements were necessarily formed in stars. Now, at a lower level, the lower elements, it's conceivable that they could be formed in furnace of stars. The very higher elements, it's not clear that stars could actually form it. But even if they could, okay, even if one could successfully argue and we could be on the same page and agree that stars could form all the higher elements through stellar nucleosynthesis, it wouldn't follow from that because there are higher elements on Earth and in my body that they were necessarily formed in the furnaces of stars, unless you're a materialist. So you see, he's not peddling science when he says that. He's peddling naturalistic materialism and calling it science. You see the problem?
Well, I
Has he ruled? Wait a minute. Has he offered a defeater for young fiat creation of the universe and of Earth? Has he ruled? Does he have a defeater for that?
There are other things besides that.
No, but the point is, with what they're going to do is, do you know that when they tell you how old rocks are, you have to presuppose that the Earth is eons old in order to put these dating methods on the table? So all of these dating methods are circular in nature. Did you know that?
Perhaps.
What if somebody comes along to me and says, look at these various isotopes that are in this rock. If we count backwards through the rate of decay to the parent element, this would indicate that these rocks are millions or billions of years old. And I could just simply say, no, it doesn't, because you see, I don't hold to an eons old Earth. I hold to a young fiat creation, and those isotopes that you call daughter elements were a part of the original creation. And you say, well, you haven't proven that. Say, well, so what if I haven't proven it? Okay. Do you have a defeater for that? See, what they have is they categorically reject it out of hand, okay, because it's not a part of their methodological naturalism, okay? But here's the problem, okay? They haven't demonstrated that the Earth is billions of years old. They've adopted it because they've taken God out of the equation. They've categorically rejected a young fiat creation by a creator, and therefore all they're left with is a materialistic, mechanistic origin of everything, which in their thinking will require billions of years. So what we have here in modern science is the influx of materialistic naturalism, which is atheism in drag, okay? Now, not all atheists are materialists, but most are, okay? So what you need to do is you need to wake up and smell the coffee and see how you have been propagandized by these people who believe in an old universe. Now, they come, packing all of these arguments, but their arguments are not foolproof, okay?
Well, yeah, of course not.
Yeah. So the point is, the fossil record exemplifies stasis, not transition. Okay, and if anybody denies that, they're either uninformed or they're lying. Okay. The fact of the matter is, we do not find numerous transitional forms. The organisms that appear, they appear abruptly and they disappear abruptly. That's why Stephen Jay Gould popularized punctuated equilibrium, which is that evolution happens in such rapid bursts that leaves behind no telltale signs. Okay? So if the fossil record did not exemplify overall stasis, okay, then it would have been superfluous, completely unnecessary for Stephen Jay Gould to popularize punctuated equilibrium. And in fact, he has several quotations where he admits that the fossil record exemplifies stasis, as well as other paleontologists. Now, people get all bent out of shape about that because they drunk the Kool-Aid of evolution, and they don't want to admit the obvious. Okay, the so-called fossil record is just as consistent with a worldwide flood. Okay, do you know that all the signs of geology around the world is also consistent with a worldwide flood? Okay, and by the way, by a worldwide flood, I just don't mean it was raining for 40 days and the waters just rose. The idea of the Bible, okay, is that the fountain of the deep erupted. This could be referring to liquefied rocks erupting, causing massive geological upheaval, causing massive earthquakes, causing recurrent tsunamis flooding the continents with recurrent flooding, right? Did you know that where they find dinosaurs in certain locations, they tend to be grouped? Did you ever notice that? They're all.
I'd have to look into
Yeah,
that. But
they tend to be. Okay. Well, listen, I'm not going to continue, but the point is, evolution is not this rock solid theory that these people claim it is. It has serious flaws, and it's just simply hiding materialistic naturalism.
Well, I guess the last thing I would just say is, if you think that's the case, then go out and publish it. But anyways,
there have been works that published against evolution, but the point is, the peer-reviewed journals will not allow it in there because they're dyed-in-the-wool evolutionists. See, evolution. By the way, do you know what Darwin said? Darwin said, "Evolution is my God." Did you know that?
I'd have to look that quote up.
Yeah, he said it. He said it to Asa. He sent it to Asa Gray in 1861. The exact quote is, "Natural selection is my deity." Okay, and by natural selection he meant evolution, and by deity he meant God.
So as you guys wrap up, we'll let other people get into conversation. So Andrew, you, I know you. I have very low expectation of actually doing this, but you might want to go and Google what a blind search is and its relevance to the filling out of a sequence. And if you actually go and understand that concept, you will understand the point that Darth was making at the beginning of y'all's conversation that you kept trying to dismiss. You know, you will understand why blind search for functional information is so relevant to the overall macro perspective that people like myself and Darth and other folks are taking, because we understand the concept, which you clearly do not, and don't see, and per your own words, do not see the relevance in. Well, there's a lot of other people who do see the relevance in it, and it's not just people like us who believe in intelligent design. It's hardcore, very high H-index atheists, biological and origin of life researchers also recognize the necessity of blind search. And it's why...
Can you explain that? Because I don't think people are going to understand that in terms of that.
I'll definitely look that up. But I really do have to head out for the night. So
what do you mean by blind search? Okay, what do you mean with LP? Tell me if you agree with this. What you mean by blind search is that of the total number of possible a nucleotide arrangement, only an infinitesimal small number of nucleotide arrangements will yield biological functionality, and the vast majority of nucleotide sequences that would be randomly generated would not yield functionality. They would they would either be lethal or non-life, right?
Well, there's that component in relation to the fits, so the functional bits of information that are necessary. Mm-hmm. Then, in context of where the blind search kicks in, is once you go above your probability resources, which the current very high end is 10 to the 140th. Once you go beyond that, or sorry, not 10, is 140 bit fits is the possible number of functional bits that can be, there's enough time to have for nature to have generated. Anything that's necessary above that must be solved through a functional algorithm, a fitness function, number one, but more importantly, anything above that must be accounted for from a blind search perspective. No, it's just complete raw chance. So when you get into things like the most simplistic proteins having 2, 3, 4, 500, 700 fits, functional bits of information that are necessary, and it's only remotely, and even this is considered very high end. This is like the absolute max extreme of functional bits that can be generated by nature. So INAT is the component in the, and this, by the way, the logic I'm talking about was devised by a Nobel Prize winner who's an origin of life researcher. Like they came up with this math, and So very long story short, this is where you extrapolate out to. It's why people like Eugene Koonin is like, yeah, it's not remotely plausible for even the transcription factors to create themselves, and it's just not plausible. Therefore, the multi-worlds hypothesis must be true, because otherwise there's no other way to explain. There's no other way to explain it.
What you mean by that is they're in their minds, in their conceptual scene, they're expanding the number of trials out there, okay, in order to overcome the improbability.
Yeah, because the 140 fits that John's talking about, that's the total number of particle interactions in the history of the universe, assuming 13 billion years.
So the question is, why do they believe it? Well, in spite of these mathematical defeaters, if you will. It's because they don't want to acknowledge God. They want to remove God from the sphere of rational discussion.
Right. And they gang up and they stack the deck. That's what they do, Dawkins.
I agree with you. And by the way, I see this all the time on the internet. Okay. And if we think that they don't do it in politics, they don't do it in academia, they most certainly do. You see, evolution is their God. Okay. But you see, they're trying to hide that evolution is their creator by saying, look, and I'm being funny here, look at all these dumb Christians who believe in evolution. Okay. So what if people are who believe in God are gullible enough to believe in evolution because they're intimidated by the consensus out there? Okay, and I've seen lectures by evolutionists. They love pointing out, well, look at all these God believers who believe in evolution. Okay, and they will correctly point out that evolution per se doesn't exactly get you to that there's no God. But what it does do is it removes God from the sphere of rational discussion, because they can just make an appeal to fortuitous materialistic occurrences to produce the complexity of life, and thereby they exclude God. Okay, it's a very clever deception.
So this is where you're getting the boundary conditions for evolutionary search. It's like the fun. This is devised this isn't like devised by creationists. This is like your mutation rate, your replication rate, population size, total number of trials over 4 billion years, because obviously the planets, per their timeline, the planet's no more than 4.54 billion years old. So and obviously the cooling time and all that kind of stuff. Your total number of trials is 10 to the 42, maximum generations 10 to the 14th. Which
stop for a second. Can you just go scroll up again? You wrote down, okay, total number of trials, 10 to the 30 line, and then it says 10 to the 42. Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, that's just based on the replication rate, the mutation rate.
Yeah, right here, population size.
Yeah, just when you combine all of those.
Are they just talking on one Earth-like planet or multiple trial planets?
Well, here's the thing, adding more planets doesn't actually make the power that much bigger.
Yeah, it does.
Like what you did with a trillion square planets, that's only adding 24 to the power.
That's why when I throw them a trillion squared Earth-like planets, adding that number of Earth-like trials isn't going to get them out of the improbability.
Right. Well, absolutely. And then when you get into the functional bits, so this is where you get the 140 fits, functional bits of information. So you're even accounting for 10 to the 42nd number of trials for evolutionary search. Then the absolute maximum possible is 142 functional bits, and the like 40 fits is actually more realistic. But I'm saying you're going all the way to the extreme. So you're basically applying the law of small probability. Like, for example, which anything 1 in 10 to the 150th is like the absolute maximum. Like in the entire freaking universe, anything with the improbability above that is like 0 in every single possible extreme.
And you hit that improbability wall with just 1 or 2 proteins.
Well, exactly. So when you're getting into some of the universal proteins, you're looking at so the SECY and RECA. So that one's got 688 functional bits necessary. This one's 832 functional bits. And both of those sequences are examples of the universal proteins that exist in every single form of life.
Yeah.
So they're
I
like,
don't mean to cut you off, but I got to run. I got to get up early. Thank you for having me on your show.
Oh, no problem. Appreciate you coming.
Okay.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah. So anyway, this is where stuff gets just ridiculous, man. In my opinion, when you look at this kind of stuff of 832. So back to the whole premise of like the blind search. Basically, it's like anything above this must be solved through completely blind search. And then when you get into the time factor, like you don't have enough options. Like there's not enough chances to try it to account for it. It gets nuts. And that's for 2 freaking proteins.
LPP.
Yeah.
Why they stopped at 10 to the 43rd is because 10 to the 50th is impossible. So they just guessed at that 10 to the 43 number, by the way.
Oh, you're talking about like Bohr's law for planet Earth, like 10
all
to
that,
the 50th? Yeah.
Yeah, because there's not enough atoms to create what you want it to create unless you find atoms in some dark world, which doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's why they brought out dark matter and they brought out, black holes and all this other stuff. Oh, we see a black hole. Okay, what color is it? It's all the colors. It's just, oh man, it's so funny.
Man, okay.
I'm actually really surprised that Andrew didn't give the standard Evo response to the Darth's probability argument. I guess he didn't know it. So
here's the funny thing. So Jefferson Spatchcock. So how much of what's being discussed here will be debunked? Fact checked by Gutsick given later. So Gutsick thinks that there's a bunch of different trials going on simultaneously accounts for what we're talking about.
Yeah.
She literally argued that on multiple occasions. Oh, there's all those different trials. It's all happening many times over. Yeah, you're missing the entire point that we're talking about the probability resources of the entire freaking universe. Okay. Like in some of these arguments, like the probability resources of the universe are being surpassed. Like,
Erica's is even worse than Dan's. Dan's is like, oh, we don't know how many trials there are. It's like, well, there's not, infinite trials. There's a limit. Erica's is just even worse. It's like, well, there's a whole bunch of trials going on. It's like, yeah, it's not even close to enough.
No, man. Look at this. We got another idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. Also, DNA being majority junk would make it a really shite code, since you liken it to computer code, which doesn't really work well. Man, it really amazes me how uninformed these idiots are.
Does 100% of the computer code for like what are the equivalent of proteins? No, right? There's a whole bunch of background processes going on.
Yeah, it's just it's amazing. I mean, to think about this for a second, we are literal, not figurative. We are literal machines of the most exquisite capacity. And if humans tried to replicate all of these functions, number one, we couldn't. But if we were trying to write scripts for all of these different functions that are necessary and like all the 3D printing logic and everything else, we would be writing. There's no telling how many hundreds of billions of lines of code we would have to write to come up with this stuff with our current technology. There's just no way around it if we were trying to actually code this I'm talking about all these functions for a robot, like a humanoid robot. I would imagine like some of those the Boston Dynamics robots and stuff that are starting to do some more like human-like activity. There's no telling how many millions of lines of code are necessary for that. For those
depends on how
functions.
How embedded the software is. If you're talking about just like a hardware embedded Linux type setup, then it's actually very light code because most of it's hardware based. But if you're talking about strictly software, the stuff that I'm doing.
I'm talking like when you're getting into like the algorithms for them to be able to calculate 3D input of 3D information for jumping and dodging and balance and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's there's no telling how much. I mean, I agree. There's a lot of things that can be hard coded, but when you're getting into those more higher level computational things, I mean, you got to have insane levels of both processing power as well as accounting for the variables, right?
Well, not only that, but it's extremely code-wise what you're doing. And so I was wanting to address the claim you mentioned in text that DNA is mostly junk. It's the exact opposite. There's actually very little to no junk in the DNA now. There's even a research project showing how the translocations of chromosomes moving around, even that's not random anymore. All kinds of transposons and retrotransposons. It's literal artificial intelligence embedded into DNA. Literal.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah,
what's
you're
up,
coming through.
Bill?
Oh, man.
I think I won the bet that SFT wouldn't show up for at least an hour.
Nah. What's up, Bill?
So you said you wanted to talk to me something about G code.
What is G code?
G code. It's a very common. I think it's used for 3D printers.
Yeah, I've used it for CNC. Yeah, I'm familiar with G code.
All right. So, what are you having to account for in G code? I'm talking about the fundamental level. We don't have to get into like the design and everything. I'm talking about just at the fundamental level.
Well, with CNC, the G code is basically just a list of positions, and the machine is just moving from one position to the next.
Right, and it's so you got X, Y, Z axis, right, and then you got your elements, right.
Yeah, I'm sure there's other things to find at certain points. Yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about like the bare bones, right?
Well, yeah. The file, because I've gone in and edited the file manually, and it's essentially just a list of positions.
Right. I mean, you also have to account for like which element the printer is using.
Not on CNC. No, that's all up to the operator of the machine.
Yeah, they all manually switch the tool, the bits.
Yeah,
let me rephrase. Some of the more advanced ones you can, but anyway, they have auto elements. Like, I mean, I'm talking about 3D printers that have multiple elements that can be selected from. I mean, you can insert that into the code to be like, if you're not manually, like if you're a more advanced 3D printer, you're not having to like, you can have multiple things accounted for.
Yeah,
but that's it. That's here right there. We don't have to get into the intricacies of like 3D printers. The point that's being made is, you're having to account for X, Y, and Z axis, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
also time.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. X, Y, and Z. I say this all the time. X, Y, and Z axis at the time variable and the element that is going to be.
There's a time axis because you have to wait for the material to cool down sometimes, and also things will kind of move around as it's deposited. So it's very important.
Exactly. So in the context of mRNA and ribosomes and protein synthesis, like that's exactly what's happening.
Yes.
I disagree with that. I think protein folding is not the conformation of the finished protein is not included in the mRNA code. It's a functional result of the way the protein itself is made. There may be additional proteins that assist it to fold, but I mean, protein folding is extremely complicated.
It depends on what protein is needed at that time is what it folds to, just to let you know.
Well, there's that. Plus, you've got the chaperones that are doing things in real time, oftentimes, and there's also
when people talk about stuff they don't know.
I know a lot about protein folding. I've actually, I've worked with.
Then why didn't you know that? They're made individually,
and
they're programmed exactly for a specific purpose at that time, at that second.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Let me talk about it. Yeah, so I used to work with PDB files 100%. Quite a bit. A PDB file is it's got the XYZ coordinates of every atom in the protein, and then it traces the polypeptide chains through the proteins. Every amino acid, there's different amino acids that are different molecules, but they all have what's called an alpha carbon. And so the chain is traced through the alpha carbon, and then depending on the shape of the folds of that chain, you get things called
and you've done this in the lab.
You get alpha helices.
I have done it in the lab.
You get alpha helices and you get beta sheets.
Jesus. You're just talking book work, bro.
Okay, and the beta sheets and the alpha helices, those are involved in how the protein folds and also how the protein interacts with other proteins.
Yeah, I read Google too.
Yeah, the point. I mean, we all know that, Bill. The point that's being made is we're making the point that's being made in relation to code is that I assume you're familiar with translational pausing and the codon syntax they were discovered is what's causing it.
Causing what?
Translational pausing in order to effectuate specific folding.
Yeah, the whole ribosome process, right?
Yeah, I have not done a lot of deep research about protein folding in the last probably 8 years, but the last time I looked at it, the exact way in which a protein wound up getting folded was not solved. I mean, they were trying to outsource it to it's an extremely complicated problem. I'm sure
Bill,
probably figured out some things about
Bill,
it.
That's not the point. I'm not even remotely suggesting we understand all of it. I'm talking about things that we do know. And in the context of coding, right? And why I say that the ribosome is a 3D printer, and the whole premise of these 3D print schematics, which is what a freaking gene sequence is, coming through copying errors is a joke. But in the context, but the point I was making in relation to translational pausing is the time variable that Joel was talking about in relation to normal 3D printing. You know how we hear ad nauseum that degeneracy and synonymous codons are somehow proof of evolution. Well, what we found out now with translational pausing is it turns out that what we thought were just purely synonymous codons actually have additional value assignments in relation to protein synthesis. For example, the same amino acid, but being delivered via a different tRNA or synonymous codon can be actually alter the time variable of the elongation, which directly correlates with the protein fold. And when you actually when you like swap out the supposed synonymous codon, they're finding out, oh wait, it's not folding properly. And they've actually been able to map out the command structure of this dual syntax of the codon variables. And it's like, so the point being made is we're not just, what they're discovering is all of these supposed just swaps that, oh yes, okay, you might be able to get a functional protein, but it's not what it was, like it's not the optimal. And you're actually seeing a degeneracy or a reduction in functional capacity rather than a increase. And this is being quantified. And
what do you mean by a reduction?
Well, I wanted to add to that some, John, because I think you're barely touching the surface of the complexity of all that. Because not only is this cell have a multi-layered informational mapping to it, so where there's one seemingly linear section of DNA, it actually has multiple layers by just moving the bit, essentially. So that same initial codon that wrote the first messenger RNA, that itself is multi-layered. We're not even sure because in today's modern coding, we're
kind of cutting out a bit.
Database, essentially, to try to map multiple layers of information together. And so we don't even know if DNA does more than a three-dimensional layer. It may well do it. We just can't map it all out. It's so complex. And then once you even get to the ribosome, that codon group you're talking about, that packetized information codon group, can also be changed as you're talking about, because the tRNAs aren't always the same. So the ribosome has to actually filter the tRNA strands that make the actual translation.
Hey Joel, you're fading in and out pretty hard,
Those
man.
tRNAs also have a huge variety of digital information. It's the most complex computer programming language ever. It's Bill Gates.
Hey Joel, we're losing you big time, man. You're like fading out real hard.
Oh, looks like my thing messed up. Did all that just get lost?
Yeah, we got most of it. It was like you were going real soft there at the end there.
Well,
basically, you're just saying it's turning out to be even more complicated than anybody ever imagined. And I mean, the thing is that, I mean, you got to remember, like, all this stuff we're talking about, it's smaller than the wavelength of light. Like, I mean, that's how small it is. You know, like you can't even look at DNA. You can get a fuzzy picture of it looking at it directly. To get like the structure of it, you got to like, you know, spin a crystal and like, you know, to sequence it, you got to smear it with the PCR. And like, so, I mean, we probably know very, very, very little about all of it. And the fact that it is all so complicated is what convinced me that there's a God. It doesn't convince me that evolution didn't happen, though.
Well, we'll get you fixed on that.
I mean, I really don't. Bill, just to be blunt, man, I don't really understand how, if you're gaining information and you have some level of understanding of this stuff, I'm really not understanding how you think that this is in favor of evolutionary theory, because every new layer of discovery that we have makes the plausibility of evolutionary theory just get smaller and smaller and smaller. Of like
magnitudes of exponentiality.
I disagree. I think what you're looking at, actually glorifies God instead of you know.
You keep saying that, Bill.
Right, I do keep saying that because it's important, and you know, like the
important
more we learn about DNA, it doesn't just. I know people talked about fossils a long time already. I don't necessarily want to open that back up, but you know, all this, you know,
okay, evolutionary biologists and all the people, they're for the most part, other than for layman substantiation, fossils mean jack diddly squat in terms
of paleontologist.
I said, huh?
To a paleontologist, it means jack the diddly squat.
No, I said evolutionary biologists.
Right.
To the evolutionary biologists, in terms of what they're actually like trying to use to prove their theories, it's not freaking fossils.
Yeah,
that's layman bullshit.
No.
Yes, in the context of its supposed substantiation, it's pats on the backs to themselves that there's some that their hypotheticals are somehow plausible.
So paleontology isn't real science, according to you?
There's a way. Okay, so you do realize there's a major difference between going and looking at it and the assumptions that are made about what's discovered.
Okay, well, Stephen Jay Gould was a professional paleontologist that was quoted on here earlier, and he studied fossils for 4 decades, and he was very sure that evolution happened, and he was very sure that it showed a progression over time.
And he actually
quoted that evolution didn't happen, and he studied mostly snails. John, can you guys hear me better now or no?
Yeah, you're coming through better now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I like to stress how, you know, the idea that fossils can help show how life evolved. It's exactly paralleled to anything else in engineering. So I like to show pictures. There's a picture we have from SpaceX where we show somebody standing next to a Merlin 1D model rocket engine next to one of the new Raptor engines, and they look the same. They're different sizes, but they, you know, rocket engine's a rocket engine, and so, but there's subtle differences still. So that's the comparison. If we were to look at just bones, then you could say that that a rocket engine is evidence of evolution. You know, and you can argue.
Totally. I mean, rockets definitely evolved. I've actually
on their own. And the reason I was wanting to share with you, Bill, was, and I apologize if I get your Bill. Reason why I was unconvinced of evolution, again, as an information scientist and as an engineer, is that the code that we are trying to study with the language of God, as Dr. Collins and others put it, is that it's never random. It's exact opposite. It's extraordinarily precise. And when something mutates or something goes wrong, as the evolution theory dictates all life evolved from, it's either stops working, either gets diseased or dies. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah. So don't you think rockets are very precise?
Usually, things still go wrong in them.
Right.
Also
The problem is that rockets are intelligently designed.
Yeah, exactly. So when you include God with evolution, it doesn't have those problems.
You're calling him a liar too.
I'm not calling God a liar. I'm saying that God is precise and God doesn't make mistakes.
Well, and I understand and appreciate that, Bill. So again, even Dr. Dollins, the theistic evolutionists out there, they like to make the argument that, yeah, God could have done it anyway, and that maybe God made Adam from the dirt in a blink of an eye, and that's all great. The catch is that when people talk about evolution in general, it's to substitute the idea that God didn't actually have to do it, or that there was some natural process, and I think that does a disservice.
Yeah, but I think
much less God.
But I think the proper response to that is to glorify God in evolution instead of denying evolution.
Right.
Okay,
Okay,
so Bill, you do realize? Okay, let me rephrase. Do you think that anybody in this room doesn't think that adaptation can occur and does occur?
I mean, I don't want to speak for people. I don't know.
Right? No, I'm asking you. What do you
speak for me?
What do you think? Do you think that any of us in this room there is no such thing as adaptation?
Yeah, I know what you're getting at. A lot of creationists are like, "Oh, microevolution is true, macroevolution is false."
Okay, so what? Answer the question. Do you think that any of us don't think that adaptation can occur?
Okay. I don't know if you think that genetic adaptations can occur. I'm not sure if you allow that or not.
I'm living proof of it.
Okay, so I don't know if you've paid attention then, because there have been, and the reason I'm bringing this up is if you think that anybody in this room thinks that adaptation can't happen in real time, then even though you've been leaving comments out the freaking wazoo for months now, you obviously have not been listening to a word that's come out of people's mouths, because everybody in this room, we have had conversations about real-time adaptation, the incredible components and the equivalence of AI and machine learning in biological systems, and all these other things that we look at in relation to what is happening in biological systems and why it's so freaking mind-blowing.
You do realize that AI was designed by humans and it evolved, right?
No, sir.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Okay,
I'm
those
a professional AI coder, Bill.
Now we're going to iRobot stuff. Jesus.
Yeah,
let's start. Professional AI coder, Bill. We try to use emergent algorithms and whatnot, but even those require that you have to teach your AI based on a golden or predetermined set.
Exactly.
And so all of that, it's just the exact opposite of random. It's never random.
Unplug it.
Yeah, but that shows the glory of God, Joel.
Okay, dude, it's pre-programmed.
And I think the key word, John, is speciation, not just adaptation. So we would love for our rocket engines and our rocket fuselages and stuff to adapt and change and stuff according to conditions. That's higher technology. The fallacy with the evolution theory is that they presume that different code designs are speciating or changing into new programs outside of just polymorphic code design principles. And that doesn't happen.
Okay, right. So that's when you're asking me if I thought everybody thought adaptation happened. That's what I mean. Like he says speciation doesn't happen. Some people do say speciation happens. So
and then I guess for anybody, the important aspect I wanted to point out was that what adaptation we see in the pre-engineered programs of life, even that adaptation is codified. Allele groups and stuff like that. That's what's basically similar to what's called a finite state machine, where it is a pre-designed limited choice range to mimic or allow for variability, but it is not random at all. It's the exact opposite of random.
Right. Yeah. The point mutations provide diversity within a stable species.
I mean, it's not even mutation. Again, mutation always breaks the code.
Okay, well, don't call it mutation. Call it a point change or whatever you want to
It's
call it.
designed adaptation.
A stable species.
Bill, you know
Designed
those epigenetics you're talking
change, right?
about?
So that
Yeah.
the alley cat and the house
Yeah,
cat are two
that's
different
all like
species.
pre-programmed, right? Those aren't mutations. That's the mechanism for adaptation, or a
Correct.
mechanism for
Yeah,
adaptation.
yeah, but
And Bill, you wanted to talk about epigenetics. Okay,
I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So
Maybe
a
better.
case in point that proves the entire point that we're making is, I use as example, the dramatic potential variability of lung capacity and being able to function at different altitudes based on oxygen density, right?
Okay.
So you've got the guys in the Himalayas, right? They've just got this amazing ability to breathe with extraordinarily low oxygen levels, right?
Okay.
And they're trained for that, right?
You take them out of that environment and that functional capacity goes away. You put them back in it and it reappears. Well, guess what? They found out that the capacity to operate in that environment already pre-existed, and it can be turned on and off via epigenetics. So therefore, methylation, right, can turn on that functional capacity. So
I don't know if it's true to say that it already existed. I mean, it's just the
dude, if it's literally being turned on via if a gene function that already exists is now being activated through epigenetic tagging, and then those methyl groups get removed in the other environment, and now you're no longer being able to have that same functional capacity. But if you go back, it gets turned back on again. Like, that's the literal definition of pre-existing function.
The ability to produce novel phenotypes from the same genome. That ability exists.
We're talking. Okay, we're
So
talking about
that's
real,
what I wanted to
we're talking about
actually
real,
bring
dude,
up.
we're talking about real time.
Yeah,
function.
I know.
Okay,
Not generation.
so is that we're inside of the generation? Okay, so is that functional capacity? Is that pre-existing? Yes or no?
The capability to change the genome, or sorry, to change the phenotype without changing the genome, that capability is built into us by God.
John, I'd like to. This is a perfect opportunity to bring up the LTE experiment.
I mean, I'd like to, explain. I mean, epigenetics lets organisms adapt to environmental stress, but that environmental stress might not be permanent. So if all of our adaptations were from these permanent genome changes that took several generations, maybe even to cement, then we wouldn't be able to adapt in time, and then we wouldn't be able to adapt it back if we didn't need it anymore.
Right. So that means it was. That means, Joel, will you please explain the point you were making from an AI standpoint?
Well, even just from a biological experimentation experience. So the only actual human experiment that I'm aware of ever conducted in human history so far for the actual scientific testing of evolution of the idea of speciation was I forget the guy's name. So it was the K. I think you know what I'm talking about, John. So the long-term evolution experiment.
You're talking about the Linsky experiment?
Yes, it's been going on for about 30 years. It just stopped last year.
Okay, that's a perfect example.
So what happened was that him in his lab, created that claim that we've got evidence of positive or beneficial mutations through random speciation. Well, what happened though is that other labs outside of theirs falsified that, and I've got the peer-reviewed documentation that talks about it, and it's talking it precisely what John's talked about. The mutation that they thought that they were recording turned out to be pre-codified, and it wasn't even actual mutation. It was pre-engineered, and I forget the name of the word for it now. I have to get the literature back up for you guys to get the specifics. But there was a pre-engineered trigger that happened when they put some of those E. coli into a citrate positive environment, and that triggered that pre-existing code.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then whenever they removed their grandchildren, for lack of a better word, out of the citrate environment, their genome went back to normal, quote unquote. So it falsified the theory of speciation.
Okay, speciation has been observed other places as well, but let's stay on topic. Joel, hold on, whoa.
That's a baseless statement, Bill.
Joel, you're familiar with are you familiar with programming in C++?
Sir, I think I program in every language.
Okay, Great. So
C++ is my main forte. Most of my AI work is done in R.
Okay, perfect. So
I
like
go back to base.
so let's say like back in C days, I don't know the exact history of all this, but back in C you had arrays as pointers. You didn't have vectors, right?
No, you do. You can make vectors out of anything.
Yeah, you can make vectors. The capability to adapt and make a vector, but you have to like code your own. You have to roll your own, right? Like, it's not a part of the standard until it became C++. So that's how epigenetic evolution works, right? Yes, it is. Okay, you can be like, oh, I have this adaptive need, and you make it. And then if it turns out like, vectors weren't actually that useful, people would have forgotten about them by now. But because it was super useful, it actually eventually became a hard-coded part of the language itself. That's how epigenetic evolution works. Like after
I think a disconnect is that you're assuming that vector changes can be made randomly, and they never are. That's the whole different. I guess the conflict is whether or not God or natural selection, whatever, randomly modified these codes, and we do not see evidence for that, nor do we see it in our own code.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, because epigenetics is reliant upon the interaction with the environment, which God is sovereign over. So that the epigenetics is the way in which God is sculpting everything.
Even now?
Actually, yeah, even now.
Even though he foreknew it before the foundations of the earth? Come on,
yeah, he's creating us as the new man right now. The human creation is ongoing right now, according to the Bible.
Are you saying that
Samson?
Are you suggesting that epigenetic tagging is like the source of novel function?
Yes.
It's okay. So the study that I read was done on clonal plant colonies, because with plants you can algae. With plants you can control their environment fairly well. They're sessile. They're not interacting with a million different things like animals. And then with clones, you're removing all the noise that comes from sexual reproduction. So in clonal plant colonies, they showed that after enough generations, epigenetic changes, the epigenetic change can hold the phenotype while the genome eventually codes it permanently.
Hang on. Are you suggesting that the epigenetic tagging is being turned into gene sequences?
I'm not suggesting that. The paper I read suggested that, and they had
studying
it was peer reviewed.
So epigenetic tagging in sexual reproduction, it's well documented that there can be some tags can be passed down for a couple of 2, sometimes 3 generations, but there's no change to the genome.
Right. The definition of epi is outside of
the tags get stripped. I mean, this is. I mean, I've watched this videos of this. I mean, like they've literally got this on video, like watching in the reproduction phase. Like, oh wait, in an hour, at 2 hours in, look at this. All of the epigenetic tags are being stripped from the parent genomes.
While the genetic stays the same, right?
Yeah, the genes are the exact same. So some tagging can be passed down, but are you suggesting that new genes are formed through epigenetic tagging?
Okay, so the way in which epigenetics functions across generations is extremely difficult to study. It's not like just sequencing a genome where you can just read out the letters. It's way more complicated than that, because it involves environmental interactions, food, air we breathe, everything. Everything's involved in that. So that's why this study limited it to clonal plant colonies, because then they could eliminate a lot of the other variables. And yes, that is what they found. That they said that the epigenetic adaptations can hold the phenotype while the genotype catches up.
I wouldn't understand how that would work, because cloning technology has its own mistakes. Whenever you clone, you can never get a perfect copy. There's what's called genetic drift. So usually within the second or third generation, you've got damage.
I wouldn't call it damage.
Can I explain this with my own personal how I got diabetes? And that I'm a genetic, adaptation type thing. So I got the measles shot when I was 8. I became a type 1 diabetic when I was 12. How do we know that caused that? Because my sister, who also got the measles shot, became a type 1 diabetic. So what happens is my beta cells, my insulin, my hormone, gets attacked by the T cells. I create insulin all day long, but I'm still a type 1 diabetic because my T cells, and they tried an experiment in Germany to switch them off, and it created havoc. So there's no cure for it.
Yeah,
But
that's your immune system, right?
But both my children are not diabetics. So therefore, what do you think?
Praise the Lord.
Well,
Yeah, well, the thing is that when I get into stressful situations, which you brought up before, Bill, is that I will create my own insulin, which I will create more insulin that overpowers the T cells. Therefore, my blood sugar can drop from 120 to 40 in less than 20 minutes.
Right.
So, I think this whole baloney about, adaptation and learning. So, yeah, my body adapts, but it overcompensates. So me getting the measles shot, which empowered my immune system, right, to get rid of the measles, now attacks my pancreas, the islets where the insulin is made. So therefore, I am a type 1 diabetic, but it was because I was injected with an immunity that basically improved my immune system to attack myself. And that's why I got so involved in biology. And bottom line is adaptation of what I have went wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
it wasn't an improvement. It wasn't an improvement, was it?
You were adapting to man playing around with things. With
and you don't see how that works in a lab when these peer papers, these peer reviewed papers that you are reading, you don't think that there's an agenda involved in that?
Yeah, like the Linsky experiment in the lab. They
didn't want the Linsky because I was part of that back in the 80s. Okay.
Okay.
They used the same E. coli strain at Long Beach State where I went to do that. They did the same thing when I went to Houston. Okay. They did the same exact thing, and they harvested those E. coli. They travel E. coli, right? They take E. coli. Like the insulin I survive on, I can either choose the yeast or the E. coli. Now, Lantus or Novo uses E. coli. Lilly uses yeast, right? I prefer the yeast because the E. coli doesn't always work properly. It's erratic. And you also have, they travel with these E. coli in tubes. And they take them from one lab to the next, and they harvest them. They don't just harvest them in one lab. They carry them from one university over to the next.
So, how about HeLa cells?
Well, gentlemen, real quick, I wanted to reiterate to remind everybody, I know it doesn't get talked about often enough, unfortunately, but the Linsky experiment falsified itself.
It did.
There was a 2019 paper that just came out that they specifically said like, oh yeah, in a controlled laboratory environment, you're not having the proper environmental interactions, so that the DNA they're going to have mostly just neutral or deleterious mutations. But what they found, they actually tracked bacteria within somebody's actual gut in its natural gut microbiome, and they found 16 genes that had evolved over time, and what they described as significantly beneficial adaptations.
Yeah, you do understand that the E. coli that's in your intestine, your lower intestine, is not technically the same that they're using in a lab. Don't you understand that?
Right. That was the point of this study. Yeah. They actually studied the bacteria from somebody's
gut. So that's why people
get from the laboratory.
That's why people with their appendix taken off sometimes always have something wrong, like what they call diverticulitis or something along those lines. because they don't have enough bacteria, because there's no more there's no more reservoir for that E. coli to survive in. So so there's a problem.
Think about the
problem.
gut has a changing condition that those bacteria they're always having to adapt to all these different conditions, depending on what you eat, depending on if you're sick, depending on if it's hot.
They're not adapting. They were made for that. Don't you understand? They were made for that. I mean,
okay, but this paper found 16 novel gene mutations
that they didn't find before. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear a reference of
but
that.
There's still only
because
200 strains of E. coli.
The LTE shows that the 4 mutations that they were following for the speciation proved false. So when someone tells me that there's evidence of an actual speciation event, I'm really interested, because my current knowledge says
there's plenty of examples of speciation.
I've heard of them, but not scientifically confirmed.
So you're telling me that instead of just 200 strains of E. coli, now there's 216? Even though since the 40s there's 200 strains, and now there's 216.
I'm not sure that it was E. coli, and I'm not sure that it was 16 distinct strains. It was 16 distinct genes that were changed. It could have just been within one strain or two, or I don't know.
You know how difficult that is, Bill? That is very, very, very difficult. That would take many years to come to a conclusion on that, plus your peer review. So I'm calling bunk on the peer that they've reviewed the paper, like I always do, because there's an agenda out there. Always, every university, an agenda.
That's what I was going to say too. There's a lot of fraud out there, and a lot of claims are made, and so the scientific verification requires that any of this be repeatedly observed in real time only. That's why I mentioned earlier the Linsky experiment was the only experiment that I'm currently knowledgeable of in all of human history that was ever attempted to scientifically try to watch speciation, and it failed. All these other claims are not actual scientific; they're just claims.
Right. Well, I mean, this was a 2019 paper. I don't expect you to be familiar with it, but it is what they found.
The 2019 paper means that it was done in it probably ended in 2017, because it takes a long time for review of that and how they done it. Unless it was fastballed, which that means they didn't even read the paper.
Yeah, but regardless, when they finished the research, nobody in the public found out about it until 2019.
That's so bold. I mean, there's things that I do for a living today that I can't talk about, much less write about. So there's those of us in the field.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, but if you're working on rockets, I mean, there's a national.
No. I stopped working at SpaceX 3 years ago.
Okay.
So in this context too, like with bacteria, horizontal gene transfer, like novel genes from our perspective mean absolutely jack diddly squat when you're talking about bacteria, because horizontal gene transfer, and I mean, there was a lecture from a year and a half ago that I watched from a geneticist on this exact topic, and the entire point that he was making in his lecture was that, oh wait, even though we claim there was all this like novel stuff, we don't know where this one came from, and codon bias and all these different things. Actually, those are all assumptions, and we've actually found out that over time we actually can't identify. It's pure assumption. We're not actually being able to truly identify which gene came from where, because of horizontal gene transfer in bacteria specifically.
If I accept that as true, then you absolutely cannot project these mutation rates backwards, like Stand for Truth always tries to do.
No, we're talking about with bacteria.
We don't do that for bacteria.
We're talking about with bacteria.
Okay, well, just pointing that out.
Okay,
I have the paper.
Hang on. So do you
up if you'd like me to quote from it? I have the paper up.
I mean, you can post the link and I'll share it. What's the? I mean, you do realize that nobody claims horizontal gene transfer with like eukaryotes, right?
No, I'm not sure if that's the claim or not. I mean, obviously, it happens more with prokaryotes.
Well, you were just talking about like the reverse extrapolation that SFT does. I'm like, yeah.
You were saying we can't identify any.
I'm talking. I say it. No, I talked about. I was talking about that novel genes in bacteria. Okay, is not actually. It's not actually something, because of horizontal gene transfer capacities that are available with bacteria, unlike eukaryotes. With prokaryotes, i.e. bacteria, the horizontal gene transfer removes the capacity to actually know beyond all doubt what came from what, because they've also identified, and this is relatively recently, that what they used to apply as codon bias as one of their ways for knowing what came from where, they actually found out that, oh wait, we can't actually claim that is a definitive marker for us to know what came from where.
Okay. Well, here's
so basically in the context of quote unquote alien gene sequences, they actually don't know what's alien and what's not.
Here's what the paper says. They said we find extensive within person. See, it's within the person. It's not in the laboratory. They say we find extensive within person diversification and multiple signals of adaptation, including within person parallel evolution in 16 genes. So apparently they tracked these genes evolving.
So what that speaks to me, Bill, and I was going to bring this up earlier.
You're going to post a link to the paper?
Alex was sharing. I'm sorry.
I was you're going to post a link to that paper?
Yeah. While you do that, that's perfect prelude to what I think Alex was trying to point out earlier. So, just as a reminder, so our own genome, the human body, has adaptation. So our brain cells, for example, change over time. The things in our liver will respond to different poisons, different toxins. When it's processed, our liver cells don't already exist to process every toxin. So there's a literal, what I like to describe as a back-end type archive retrieval system built within our genome, because again, our liver cell and our brain cell has the exact same genome as our earlobe cell, but the brain cells are arranged, or they've got activated the genome side to be able to not only have different expressions for different parts of different neurons at different times, and it changes, throughout your life, but it still has the same exact code that your earlobe has. That doesn't change. So all that stuff that they're talking about, that's not evolution. That's just more proof that the genome is already pre-codified.
Well, I was with you all the way up until you said that's not evolution. I don't know how you made that leap.
Because it's pre-codified. If you didn't interrupt me, you would have heard me say it's pre-codified. So
Right.
pre-engineered code is the exact opposite of random evolution.
Yeah, your immune
I'm
system.
not saying that it's random, but
Evolution does. Evolution says it's all random.
No, actually,
Yeah,
there's several scientific papers that say that purely random blind mutations cannot account for what we see.
That's just falsifying evolution.
No, it's not. No. There's two separate questions.
Oh, you can't falsify evolution.
There's the question of if evolution happened, and there's the question of how it happened. So
No.
that might falsify some theories of how it happened, but it doesn't falsify if it happened.
I can't agree with that, because Darwin's original paperwork, all of his published theories, was exclusively about the idea that natural selection would be able to decide on how evolution would work through random processes, through natural random processes.
Darwin did not think that purely blind random processes could account for it. He came up with something called pangenesis, which is actually kind of similar to epigenetics.
No. I'm sorry. That is absolutely false. Pangenesis was Darwin's that was his one original theory he ever had his entire life, and all that simply stated was his assumption that all organisms could transfer genules, I think they were called, basically how spores reproduce, where they share pieces of something, of genetic material, throughout all cells instead of just the sexual organs. And so he was assuming that all of our traits, all of our characteristics, or genetic whatever adaptations would be affected from all cells, not just like the testicles or whatever, the ovums.
He made that based on observations of things that we know now are epigenetic adaptation and inheritance.
Incorrect. He thought that was actual physical aspects of the genes.
Okay, yeah, he didn't understand epigenetics.
Yes, he did, because Lamarck had already. He was actually Darwin stole epigenetics from Lamarck. While
epigenetics didn't exist back then.
Yes, they did. They weren't called epigenetics, but Lamarck's original theories that Darwin was taught at Christ's College of Cambridge already existed. Paley's natural theology theory, that is basically epigenetics. The idea
It's very similar. There is the epigenetics
Look,
is
if we're going to interrupt each other, then what's
epigenetics
the point
is
of talking?
epigenetics is sometimes described as the Lamarckian dimension of evolution.
So you're interrupting me constantly.
Hey, football was once called rugby.
There you go.
Yeah.
The point is that our own genome adapts pre-programmatically.
Right.
We have pre-programmed adaptations. There's no evidence that things randomly evolve.
Yeah. Well, okay. You keep throwing randomly in there. I think it's because you want to dodge the fossil record.
Not at all. The fossil records are relevant to code.
It is not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant. It's just, again, that's the parallel I made with my rocket designs.
It's not okay.
My rocket engines
rockets
did not
have a
design
fossil
themselves.
record. Rockets have a fossil record that show evolution.
No,
in
they
fact,
don't.
technology has all the salient characteristics of the biological.
Okay, so that is our fundamental difference, then, sir. You want to believe that these things happen naturally, with or without God. No. I will assert to everybody that this high technology, including the fossil record, is specifically designed for specific purposes with specific design range specifications that never happens randomly. Never.
We don't disagree with that at all. On that at all.
All right. Well, then you have a different understanding of the quote unquote theory of evolution than I think those of us that do this for a living.
Okay, so you work with evolution for a living, and you don't want to talk about the fossil record?
Correct. We can talk about the fossil record, but again...
Yeah, let's talk about the fossil record.
That is as irrelevant as saying that my Merlin engine randomly evolved into a Raptor engine. It's not plausible.
Okay, engines, rockets, they did evolve.
No, but not through evolution. They did it because a lot of people put a lot of intelligence into trying to figure out how to make things work better.
Yeah,
like God does. But
exactly.
It's not random. It's the exact opposite of random, and that's where we're hanging up, sir. So
no,
the common.
You're insisting that
evolution has to be common conceptions is that evolution happens randomly through evolutionary pressures. Because some things are more fit than others. All this language. They want to assume it can happen randomly over millions of years.
Whether or not
figuring it out in less than a year.
Whether or not it's fit or not is natural selection. That absolutely happens with technology. Nope. Yes, it does, because hang on. It faces the natural selection.
Oh my God. Okay, Bill, do you actually think that the new functions of the next version of a phone, do you actually think they are anything other than the direct result of the application of intelligent agency in the creation of new functional information?
That's exactly what it is.
And I can testify how most of our modern technology is derived from ancient technology. We go backwards and forward all the time. We never rely on whatever's fittest at the time.
Do you actually think that there's some remote plausibility that without the active interaction of an intelligent agent,
right?
Do you think there's any scenario in which a phone is going to evolve if you remove all intelligent agents from the equation?
Plus a rocket engine.
No, it wouldn't. You could open up a rotary phone and you could change out parts randomly on it for an infinite amount of time, and you'd never wind up with a smartphone.
Okay, cool. So, and that's
but
with
we do have a smartphone, so that's with an intelligent. Oh my dude! Do you think the phone exists? Therefore, the probability is 1 that it can somehow come into existence without the direct 100% requirement of an intelligent agent making direct action? The probability of that happening without that is 0.
Okay, so we're talking about direct interaction. Okay?
Yeah,
direct interaction.
Right. Epigenetics makes evolution a direct interaction because God is sovereign over the entire environment. God created the mechanism of epigenetics, and then God uses that to sculpt everything.
Dude, epigenetics does not create new genomes.
Okay, the 2020 paper.
Dude, post the freaking link, dude. Put the link in the private chat. Stop talking your mad game. You say you have a 2020 paper. Post the link that shows brand new novel gene function being created through freaking epigenetic tagging.
Okay, it's not proven, but it is suggested by their research. It's very difficult to study epigenetic mechanisms.
Was it peer reviewed?
Across generation.
I thought you only dealt with peer review stuff, Bill.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, guys, we can have a nice conversation.
I just don't understand how anybody can actually make the argument that
It's published.
phones evolve. Phones evolve. No, phones are invented. Phones are invented by direct actions of intelligent agents.
Okay, I quoted a peer-reviewed literature in my debate that specifically referred to Nokia telephones evolving. They specifically used the word language evolve, and they specifically used the language common ancestry.
Which is not the same as the evolution theory.
So you do realize that the word evolve can mean different things, right?
Right.
No, I really don't think so. It means creation over time. That's what it is. If you're looking at the creation of three-dimensional objects, the four-dimensional image of that.
Bill, you're playing. Now you're playing the semantics game, which is just.
No, I'm really not. I'm talking.
You really are, man. Do you actually think that the change over time, okay, in the context of a piece of technology, is the same as random chance creating something?
No, you guys are keep trying to force me into random chance. That's
dude, because
that's what evolution is.
Dude, because that's what everything. That's because that is what everything about evolutionary theory is ultimately dependent on.
Right.
That is random mutation. At the ultimate root, it is.
Right.
No,
again,
really not. Here's the Planet Magnetic paper. You don't have time to read it right now.
Can I please help calm this down again? Bill, you agree with us. But the problem is that you, for whatever reason, and it may be just honest, whatever, you're conflating the debate with people that disagree with you. So you're agreeing with us, we agree with you, it sounds like. But the whole reason we even pretend to talk about any of this stuff is because there's a whole other side of society that says that you're wrong, that it only happens by random chance. Only.
Right. I realize that, Joel, and I think the proper response is to glorify God in it, not to just stick our heads in the sand and deny it.
And that's fine, but again, as a technology expert myself, as all this information scientist stuff that we want to talk about, I can assure you and anybody and go into great detail how what we see, the adaptations and all the changes in the language of God, as it's called now, is never random.
Oh, well, okay. In layman's terms, I agree with you. If you want to get precise about what random is, it's a little complicated, but
thank you. And again, it sounds like we all agree tonight together. The only semantics, like John points out, is that you're using the language of those that disagree with you, is all.
Because the fossil record specifically shows chronology.
Incorrect.
Where?
Okay, I gave 3 clear examples in my debate that could not possibly have been caused by a single flood event.
Because the output product has nothing to do with the code.
Right.
No, these, okay, so one of them, Joel, was in Mongolia. I think it is the biggest vertebrate fossil graveyard of the Cretaceous. It's an enormous fossil find. It's 65 meters thick of fossils, tons and tons of full vertebrate skeletons. Right. The reason they were preserved so well is because they were buried by sandstorms in the desert. So it was so extremely dry that they preserved well. And Aeolian deposits, wind deposits of sand, form a specific grain structure that we can observe in the present. And it's a different grain structure than fluvial deposits, which is water deposits.
That's wonderful, Bill. Unfortunately, that has absolutely no bearing on the fact that it requires, like John was saying earlier tonight, it requires literally billions of unknown amounts of code changes that to happen for the bones to be able to change from one species or genome to a different one. The changes never happen over time.
That's not a problem for God. The problem with
that's what we're saying. It's not a problem for an engineer, right?
Right, exactly. But the problem with blaming all the fossils on a single flood is that this 65-meter thick, enormous fossil find cannot be accounted for by a flood.
Sure.
It's dry sand. It's dry sand.
Sure, you can.
Doesn't mean it wasn't
bottom. If you drain out a lake, it's dry sand.
No. These are Aeolian deposits. When sand is deposited by blowing wind, it forms a different grain structure than when it's deposited by water.
That's outside of science, Bill. But science requires to be verified observably. So you're making that claim is making assumptions based on things that couldn't be observed.
No, we can observe sand piling up from
right, but we didn't observe that.
Observe sand piling up from water in the present.
That doesn't mean
how the grains align to each other.
Like Alex just, I think, insinuated, it doesn't mean that sand did it that way. We have to observe it in real time. That's science.
Okay. There's lots of evidence that this was wind-blown deposits, and no evidence that it was water deposits.
You can make unscientific assumptions. Yes, sir. You can. You can assume anything. You can assume that aliens put it there.
No,
It's
you
not science.
can't. You can't reasonably
can.
assume that. No.
You can
The
assume
difference, the
anything.
difference between aeolian and fluvial deposits is well established in geography.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't mean the aliens couldn't have done it with the same exact logic and reasoning that whoever else wants to say
That is not logic.
something else did it. Yes, it
No,
is.
you're saying the entire field of geography is wrong about the difference between aeolian and fluvial deposits.
No, I'm saying that people use dogma to assume things. You have to
Okay,
have an
let me
open mind
give
for
you another
science.
example. Let me give you another
You
example.
have to have an open mind for science.
Okay, let's see if you can have an open mind about this. Okay,
Yeah.
now they found a forest of fossil stumps. Okay, that means that the trees were buried up to a certain level.
Like at Mount St. Helens, probably, right?
No, not at Mount St. Helens. No, this was from the Pennsylvania forest, not the state of
Like-
Pennsylvania, the time range of Pennsylvania. In
It's
the
like the-
Carboniferous, hundreds of millions of years ago. It's found in with coal deposits. Okay, now
How do we
this
know it was hundreds of millions of years ago? How do we know that?
Okay, well, just go with me because I'm going to see if you have an open mind about this. Okay, a whole forest of stumps rooted in place on ground that's already there because they're rooted in place, and they're buried rapidly up to a certain depth, maybe even a meter or two, and then the tree above that rots. All of the trees rot at the same layer. Then they have a different type of sediment from that part on. And then in the same stack of sediment layers, that same phenomenon happens again of a rooted tree partially buried and missing the top. So that cannot possibly happen in a single event. It's physically impossible for that to happen in a single event.
So we can see a similar observation in a third grade science project when you take sand and sediment and different weights of different objects, like something to simulate some sort of tree or whatever.
No, that's not
into a glass jar, and you fill it with some water and you shake it so it all gets mixed up, and then you let it sit for about an hour or two. You'll see all those sedimentary effects and all the different weights of different things like you just described. You'll see them settle into those layers and those strata like you talked about.
No. These trees were rooted in place, and the stumps were all cut off. The stumps were all cut off at the boundary of another sediment layer.
Right.
And
so if we wanted to create a very sophisticated sedimentary third grade, maybe we'll do a fourth grade science project, Jar.
Mount
where
St. Helens.
We've got some plants. We've got some plants that have rooted themselves into some sort of, piece of soil or even whatever, some sort of, substrate, and shook up a nice big jar. We would see likely the same thing, especially since we don't see that all over the entire planet. But regardless, it can be simulated, and it could be there could be alternative explanations.
No, we actually only see it in a few places. It's actually only trees that grew at or near sea level that become fossils, because even if a tree higher than that gets buried, it's going to erode away before we ever get a chance to see it.
What about the ones in Tennessee?
We can only assume the sea level has been what it was based on
those were at sea level.
records.
No, they're not.
No, they
the
were at sea
plateau is not
level.
sea level.
They
Look,
were.
I lived
at
in
sea
East
level.
Tennessee. I lived in East Tennessee, and East Tennessee is all above 1,000 feet until you get to the valley.
It is now. Yes, it is now. When,
Yeah,
when these trees were alive, when these
There's
trees were
ancient shark
alive,
teeth in the middle of Kansas that supposedly was underwater, 63 million or whatever stupid years ago. It's not science. It's all science.
when these trees were alive, they were at or near sea level, which is why they're found in coal deposits, because coal comes from peat. Peat comes from swampy or marshy land that doesn't drain.
Not always. It comes from carbon.
Which is
Why do the
happening right
trees
now
carbon
at Mount St. Helens.
It comes from peat, Joel.
Not always. Peat comes
Trees.
from carbon as well. Why didn't the trees carbonize and turn into coal?
There is some of it.
Okay, there was in this paper that I read about these fossil tree stumps. They talked about different ways in which trees are buried. One way is with dry ash from volcanoes. One way that they get buried, and this is where you get the best preservation, is when it's a sudden burial by dry ash from volcano
or a global flood.
Listen to me. They found it buried by
the Tennessee Appalachians are volcanic, by the way. Just
okay,
letting you
good.
know.
Okay, so when it was buried by dry ash, it was not just this tree that floated there with some clumps of mud on its roots. They found an entire ecosystem in place. They even found a spider on a leaf.
Okay, if I may, Bill, if I can bring this all to a head for everybody, if I were given a project where I was to try to reverse engineer and see where the code changes were for trees that were found, in whatever strata, I would be fired.
What?
That's science. You cannot determine code change, which is the whole basis for this entire discussion about biological evolution or just genetics in general. The outside, the whatever happens afterwards outside of the code is always irrelevant to the actual code.
Okay, well, we don't actually have genetic code from anything.
Exactly.
Okay, but if it was buried by a flood, we would. We have
No, we wouldn't.
Yeah, we've sequenced mammoths. We've sequenced ancient animals.
That's not evidence for or against the flood.
Okay.
That's just evidence that there were mammoths existed.
Okay, the flood, according to you guys, was only 4,500 years ago. We would be able to sequence genetics from trees if they were buried only 4,500 years ago.
My understanding, DNA has a shelf life of about 50 to 80 years at most.
Well, we've sequenced like 90 Egyptian mummies, okay?
Sure, I've heard that, but I don't know. I've not seen the code. Have you?
Did you guys hear about the parade of mummies?
Yes.
Did you hear about that?
I saw that. Yeah, some lady
God.
in front and everything. I forget the lady, but yeah.
The Illuminati's coming for you.
So real quick, guys. So, Bill, you might want to reread that paper.
Uh-oh.
Because are you saying what I said wasn't in there?
No, I'm saying what's in that paper is in direct support of the earlier arguments that we were making in relation to the activation, inactivation of pre-existing function.
Yeah, so it doesn't support you denying evolution. The paper is about evolution.
Dude,
so it's
about phenotypic plasticity, specifically being
it's in the title.
A direct
title of the paper is epigenetic inheritance.
Just because the
I'm going to uselessly fight.
Okay, so you're not going to shut up and let me finish. I've been being quiet, letting you guys go back and forth. So if you interrupt me again, you're out. Okay. The point that is being made is just because they have something in a title to get published doesn't mean jack diddly freaking squat. Now, the point that was being made in that paper is about the potential for phenotypic plasticity being the result of epigenetic variation, specifically DNA methylation and methylation and demethylation. And as I was stating earlier, can those tags be passed on to future generations? And then one of the other things they're talking about in relation to any kind of modification to the genome was the tendency for transposable elements to insert themselves in proximity to the DNA methylation groups. And that is what is being core modifications. But it's, again, in terms of the activation and deactivation of functions, it's pre-existing stuff that is being... So it's not the creation of new novel function is the entire.
Okay, the point of that paper is that the epigenetic adaptations can hold the phenotype while the genotype catches up.
Okay, but the genotype is not catching up.
Okay, that's what the paper says. So if you want to talk about the paper, talk about that section of the paper.
We've got papers that talk about Tinkerbell.
Okay,
that's real cute, Joe. Do you build rockets based on Tinkerbell?
Yeah, actually, we could.
Really?
Fell off the wire, and they stopped doing the show at Disneyland.
We get pretty goofy, especially late at night sometimes. So yeah, and again, dude. So the whole I wanted to reiterate, gentlemen, and John, if you can help do this, the basic premise to all of this is whether or not DNA or whatever genomes change randomly or not. That's it.
No, that's not it. No.
We don't have a conversation. We shouldn't. All we can talk about together, Bill, is whether you're making the mistake of borrowing the technology.
Hey, real quick.
You disagree with.
I want to read a sentence real quick, dude, and just Bill. Like I said, you need to reread your freaking paper. If epimutations occur at a faster rate than genetic mutations, this could cause evolutionary important traits to first appear by epigenetic alteration and may eventually become genetically encoded through spontaneous mutations.
Exactly. There you go. I said it wasn't proven. It's what the research suggests.
Okay, you do realize that it's 100. Okay, dude. If is a hypothetical.
Yeah.
This isn't evidence for. This is if
it's evidence. It's not proven. Okay, that's what the research suggests.
Dude. Okay, what we've been saying this entire time is that all, and it's being discussed with Andrew way back at the beginning of this whole deal, is what is being argued by evolutionary biologists and people doing this kind of research is, well, in these sorts of hypothetical scenarios, if this and this and that and that and this all happened perfectly according to my hypothesis, which is reliant on random mutations, ultimately at the genomic level. At the
spontaneous, not random. Okay, let me quote from you. This is a paper from 1979. This is over 40 years ago. They say
okay, Bill, I'm in the middle of talking. Okay, I've been being extraordinarily calm. I realize that it's now 1:40 and you get very hyped up, but you need to let people have dialogue. I've been trying to be very calm tonight.
Okay, well, you keep telling me that evolution has to be random. I'm telling you what the research 40 years ago said. It said, contrary to the neo-Darwinian view, we point out that the variations of phenotype on which natural selection could act do not arise at random. They are produced by interactions between the organism and the environment during development. That's over 40 years ago.
Dude, oh my God, dude.
Phenotype, not the genotype, so it doesn't actually...
Okay, so Evo changes via development in the developmental process. You're right. You know what? Very often, many of those they're caused by epigenetic tagging during the embryo development. So,
right. So how does that make
and that's caused by environmental. Dude, it's the activation. Okay, so a lot of that's pre-programmed. Number one. Number two, if you go and look at 2019 Yale lectures on evolutionary biology, the word specifically used is, well, even though we look at all these additional factors that happen after the fact, at the core, random mutations are what is necessary.
Right.
For the genotype, for the genetic modifications. Phenotypic plasticity can be derived from environmental pressures during development, whether it be through methylation, through those different pressures, or even potentially through a mutation, whether it be through in recombination phase or in development, right?
Right, but that can't account for evolution. So
that's the entire point that we're making, dude. You're operating from evolution must be 100% true. Do you not realize that you operate from that perspective?
It's hard to interject between you guys sometimes. Bill, your own definition that you're trying to share with us also states it's an unintelligent way of stating that it randomly happens through natural mutation, through natural selection, natural pressures, whatever you call it, outside of God, outside of design.
Natural selection is separating the wheat from the chaff. That's God's judgment.
Randomly. No, not necessarily.
No.
God doesn't do that. God does the exact opposite. Excuse me?
So if you make
to protect the poor.
If you make a phone and then you go put it in the marketplace, and let's use cars. Let's say you make a Ford truck.
It's conflating it all. Wait.
Ford truck, and it does really well. And the Ford truck keeps going forward strong. And then you make a Ford Pinto. It fails in the marketplace. Natural selection selects against it. You don't see any more Pintos.
Bill, you're preaching. What you're describing is called the technological S curve. I don't think you really know what you're talking about.
Bill,
I don't think you want to talk about it.
Bill, if I'm doing an analysis of of the market demand and the profitability of the Pinto, and there is none, and I decide to no longer produce it, is that evolution?
That's natural selection.
The only conversation is whether or not
you think that's natural selection. You think?
Yes, it is.
No. Hang on. Me making the decision.
That's market demand, bro, has nothing to do with natural selection.
It has
to do with a bad product.
Gentlemen, please. The only debate is whether or not this happens randomly or by design. That is it.
That's not the only debate. Because
yes, it is. That's the only debate.
You guys are denying chronological succession.
No, we're denying the idea that genomes change outside of design because we don't see evidence. All the evidence points it's only and ever done by design, and that God's genome, God's language of God, goes through extreme painful details with codified, self-cognizant, artificial intelligence subroutines within the genomes to try to do everything it can to prevent mistakes, to prevent quote unquote evolution. When evolution happens, it means something broke and is diseased.
That doesn't prevent evolution. That
Yes, it
does
does.
prevent things like genetic entropy.
No, no.
Yes, it
Our
does.
genomes
Yes,
have
those mechanisms do
all
protect
kinds of
genetic
built-in line
entropy.
one type,
They do not prevent
line one type.
evolution.
I don't know why you need to talk over people because you're so insecure, but our genomes have specific autocorrection, auto-detection subroutines designed specifically to prevent what you're talking about. The only time that evolution, quote unquote, can happen is when all of those artificial intelligence subroutines fail. And when they do, the genome is actually designed to send signals to within the nanotechnology factory itself to say, hey, something's wrong. We need to either correct this or die. If it can't autocorrect itself, it will signal itself to die. And if it can't activate the self-destruction subroutines, then it signals other cells nearby to, hey, please have the autoimmune system come and kill me quick before we damage the rest of the entire body.
100%, Joel. And that's how cancer gets started, by the way.
Exactly.
One rogue cell.
Evolution does not exist. I'm sorry. It is all
Zero.
design.
Evolution definitely exists.
No, it doesn't. You're saying
your
so. It doesn't mean so. I just explained. See, I made an explanation. You did not. You made a religious statement. I used a scientific explanation.
Your scientific explanation only rules out neo-Darwinism, and I just read science to you from 1979 that says neo-Darwinism doesn't
That's
work.
an appeal to tradition fallacy, but that's irrelevant. Again, we're talking code, man. Do you code? You said you understand C. How does your code self-evolve randomly by natural means or by nature?
It evolves through my sovereign input.
Okay, so that is the opposite of evolution.
He admitted it, boys.
That's the
my sovereign. That's why.
Yeah, when you're a programmer, you're sovereign over your program. That's how it works, Alec.
I could hack into it. I could be sovereign over it over you. That's how Satan works.
Yeah, QA departments, but that's a whole other fun discussion. So again, the fundamental discussion is whether or not this happens by nature versus your design, by engineering, purposeful engineering.
That's a false dichotomy.
No, it's not. That is the crux of the entire.
That is the dichotomy.
It's a false dichotomy.
No, sir. It's either by design or by nature.
Real quick, hang on. So that 1976 paper that you quoted, do you think they had been able to identify or even were aware of the error correction codes that operate in biological systems in 1976?
It was a hypothesis. It was a hypothesis at the time. My dad studied at medical school.
Error correction codes go against things like entropy, genetic entropy. They don't go against evolution.
What? What?
That's outside of coding.
Okay, dude. Wow. What do you think? All of the enzymes that are specifically in place to fix fix mutations. Like if we didn't have. Okay, so if we didn't have those that are specifically in place, we have a bunch of different variations of them specifically in place to prevent mutations, we would literally melt inside of a day.
That's what I mean. I quoted that to Stand for Truth about entropy. I don't think it fell on deaf ears. Apparently,
no, we're not just talking about. Okay. So, hang on. So, are you suggesting that code error correction? Okay. That's what we're talking about. We're not just talking about battling entropy from the just purely thermodynamic perspective. We're talking about battling it from the information perspective as well.
Go back and read that slide because it's talking about the destruction of information.
John, if I may emphasize your statement there, life would not exist at all because even the tooth fairy Luca that allegedly existed to create all life would have to have autocorrection and error detection and whatnot to be able to survive past its first generation.
So wait a minute, Joel. Wait a minute. You think that God wouldn't be capable of building that one cell, but God can somehow...
That's a straw man logical fallacy. As a scientist, I agree with the original Christian creationist natural theology theory that God did in fact create all things, but by specific design with specific design parameters that we only see major changes through because people have violated what I like to describe as the OEM recommendations that introduced death and sin into the world. So now we see God's co-designs breaking down. We do never see them being changed in a positive speciation type way. Never.
So Joel, as a rocket scientist, you think that T-Rex and humans lived at the same time period as a rocket scientist?
I don't know. I don't have any evidence to say one way or the other. I do not have the faith to assume that they did or did not.
It doesn't take faith. You
Yes,
just
it
look at where
does.
they're found in the rocks.
I do.
There's a place
because-
about 2-hour
in
drive
Joe-
from me called Glen Rose near Dallas. I'm in Texas. They
Yeah.
allegedly have dinosaur tracks and human tracks on the same mud path.
And that one guy took a pipe and tried to break them all up.
Well, and I remember something about some Swedish engineers came from, I don't know how many years ago, to try to actually dig that layer up, and they found more layers under it. So I don't
Right.
know. I don't know. I'm a scientist. I need evidence. I can't go by anybody's word, much less a quote
Okay,
unquote
well,
peer
why
reviewed
don't
real
you
consensus
take-
logical fallacy.
Why don't you
paper.
take a trip to the Grand Canyon sometime?
I have.
Dude, yeah,
Many
we've
times.
got
In the
documentaries
fort-
of people
in the
explaining the Grand
fort-
Canyon proves the flood, dude.
In the 4,000-foot depth of the Grand Canyon, of all that rock strata that's exposed, you will never find a single dinosaur ever, because all of that rock is too old.
Maybe because
But
it was from a
we
flash
find the
flood event
dinosaur.
that
we
pushed
find
the plant life and the fauna somewhere else. There's all
Yes,
kinds of
we find-
possibilities.
We
You're
find the
closed your mind
fossils of
to
the
possibilities.
dinosaurs 1,000 miles above in a huge middle of America fossil find of all dinosaurs. So I don't know what you're talking about
That's
there.
above that, Alec.
You closed
Yes,
your mind
guess
to
what?
other
It was-
possibilities. You're
Guess
trying
what?
to
It was a
fit.
lake. It's on the other side when the mountains rose up, right? It's on the other side. And don't tell me that the Grand Canyon was made by the freaking Colorado River. You'd be an idiot if you said that. Jeez.
Yeah, you're using external information, external, implausible, what I would describe as pieces of evidence, to try to argue how code changes.
No, actually,
Yes,
I'm
you are. This is all about code.
No, Joel, I'm actually specifically arguing against a single flood causing all those fossils.
Which is
Because right
irrelevant
now-
to how code changes.
No. It's not irrelevant because
Yes,
right
it
now,
is.
no, those are the two options.
No, sir, you're
either-
doing what's called a straw man logical fallacy
No,
argument. You're
okay,
trying to-
okay.
Yes, you are. Let me
If
explain.
there's
Let me
another
explain,
option,
please.
if there's another option, let me know because right now
I am letting you. I'm trying to let you know.
The only two options I know of for all the fossils in rock strata is either one, deep time, or two, it all
Okay.
happened in one flood.
Let's try this analogy, sir.
What's the
If
other possibility?
We launched a rocket and it crashed or exploded, and we pick up the pieces, right? The aftermath.
Mhm.
And Elon asked us, and I can talk about Amos 6, for example. We had that RUD about what, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago now. It exploded, pieces all over the place. We had to pick the pieces up. If I said, well, this probably happened because this piece was found over here, and this, so maybe this is what happened, after, blah, blah, blah. We'd be fired. We have to recreate how it actually happened. And we spent over a year, over a year doing multiple experiments to recreate how it actually happened. We had all kinds of wonderful plausible theories. There's a theory, for example, that ULA sent a sniper and shot the thing. And there was all kinds of audio evidence that suggested that, hey, you can hear a sniper shot just a few seconds before the thing exploded. So guess what? We set up a LOX tank using a second stage, and we filled it with all kinds of wonderful, expensive LOX, and we shot it with a sniper shot. It was awesome. It shook my chair about 2 miles away. And everyone's like, oh, let's do it again. But that wasn't proof enough. We had to do other experiments to verify it. So no matter what you tell me about Grand Canyon, about the planet, about Halley's Comet, that is never going to be scientific proof of how it actually happens.
Okay, I'm not talking about proof. I'm saying
Oh my gosh.
There's
All
two
right, guys, I gotta go.
theories.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Alec.
Take care, dude.
There's two competing theories here.
That's what we've been trying to tell you.
There's either all the fossils in the rock strata were laid down by a single flood, or either that, or
That's right.
there's a chronological succession.
It's irrelevant to code.
There's no other options.
It's irrelevant to the source.
It's not irrelevant. No. Christians telling me that Noah's flood caused all the fossils made me hate Christians. It's not possible.
Okay,
You
so
don't care about your anecdotes, but I'd like to make a point earlier about something I corrected Bill on in my debate with him. I'm going to share screen real quick, John. So Bill erroneously compares the evolution of phones, the evolution of automobiles to what we see in the biological world.
That comparison is made in the literature.
I'm not done
It's
talking.
not my comparison.
I'm not done talking. So Bill is confused because what we see up here, okay, you can take a phone from 100 years ago and a phone today, and you actually have legit new information. You actually have novelty, true novelty. But what we see in the biological world and even in the fossil record is we see stasis. We don't see the same type of novel gain. I'm not done talking yet.
That's cool. You talked over me.
Yeah, Bill, relax. The reason why we had timed rebuttals in the debate was exactly for this reason, Bill. So what we see in the biological world and in the design world, now we do see that engineers build in homologous patterns, nested hierarchical patterns, so on and so forth. But humans are limited, and we have to essentially go back to the drawing board whenever we redesign a phone. What we actually see, take your smartphone in front of you, and I can download, the YouTube app, I can download the Facebook app. You can do a whole bunch of things because the capacity for that is built into the phone. That's actually what we see in the biological world. We are just beginning to understand and recognize design because God did the same thing with biological organisms where he front-loaded pre-existing genetic diversity in order that organisms can adapt quickly and they can change. The capacity for the types of modifications that we see are front-loaded into biological organisms. But in the design world, no. What we see is actually humans adding on over the years. And yet in the fossil record and in real time, we don't see that. We see stasis. We don't see true novelty like we see in the evolution, I guess, as you could say, phones and cars. So I yield. Bill's still clearly confused.
I would like to add something to that, if I may, for you, SFT.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Bill. Well, Bill, I think deserves respect for response if you'd like first.
Yeah, I mean, there's stasis in the fossil record. That's what Stephen Jay Gould clearly documented. And there's also stasis in the technology record, which I quoted in the debate from peer-reviewed literature. They expected it to be smooth gradualism, and they found punctuated equilibrium. And they even found that within small variations. They were looking at dot matrix patterns over the years, and it follows a step function of improvement. It's not gradualism. So this idea of the phones aren't front loaded and all this stuff, the earliest phone there had a headset. That headset carried through. Even your smartphone has got the little microphone at the bottom and the speaker at the ear. I mean, there's things that have carried through over the evolution of the phone. Just like I have a vertebrate skeleton that has carried through over the evolution of vertebrates, but I have a lot of characteristics and features that were not present in any animals in, for instance, rock layers dated 200, 300 million years ago.
Yeah, so you completely... Actually, Joel, if I can make this one point, and then I'll hand it over to you, brother. And good to see you as well, Joel. It's been a while.
Hey.
So, Bill, you completely missed the point. So what we see today in terms of genetic change, mutations and natural selection are not building anything novel and meaningful. The changes that we actually see are there because the capacity is already built into biological organisms for that change. When we see the history of the evolution of cars and of phones, you actually see humans adding true novelties each generation, each new car design, for example, over the years. But we don't see that, and you want to infer that from the fossil record, but no, we don't see the type of change today that's going to take a single-celled like ancestor into a multi-celled organism, into a fish, into an amphibian, into a reptile, into a mammal, into a bird, into a human. No, we don't see that type of change. And I pointed out in my debate tonight, actually, to Jackson, that what we actually see in the fossil record in terms of human evolution, because that's what we debated tonight, is we see an abrupt appearance with unique differences in humans. For example, I pointed to Homo erectus, who has very human-like qualities and unique differences not seen in any prior hominids. And so from its first appearance, and this goes for all other species too, major body plans, is we see that humans have always been humans in the fossil record with no gradual transition from more ape-like creatures to humans. And we don't see the same type of change that's going to take a single-celled-like ancestor into a whale. You have no mechanisms to do so, and punctuated equilibrium is just a rescue device. It shows the circular reasoning of the evolutionists because they know that we don't see it, so now they want to say that it happens in jumps.
Okay,
Can I have a turn, please, Bill?
So punctuated equilibrium is an observation of the fossils. Okay, so
Bill, can I have a turn?
Yeah, I'd like to. He went on like 5-minute diatribe. I'd like to answer to it. Punctuated equilibrium shows that species emerge rapidly. That's what you claimed about humans. You said humans emerge rapidly. Well, that's what punctuated equilibrium shows. So, and you see that in phone evolution. So, for example, we went from an old school cell phone to a smartphone. That was a rapid shift. There wasn't like a lot of like half flip, half smartphones in between. It was a rapid shift, and then the smartphone is a stable form that has microevolutionary changes in it. We go for iPhone 4 to iPhone 5, but that's a microevolutionary change within that stable form of the smartphone, which emerged very rapidly. So that's exactly the fact that we see that with humans. The fact that we see that in the fossil record is more evidence of design. Go ahead, Joel.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, first of all, I wanted to kind of briefly remind you, if you're calling other people's comments diatribes, that's disrespectful, and it means that nobody should listen to your diatribe if you're not going to listen to others. But it's a quick reminder there. Hopefully I didn't forget my point. I was wanting to add something to what you were saying, Standing, and then try to talk more detail about the evolutionary changes of cell phones if we had time. But basically, Standing, the human technology, you're talking about something about how life is loaded, versus our technology. I forget exactly how you put it. It's a static design change. So our technology today does both. As a matter of fact, we use databases and other means of storage devices to quote unquote front load our technologies. Certainly, it's how AI works. It's a layer of either finite state machine algorithms or machine language or heuristic layers, which are basically stored, front loaded, design, or what do you call it? Decision path design.
Good point.
Yeah. So we can do both, and I think life also does both. There is literal backup archive retrieval systems written within the genomes. The whole idea of the histone groups, how there's active, inactive genes that what used to once to be assumed were just junk DNA, because they just didn't know the code. Now that we know the code, we know for a fact that the junk DNA is absolutely critical. It is archived data material that are critical for the functions in life. Without that junk DNA, life would die. And so, and there's actual cognizant artificial intelligence routines within life, within the code for life, that knows how to organize, to compress, decompress, move around, even to move snippets, the translocation stuff like that. It's not random. There are specific mechanisms in place that know where to move that stuff. And so all of this stuff that we see in life does mimic our technology, which doesn't suggest that it just randomly happened or there's a mechanism. It proves that life is technology. Like the genome is literally what's called a universal information design codec packet. It's 3-dimensional. It's bidirectional information. It's a packetized codec, which means it's compressed and decompressed. It's a literal information transfer protocol technology. It's not biology at all. It's technology. It's designed code to be able to work within a pre-designed nano machine factory. And then I could go into more of that, but basically the cell phone analogy you're trying to use, Bill, it kind of confuses me. So I used to help design. Huh?
Joel, one of the things I was just to expand on your point there too, that this is what really fascinates me about and Bill, just to be blunt, I think you are because of your past, I think you are desperate to avoid what you view as a reason that you were an atheist. And I'm going to finish my point.
Oh,
because you
just threw a jab at me.
No, I'm not throwing a jab. I'm making an observation. Okay?
Oh,
And the reason I make an observation is not that long ago, and I've heard this think this multiple times. You have directly stated that you ran away from Christians because they believed in X, Y, and Z.
Right.
However, I'm almost done. However, the point, dude, if you're gonna be making smart ass comments, you're done because you've been pissing me off, and I've been trying to be calm all night. So just keep your mouth shut.
So there's something called the mute button. So why don't you mute yourself while someone else is talking, and we don't have to hear your
anyway. In relation to the point that Joel was making, and this is the part that I just blows my mind about the level of brainwashing and/or desperation of the average atheist and evolutionary advocate, is until recently, until our technology reached a certain level, we didn't even know what to look for in biological systems.
Exactly.
We didn't even know it was possible.
We're still learning, right?
We're discovering new things on a daily basis of the most mind-bending tech, whether it be software and hardware. I mean, like, one of the things that people forget about from a coding standpoint is, like, we're talking about, like, a lot of times I think modern folks think of like code from you're writing your C++ and all this kind of stuff. Like, yeah, that's getting translated into machine language eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also other languages that are like hardware dependent languages, right?
Mm-hmm.
And most people don't even know what the hell that is. But hardware dependent languages, that's what the freaking genetic code is. It's a hardware
machine language.
It's a machine language, but it's hardware dependent, right?
But it still goes through the same process, right?
Well, no, I agree. I agree with you, Joel. Like, from information theory and everything else, it's the same thing. I'm talking about from the execution of it, right?
Hardware versus software. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
It's a hardware dependent software, and the machine language, but the way it's happening is so advanced. It's so far above what we've been able to do, and has so many different capacities. This is where things like multiplex coding, like the multiplex capacity of the genetic code, we've known that was possible. We've just now, relatively recently, even started to be able to have the capacity to actually do that in our systems. It turns out somehow that has been around forever and has been necessary for all this to happen. So it's like, okay, you want to claim, oh, well, it's evidence of God's genius. I'm like, yeah, but you're claiming that it evolved by chance.
Right.
Like, this is what you're having to ultimately rely upon in terms of evolutionary biology, that you have multiplex code.
And that it can happen over deep time, as Bill purports, even though what we see.
Can I answer?
I want to say a couple things that Joel. Okay, let Bill go first, and then
and if I may remind everybody, including myself, I do want to also address, Bill. I would like to try to address your cell phone analogy later as well. Don't let me forget.
So my last point, and I'll yield to somebody else. My last point is that in the context of this whole like cell phone thing, or cars, or whatever piece of modern technology you want to use, there is like, we'll use a cell phone. Okay, so Steve Jobs, before he walked on stage, I think it was originally to display the iPod, he was asked by all these reporters, like, are people actually going to want this? Like, nobody wants this. This is too advanced. Like, nobody's going to like accept this, and yada, yada, yada. And Steve Jobs turned around with the ultimate ego that he had, but his intellect, and he said, people don't know what they want until I show them what they want.
Yep.
He turned around, he walked on freaking stage, dropped the freaking mic with the iPad, and the rest is history. And now we fast forward, we have smartphones 15 years later, right? Mm-hmm. The point I'm making is that is the result of the leadership of an individual, as well as a plethora of hyper intelligent agents that were able to create that leap forward through direct action. Now that we look at the smartphone and realize all this cool stuff, like, oh, it's freaking awesome, right? Cool. It wouldn't happen without an intelligent agent. Like, that phone would never evolve by itself ever.
I would love to prelude after you, John.
Right. Okay. Anyway, I yield. Go ahead.
If I could real quick, Bill, just prelude off of that, because that's a perfect timing. So I wanted to
things about atheism at some point, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's all personal stuff. I wish we could avoid that, being honest, gentlemen. But So our smartphones today, right now, guys, they're ancient technology. So so Steve, I love how you brought that up. Even the new iPhone was not revolutionary. It was just again another conglomeration of pre-existing technologies that he designed into a nice form-fitting, user-friendly device that have actually was thought of before. We have implementations of the smartphone, the iPhone, even decades before Steve Jobs was even an engineer. Stuff that we were doing in the military and whatnot, but as well as space science. So there are things like I've designed DSP chips. I've worked for major cell phone companies. I'm a telecom expert. There are things that we could talk about if you wanted to, Bill, that makes your cell phone not only obsolete, it's literally just a fancy walkie-talkie. It's still using the regular CDMA, GMA type networks, the LTE.
I have a flip phone.
Well, it's still the same exact technology as a smartphone. Just the smartphone has a few other bells and whistles that are all old. And so even your analogies with things like headsets and things like that, there are light year differences between the piezoelectric type speaker and microphone pickup inputs that they still exist. They're still being used in smartphones. But then there's also MEMS, there's micro machine technology that I've also worked on. I would love to go into those details that make all of that just smaller, better, more efficient. That it's just, I don't know, it makes the idea that DNA or that life in general is not technology, that is just randomly making itself improved. That's ridiculous. So the things that you're using as an analogy for modern tech, for human technology, disproves what you're saying essentially. I'm trying to get at.
I think you're missing my point, Joel.
I don't think I am, and I'm trying to reiterate. There are things that we could talk about together from a technological point of view that your cell phone, the smartphone that you want to say evolved from other cell phones, is old.
Okay. So, LPP brought up, it came from this direct. It was this direct result of this direct action of these intelligent agencies. That's what I'm saying.
There are things that I'm working on today that make our smartphones obsolete. There's an augmented reality project that I worked for RDEcom about 10 years ago now that is used for soldiers today for a virtual reality, augmented reality training environment. I like to describe makes playing on an Oculus Rift, which is the current latest, augmented reality game system out there. It makes it feel like playing on an Atari 2600. There are things that most civilians, even military guys, don't know about that are already being developed, that are already being tested, that are literally light years ahead of the current S-curve technology base that we have in our hands. The things that you think are advanced technology are not advanced technology. Okay. And that preludes to what John was saying, if I may also try to conclude with this, that it takes us to develop different technologies to even begin to pretend to understand the extraordinarily super advanced technologies we see that God already started life with.
Right.
Literally light years ahead of. We're having to literally reverse engineer God's technology to hope to pretend to increase ours any further.
Right.
That's why. Hang on, Bill. Before you go, we got a new entrance to the room. What's up, Rebecca? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on, and it's been an interesting conversation, and I just want to say thank you, Bill. I'm glad you're a Christian and that you're our brother in Christ, and even if we disagree on some stuff, thank you for having the conversation, and thank you guys for continuing to dialogue on this. So it's been fun listening, but also a little frustrating.
Yeah.
Well,
Good to have you here,
gentlemen, I think we know what we've been missing this entire time was a female voice of
prejudice,
a moderate,
calm collective voice.
Like, so you guys are getting a little bit out of hand, is what she was actually saying right there.
We need a lady to set us in place.
But
all right, let me make a couple points, John.
Hang on, it's Bill's turn, then USFT, and then Rebecca. If you got anything you want to say, you're welcome next. Okay, go ahead, Bill.
So, Joel, I like that you can look at technology and see all this super advanced technology that the civilians don't even know about yet, and that's just it's not anything compared to what we see in nature. I agree with that. But the thing is that technology is the development of technology is a time-based phenomenon. It's not something that happens instantaneously. It's a time-based phenomenon. So generally in technology, you're creating three-dimensional objects. So if you look at that creation process as a four-dimensional object, then you're looking at evolution. It's just a higher dimensional view of the same thing.
Well, not to interrupt SFT or anybody else's turn, I would still have to disagree with that. Specifically, again, with the technological S-curve, tries to limit technological development based on time. If you release or if you waste time developing beyond where the current S-curve for the market, like guys were talking about earlier, not only do you waste money, you'll make mistakes. And that's the problem with semiconductor industries. We'll develop radically new technologies and chip design and things that if we don't time it just right, through a cognitive, self-aware, pre-engineering viewpoint, we will waste billions of dollars. In fact, we already do. Yeah. Most of our wafers are scrapped these days because we think this is what they'll want, but then they don't.
So you literally it's a time-based phenomenon.
Hey Joel, so sidebar. Have you followed any of this stuff on graphene as a semiconductor?
Oh my gosh, yes. That's making huge news these days.
Okay, so I was able to have like a 6-hour conversation with Dr. James Tour, right?
Yourself? I am jealous.
Yes, I did. Okay,
I got questions for that man.
Okay, so have you followed any of the stuff of their the process they developed to create graphene?
I'm more aware of some of the older stuff. If there's any new stuff, I'd love to talk more about that. Yeah.
Okay, so get this, man. So I'm assuming you're aware of how ridiculously expensive it is to create graphene, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they've created a process in which they can turn a ton of coal into graphene in 10 milliseconds for $135.
I have seen that. Yes.
Freaking nuts. Okay, they can do. They can turn trash into graphene. They can turn any carbon. They can turn it into graphene in less than 10 milliseconds with just a flash graphene process. Anyway, one of the other aspects of it, obviously, with its as a semiconductor and its flexibility and everything, that stuff is nuts.
Yeah, it's going to revolutionize everything, John. Not just our phones. Yeah, everything.
What's crazy? I found out about graphene a decade ago when I was doing the cap raises and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a group over at Oak Ridge Labs. They had developed a new process to lower the cost pretty dramatically. Not in this kind of context, but exponentially from where it was, right? And they could do it at room temperature, no additional pressures and stuff.
Yep.
And I remember all the bunch of investors were all hyped up about it. And so I started reading about it. And one of the processes that these guys had created was a way to add it to paint.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, like I said, this is 10 years ago. And I remember learning about that. And I'm like, hold on. You guys have figured out a way to put graphene in paint?
Mm-hmm.
So I can paint something with graphene?
Yep.
What?
Matter of fact, that's part of the experiments right now going on in Boca Chica. They're talking about using that as part of the experimental heat shields that we're trying to develop for the Starship. Just putting a graphene layer on it.
Oh man,
if it works out well enough, they're talking about making entire rocket fuselages out of the dang thing.
Well, I mean, and now, I mean, good
awesome.
Lord, if you can turn 2,000 pounds of coal into graphene for $100, I mean, good night, man. Anyway, okay, enough for our little sidebar. Continue, guys.
I'd like to. I think
it was my turn. Actually, I've been sitting here patiently for a while, so if I could finally get to it. So many good points, and to Bill, this might be a couple-minute diatribe, but it's been a while since I spoke with lots of points being thrown around. But I completely agree with John and Joel. Great points. And I like to point out that we are just beginning to understand and recognize good design. As Joel put it, we are in 2021 with these fascinating technologies, and still we are nowhere near the design that we see in the biological world. For example, cell phones 100 years ago did not have the ability that cell phones have today.
What?
And cell phones, even the ones that I have that Joel's saying are pretty well obsolete, and I agree with that. They have the built-in capacity for so much. I mean, so many apps, so many functions. And this is what we see in the design world, right? We see rapid adaptation. In my debate with Bill, I pointed to a number of papers that suggest rapid adaptation, not by random mutations, but through epigenetic, non-random mechanisms via the environment, these millions of switches that are just waiting to be turned on.
That's what I've been saying.
Environmental cues. And this is why it comes down to this. This is why the best explanation is the design diversity hypothesis that we talk about, okay? Because mutations, as we know, are degrading to genetic functionality. And the evidence from genetic and DNA function, Joel was looking to like retrotransposons, for example, is just one fascinating line of functional DNA elements. Well, since we know the vast majority of these DNA elements and DNA differences are functional and essential, then we can safely conclude that they were front-loaded into biological organisms and did not arise through mutations and natural processes over millions and millions of years. So what do? We look to the biblical fall, and we know that it's much easier to break things down than build things up. So at creation, we start with perfect organisms. Mutations enter the scene because of the fall. And now with these polyfunctional genetic sequences and polyconstrained messages, mutations are only going to degrade functionality. And it all comes down to this. That's the last thing I'll say, and I'll yield. People like Bill, they don't have millions of years to take their fish to fishermen. Mutation accumulation in multi-dimensional, highly functional genomes puts shelf lives on genomes. And this whole punctuated equilibrium is because that's what we see in the fossil record is stasis and abrupt appearance. Exactly what we would expect based on the special creation model. And so people like Bill want to resort through circular reasoning to this rescue device. Well, okay, because of this evidence that's inconsistent with slow, gradual evolution, maybe punctuated equilibrium explains it. But it doesn't. Just a rescue device, I yield.
Okay, Bill, go ahead and respond, and then Rebecca. I'm gonna have some back and forth questions with Rebecca, and then we'll let her talk, and then we'll continue on. So go ahead, Bill.
So punctuated equilibrium doesn't fit what you call the special creation model, because punctuated equilibrium requires that the fossil layers are laid down chronologically and not in a single flood. Punctuated equilibrium only exists if there's chronology in the fossil record. Joel, you mentioned that, you have to like these.
That was a pretty weak rebuttal to everything I said.
Okay, well,
typical and reminds me of the debate we had last week. Go ahead. No, that's okay. Go ahead. I just want to point that out.
And also, just real quick, Bill, the flood hypothesis, global flood, with the ringworm discoveries does include layers. It does include the sedimentary effects as we talked about. So, the layers of biology that we see in the strata.
The layers we see require catastrophic processes. So,
right.
Okay. So
you're arguing against a global flood, and you're not doing it.
All right.
Floods don't make a single layer, right?
Let's let Bill respond. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So Stephen Jay Gould said, transitional forms are generally lacking at the species level, but they are abundant between larger groups. You can't have transitional forms between larger groups unless the layers are sorted chronologically. Now, you also see this same step function in technology. And Joel, what you were saying earlier about these processor companies have to, time the release of their chips, that's because evolution is time-based, but it's also because evolution doesn't happen to individuals. It happens to systems. So you can't have Intel can't release a new chip unless, whoever is making the transistors, they have their factory already built, and then, Intel has their factories built, and those factories depend on these mines, mining up these rare, whatever they put in it. Those mines have to be in place. It's an entire technological ecosystem that has to be in place for that technology to even exist. So that ecosystem evolves as a unit with the technology within it evolving within it. And that's how it happens in nature as well. Like the air we breathe and the food we eat and everything about how this garden was so perfect for us, that's all in place because all of that evolved along with us.
Yeah, I agree. It's all systems. It's not about individual people, like you said.
Yeah. Okay. So everything you just said, Bill, requires front loading in order for the end novel function to exist.
It's why everything I said went over his head, John.
But hey, okay. So, guys, we're gonna take a time out from our diatribes.
From Bill dodging. Okay. One thing. Bill gets to take a break from dodgeball for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. So, Rebecca, welcome to. She's been here for a while now, and we've been rambling. So, Rebecca, welcome to the stream. She's relatively new. She's relatively new to live streaming. Her addiction is just now beginning, so we have to treat her with kid gloves.
It's a long road ahead of you, Rebecca.
Okay.
Well, you guys just seem to be having so much fun.
Well, we are. So, Rebecca, tell us about yourself. What brings you in? You have a very interesting screen name. I'm assuming you was it Examining Evolution, I believe was your name. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, I've been doing YouTube for a couple years now, but I have a channel called Bread of Life. And so I just started this Examining Evolution channel, and that's because I kind of wanted it to be separate from my Christian channel. I wanted it to be, just focusing on examining the scientific evidence for evolution. And that doesn't really go with my Bread of Life Christian channel. So, but I've always been passionate about this topic, but I've been kind of quiet about it like for many years, because whenever I bring up evolution, it feels like I'm beating my head against a wall. And that's kind of like, I think, I feel that way when I hear Bill talking, and whenever it's hard to get into this conversation. So I get into discussing evolution with great trepidation, because I know I'm having an uphill battle against, while we're all standing, those of us who don't believe in evolution, we're standing against, the majority of science right now. And that, not science, but scientists and the prevailing thought in most of our societies. So it is really tough, and it can be very frustrating. But I feel like this is a really important topic, and I'm very thankful for all of you guys who are willing to engage in this topic and spend your time really fighting back against this idea. So thank you guys.
Awesome. So, everybody, I just posted Rebecca's channel link, Examining Evolution, in the side chat, so you can go ahead and click on that, check that out.
Thank you.
So what's your? You said your other channel is Bread of Life?
Yes. Yep.
All right, I'm trying to pull that one up too. Let's see. Hey, post a link to that in the side chat, will you?
Okay. Sure. Yep. I will do that now. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Of course. So in context of evolution, what's your background? What got you involved in coming after that particular atheist talking point?
Yeah, well, it's really from my personal history, because as a teenager, I grew up in a Christian home. But of course, I was being taught evolution in school, and it really caused a bit of a faith crisis for me. So, on and off for years, I was kind of, trying to figure stuff out. And so I'm thankful for the, creation scientists who, were there with the answers that I needed. And so probably 20 years ago, I came to a firm conclusion that evolution is not true. And so, but at that time I was passionate about the topic, but I quickly realized, that in evangelism, it is really tough to, change people's perspective on this. So I kind of dropped it for a long time. I didn't drop it personally. I still personally cared about it, but, just on my Bread of Life channel, I have just encountered again and again this idea of evolution and discussing with atheists, and it's really tough. So I just thought, it's time. I need to really get into the conversation on this, and so that's what I'm doing.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, it really is interesting to me, the don't know if you've seen I went on a little tangent a week or so ago about deconversion stories. And I was like making little snide comments. But I say snide comments. Make a little community post and like cracking some jokes, but also being serious about the some of the trends that I was identifying. And I've told people this since I joined YouTube. But one of the primary reasons that I decided to even engage in this freaking madness was the observation that there was a huge portion of young people who were, and it was from seeing a lot of these deconversion videos of the talking points of, I went to college, I had my first biology class in college, hardcore professor insisted that evolution is 100% true, therefore Christianity must be false, therefore that was the beginning of my road to atheism. And usually there's a few other things tossed in there of, I went and talked to my pastor or who, insert authority figure, couldn't counter these points, couldn't answer my questions. Then I realized that I'd been, fed a bunch of, goat herder crap from the Bronze Age and insert talking points, and therefore now I'm a hardcore atheist. And
wow.
I watched that over and over again, and I was joking. I was kind of joking about it, also being serious last week. And all these atheists kept insisting that I was making this stuff up, and I'm like, I'm literally watching these videos. I mean, they're everywhere. They're all over YouTube. All these people making these arguments, and it's one of my big frustrations with, and one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this stuff and argue is, like, if this is what is being a fundamental component to either quote unquote deconversion, and or on the flip side, on the atheist side, they claim it's not all 100% component to their atheism, while simultaneously arguing that, well, evolution is 100% true, therefore I know beyond all doubt that the Bible is false. Therefore, whether or not God exists, I sure as hell know it's not the Christian God. I mean, how often? I don't know if you hear that, but I know SFT, myself, and Joel, we've heard that over and over and over again. And anyway, my long-winded diatribe is now finished. But I think for everybody who's in the room, and just, I don't even know where I was going at this whole point, it's late. But for those of us that engage in this, I just want to continue to encourage you to, take the time, open your minds, do your research, learn new things, because as we've been talking about all night, like the discoveries continue to blow the mind. And it's just like, hold the phone. What do we just find out? And on a daily basis, some of the other guys in the room right now listening to this can attest to this, because we were chatting earlier, and I was telling them about this new thing I was reading about, and we were all having our minds blown. I'm just like, what? That's what happens? That's one of these components, and who thinks this? Like, who thinks this can evolve? How is this? This is not plausible. This is not even remotely plausible. And yet we have, ongoing battles with people who are convinced beyond all doubt that it could totally happen. Anyway, enough of my tangent. I yield. Yes. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh no, I totally agree. And it is frustrating that so many people are being deceived and being offered up really this alternative to God. And so and like you said, there were videos everywhere, and there's so much information, misinformation out there, and definitely, for me, I've never doubted God's existence. And the reason is because I look around at creation, and it's clear to me that he exists. But just from the magnificent things that I see around me, I know that he exists. But that's not so clear to people now, and I think so much of it is that, from a very young age, people have been offered this alternative, and, being, and not just offered, but strongly taught that it is true. And it's very hard to unravel that once it gets in your mind. And even as a Christian, it was hard for me. It actually took me years to unravel and get rid of the evolutionary ideas that had been put in my mind. So I understand how hard it is for people who don't even start out with a belief in God. But yeah, thanks for sharing your experience. And how long did it take you to like basically change your perspective on it?
Well, I mean, I was out. Well, I have a long story, but the short version is, for me, it wasn't Well, see, I grew up being taught about creation and everything, but then I kind of went off on it's a very long story, but for about a decade, I went off and was doing my own thing, having a grand old time, and then got my life right, or started to anyway, and began to actually study the different components of. I was kind of searching for the fundamental justification for my belief in God, basically. And the more I went down the proverbial rabbit holes, the more I realized that, number one, I'd wasted a decade ignoring all this stuff. Number two, it was extremely fascinating. And then ultimate number three, it was you don't have to have doubt. And, one of the things is, a lot of us know about the misconception, and very often I think the propaganda redefinition of the word faith to somehow be blind versus, confidence, and in terms of what the original definition of pistis. And I'm like, I don't have to have any kind of blind faith based on the knowledge I've obtained. It's like, can I prove mathematically? No, not necessarily. But in every other context, I can come to a extremely confident position that God must exist. And anything else requires the willful suspension of my intelligence and my analytical ability of the evidence.
Exactly.
And I think that we observe this on a regular basis, especially here on YouTube. It's a prime example of it all the time, of like the people who yell loudly that X, Y, or Z talking point, right? And then you ask them to back it up. And then they admit they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They can't back it up. Then they use I'm ignorant as a defense, which blows my mind. A lot of the guys on the channel right now know that I can be a jerk sometimes, especially in debates. And I'm just like, so hang on, you're proud of the fact that you're an ignorant moron? I'm not really following you on this. Like, this doesn't make any sense other than you're projecting that ignorance as a defense mechanism. Otherwise, the moment you actually go and obtain the information for yourself, your fragile worldview will collapse immediately. The second you can no longer ignore the evidence, then you can no longer justify to yourself that atheism is true. And anyway.
Yes.
I can go on long-winded diatribes. So there's other people talking. So Jamie has joined us, and Alec is back. Jamie, what's up, man? I know you were talking some smack in the side chat. You had to come in and lay the smack down in here. So what's up, man? How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
Hey, good to see you, man. I just wanted to ask Bill Tavis how he looks at the idea of a restoration as a Christian. Like, did God plan on Komodo dragons eating pigs and monkeys alive and screaming? How does that fit in? How do you make that work into your Christian worldview?
Are you asking me like the basic question of how is there a God if bad things happen?
Kind of.
Sounded like to me.
Kind of, but I'm more curious, like how you fit the idea that, for instance, like in Romans 1, that his attributes are seen by the things which are made.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And like, how you fit in, like, basically nature being horribly cruel and bloody, and then how that picture fits in with the narrative of the Bible and the final restoration. Like, how do you make that work? Is what I'm wondering, or how you look at it.
Well, it was through studying the inside of the cell and recognizing that it looked like it was designed, and then immediately thinking about evolution and how all designs evolve. And then so it was at that moment that I decided that there must be a creator God. So the entire time I've believed in a creator God, evolution has fit perfectly well with that. That was 10 years before I became a Christian. I didn't worry about how it fit with the Bible at all at the time. It just made sense. As far as your this idea that nothing bad happens in nature except for man's sin, I don't find that in the Bible. Like I like to. I was just talking to Joel about how things are systems. So within the system of nature, that's all. Like you can look at a single body. Like my body is made of trillions of cells. There's all kinds of like carnage and crazy stuff happening to my cells all day long, but it's okay because the overall system of my body is good. I think what happened in the garden is we opened up our eyes, and we got kicked out of the system. Now it's just me, and then me has to die, and you suffer it. And what Christ is doing is bringing us back into a greater body again.
Okay. Do you think so? Did man? When do you have that in your timeline? I mean, is that just like a kind of an archetypal story, or do you take that as actually Adam and Eve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't try to place it at like an exact point in time, but I do. I mean, the Hebrew word Adam means mankind, so I do take it as a story about mankind. And if I'm looking at it from an evolutionary perspective, then yeah, that's the point when we diverged from animals. So like animals don't wear clothes, they don't have fire, they don't farm for food, all these things that humans do. And you wear clothes. That's the first thing they did, is they put on clothes.
Right. But you said this is the last. I'll ask this and then I'll yield or whatever. But you said that you don't see that in Scripture. I presume you were meaning anything that I suppose you're talking about the whole thing in Romans where death came to man by sin, sort of thing, and it wasn't talking about the animals.
Yeah.
But the question I've been pondering is how the Christians who believe in all that deep time and evolution or whatever, like if death came in just for man, it seems kind of difficult to place that if you're going to just see it as archetypal, the Garden of Eden story. It seems like I definitely agree that there's archetypal features to the story and that are just true. It's really profoundly that way, in fact. But I think you still have to kind of have a literal person or something that brings sin into the world, I would suspect. And I just wonder where the line is drawn, because like we know the Bible idea is like nefesh creatures, like the ones that had not, the idea that they have blood, or that they breathe through their nostrils. It's like the ones saved on the ark. Isn't that like, where can you draw that line where like the sin came to man, but not to these animals that are like really similar, as you would agree? They're suffering. Does God care about that?
Let me interject too, Jamie. I would say that line is also drawn in code-wise as well. So the idea that we're similar to other animals has been falsified. We have more genetic similarity with bananas than we do with any other primates.
I don't think that's true.
It's very true. So we only have about 75% or so similarity with our most quote unquote recent ape kind, but we have an 80% similarity. There's a different amount of it, but as far as the similarity goes, code-wise, we're about 80% similar to a banana. So it's total fraud out there when they say that we're 99% the same as an ape or whatever, or as a monkey. And that's all based on ignoring these huge sections of the code. So it's just ridiculous. And I think that's an excellent example as well, Jamie, that we are held accountable for our sins. But if an animal does something bad, not only does the other animals have an instinct to put down another animal that violates a certain code or whatever, but we'll put an animal down based on our own ability to try to hold ourselves responsible to God.
Well, I just meant similarity like nefesh. They're like breathing creatures. So they are similar to us in the sense that I just meant that they suffer and they, they're alive.
To who? What? I'm sorry. To fish?
Yeah, I have a problem with like old earth creationists when they say it's just talking about man suffering and stuff. And it's like animals suffer too. And I would suspect that like if they're showing us God in God's like love or whatever and wanting to create animals that can procreate and live, I just have a hard time seeing where the line would draw, like how we could draw on humans when they do have those kinds of similarities that they're alive and breathing creatures, you know.
Darwin actually wrote about that.
Hang on. Joel, you have to remember that Jamie has been watching a lot of Cosmic Skeptic, and he's a borderline vegan now. So we have to take everything he's saying with.
I'm not, but
I'm kidding. I'm giving Jamie a hard time.
No, this is awesome. Jamie, have you read Darwin's autobiography? Because he speaks exactly about that. Reason why he said that he can't be an atheist.
No.
Why Darwin says he has to call himself a theist still? Are you familiar with any of that?
I've never heard that. But I'm curious.
So check it out. I strongly recommend you read all this material, especially the origin of the species. It's total white supremacy. So evolution is a white supremacist-based religion, I like to say even. But Darwin's autobiography, he goes into the details of that. He says that's the reason why he can't be an atheist, is because he still sees mankind. He still sees the divine nature of mankind. We have the way he describes it, we have the ability to not only have cognizance awareness, like you're talking about self-awareness, but we have the ability to think about past, present, and even future, that we actually are trying to understand, not just, quote unquote, how God does things, but we're trying to, we do things that animals can't even do. He said the best thing that our next related animal group can do, the chimpanzee or whatever, the ape, the best thing they can do is teach their offspring to avoid a snake. But we'll look at mankind. So that's the evidence of God.
So Joel, I don't think anybody here is an atheist. I'd like to answer Jamie about the what he asked about animal suffering, and
I was trying to answer his question about where the line is divided. So I thought that was important.
Yeah, it's in the Garden of Eden. It doesn't say that, because like if you're suggesting that animals were reproducing without any kind of death at all, and if you're saying there wasn't any cell death prior to man opening their eyes in the Garden of Eden,
violating the William recommendation,
then you're suggesting that the entirety of biological creation was radically altered by a change in human consciousness.
Yes,
that's exactly right.
That's an extraordinary claim. That's giving creative power to humans.
Well,
we see that in our own technology. If you take your design cell phone and you start to violate the OEM recommendations for your cell phone, it will break radically.
Okay, but the entire network of phones and all the rest of the technology doesn't break.
Yes, right? It does. Well, it's a minor miracle stuff doesn't break, man.
Okay,
there'll be a tech support engineer for a while.
Okay, hang on. So Bill, you think that God was the influence factor for evolution to occur, but you don't think that the guy who wrote the code could hack it as well and be like, you know what? Yeah, that ultimate autocorrect, that's turned off now.
Great point. I was just thinking that, John. Great.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Because that's exactly what we're observing. Number one. Number two.
It's called the curse for a reason.
Okay,
number two, as you know, we don't know why. I mean, we see different potential causes and stuff, but we don't actually know why we age.
Right.
All the way entirely. There's no reason that we should. Right.
Telomeres, how you pronounce it?
It's programmed into species, like the length of life is programmed into a species. So
I know, but we don't know why there has to be that way.
Well, because it's the constant renewal, because it's life and death. It's the cycle of life. It's constant renewal, and God is definitely all about renewal.
If we weren't,
Simba.
Listen, if we didn't have the errors, right, and the copying errors that ultimately to cancer and death, if those errors could be corrected, we would be immortal.
Okay, the tree of life. Yeah. And I disagree that we would be immortal, but the tree of life in the Garden of Eden, which represents eternal life.
Okay, if all of our organs,
I'm trying to talk. Everybody gets super pissed when I interrupt. So I'm trying to talk. The tree of life in the Garden of Eden.
I was making a point.
John owns the channel, Bill.
completely dismissed. Okay, if we didn't have any errors during replication of our cells, which means our organs wouldn't break down, like we wouldn't have any of these issues. You don't think that we would be immortal?
On a personal level, we die primarily due to mutation accumulation. So John is right.
Well, so I mean,
because you disagree doesn't mean the facts change.
So John actually just said that we don't know why we die of old age. Somatic mutations are not confirmed to be the cause of dying of old age. It does seem to be programmed.
Pretty big cause.
It's right? But you know, the Garden of Eden, the tree of life represents eternal life. Okay, if that's immortality.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
And what the fossil record shows is that tree of life has been living this entire time. There's not a single time, if you look at the fossil record as chronological, there's not a single time that the tree of life ever died and had to start over again. It has been eternal for billions of years.
So do you know who the tree of life is, Bill?
What does it say? Is that a physical thing now?
Do you know who the tree of life is?
Yeah, but is that primary? That's the question. Because we see it. Yeah, we see it in Revelation 22. And it seems to be like almost a necessity for an eternal for the eternal life for the. There's different ways of looking at it.
Right. So that's what we got kicked out of. That's what we got kicked out of because we opened our eyes.
Oh, no eyes were open.
because we disobeyed God.
What do you mean no eyes were open?
No eyes were open.
What do you mean no eyes were open?
More knowledge.
So Bill, which one of the hominids was
that was the lie? That was the lie.
The lie was that they wouldn't have to die. Standing for truth. I don't try to identify it. It's obviously.
You haven't read the Bible. You even admitted it.
Well, you said it was the moment. Well, you said it was the moment we diverged. So I'm curious, which one of the hominids was the one that supposedly had a spirit and became human?
Yeah. So when you're looking at that scientifically, that exact moment of divergence is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to pinpoint. So it doesn't really what the Garden of Eden story does gives us a
were Neanderthals human?
What the Garden of Eden story does is it gives us a conceptual framework to deal with the ramifications.
Okay, but from your starting position,
Neanderthals, that transition.
Okay, were Neanderthals made in the image of God? Were they human with a soul, spirit?
I'm not going to make that judgment call.
Well, we know Neanderthals.
I really like to knock this out of the water.
Well, we know we interbred with Neanderthals. Right. They have their genes. So, are you saying we perform bestiality?
No, I'm not saying we perform bestiality, and I don't think we had incest either.
Okay, so was
race, by the way.
Actually, you do believe that we had incest because your population bottlenecks in your out of Africa theory demand incest and inbreeding.
It's not out of Africa; it's out of Asia.
I'm not done. So your out of Africa hypothetical population bottlenecks involve generations, thousands of years of inbreeding. So yeah, you have the inbreeding problem. Now let me ask you this: Neanderthals interbred with humans. We have their genetics. Why are you so uncomfortable to give us a straight answer as to whether or not Neanderthals were human, made in the image of God? It's a simple yes or no. We can say yes. Obviously, they were.
Because I don't care. Okay, I care about dinosaur fossils.
Because your theology and your science are contradictory.
I was trying to talk about theology, and you started going off about Neanderthals. I'm happy to talk about theology.
I've got
your theology makes no sense of the fossil record because you are hesitant to even say whether or not Neanderthals, which are clearly human. I mean, they buried their dead.
So what are you saying?
I had a question I wanted to ask about 10 minutes ago.
Nephilim, what are you claiming the Neanderthals are?
Have you guys anybody here heard of end of death technology yet? Has anybody here heard of end of death technology to get back to the idea of why we live forever or not? Has anybody heard about that yet?
Yeah, the singularity. Yeah, I mean that's ultimately Satan trying to mimic God.
End of death technology. The idea of how we can end death in modern technology. Does anybody follow
singularity. That? It's that is the life from Satan right there.
I follow that technology. I have no idea what you mean. If you're thinking of the technological Ray Kurzweil's technology singularity, it's not end of death. Well, I guess you could, but that's not.
That is ultimately where all that came out of, and that's
I'm talking about the real technology. I'm talking about the hyperbaric.
That's
talking about
Christ.
That's been the lie from
the idea that we can stop physical death.
Okay, you can only get that through Jesus Christ. You can't get that through knowledge. That was the lie from the snake. He said you can eat this
Jesus
knowledge
Christ said
and not die.
that we can know all things through him, which includes, if he doesn't come back soon enough, we can try to figure out how to modify our own genetics or whatever. No, and then we don't even have to modify genetics. The whole idea that mankind used to live, hundreds to 1,000 years is based on the confirmation that the Earth's atmosphere has not always been static. We used to have at least 2 bars before the global flood, and we have actual evidence of that. That's how Mars it used to be as well. There's all kinds of really cool new evidence how the water pressure, surface water indentions and stuff on Mars also demonstrates they used to have at least a 2-bar atmosphere. We're trying to talk about how to recreate that. So if we could, we're actually talking about, if I may, this is really cool if you guys haven't heard about it yet.
There's a face on Mars.
Literally recreate the Garden of Eden on Mars. Try to recreate that double atmosphere that allows humans to naturally, actually all creatures, to naturally live longer.
Right. Just look at the hyperbaric oxygen chamber. I mean, they use those to cure all sorts of neurological diseases. And you can think of the pre-flood world, especially the garden, as being one big hyperbaric oxygen chamber.
That's the focus of the technology, right?
Amen, brother.
So the theory is that if we can recreate the entire planet atmosphere like that, we're going to try to experiment with Mars before we try to modify Earth, just in case, or maybe even other places. If we can, and we have entire generations born into that double bar pressure, who knows how long they'll live?
I believe it when I see it.
Yeah, and well, I'm just saying, there's real world money going into it.
Well, it gives us an idea into how the pre-flood world was. I'm not sure if John fell asleep, but I was sharing screen here because in the debate tonight I had with Jackson, I was showing the perfect biological decay curve that statistically speaking, there is no chance that the biblical authors could have fabricated this data. I don't know if it's screen sharing or not, but that's fine. There's a graph.
But that's the best. I love that.
Are you? Yeah, well, if you could see, I guess, the slides that I have, I showed it in tonight's debate. There is very strong statistics and mathematics that point out that this being by chance would be less than 1 in a quadrillion, because it's a perfect biological decay curve when we look to genetics and biology today, right? And when we look at mutation accumulation and we plot the lifespans in the Bible from Genesis down to the flood and after the flood, we see that lifespans decrease exponentially. And when you graph it out, it is an impossibility that this was fabricated, because the biblical authors would have, for one, fabricated this for no reason at all. And two, it would have required advanced knowledge in statistics and mathematics and, of course, biology to recognize the fact that mutations degrade us on a personal level as well as on a population level. So that alone is fantastic, amazing evidence for the truth of Genesis and the fact that man used to live in hundreds of years.
And the scholars just want to say it's numerical theology, or whatever we call that. It's interesting how they don't see these kinds of patterns, or they don't consider them. It's kind of sad.
Statistics are really difficult.
What Joel, were you talking about Total Recall, the movie about there being life on Mars someday?
I don't know if you can hear me now. I'm switching around my phone, but no.
Yeah, but there is a face on Mars. There's actually a rock formation, and there's actually a double pyramid there.
I know. There's all kinds. There's a rock that looks like a rat too. I know.
It's kind of weird, right? But is that CGI from NASA? I mean,
no, it's just coincidence stuff. It's not.
Yeah. But yeah, I just thought I'd get you off topic so you guys could be quiet for a second.
I would love to talk about Mars and space. That is my thing, man.
Yeah. But here's the deal with Genesis. Okay, if Genesis is wrong, Bill, the whole Bible's wrong.
I didn't say it was wrong.
Because you don't believe in the flood. So anyway, but you only believe it was on certain continents, the global flood.
I don't
15 feet behind.
believe
Yeah.
that a single flood could have laid down all of the rock strata and fossils. And I gave 3 examples of fossils that could have been caused by a global flood. Am I?
So you deny Christ as is
Scientific
as
evidence supports a global flood, Bill. I'm not going to let you slap and run. Okay, keep going.
Okay, it doesn't support a
yes, it does.
flood caused.
Bill, how do you address? Bill, how do you address the cold slabs that are evidence for runaway subduction that have been discovered?
About cold slabs.
Oh, you don't care. Oh, you don't care because guess what? Only a global flood 4,500 years ago can explain why these cold slabs that have been detected through seismic tomography, okay, have not melted or warmed up to the surrounding material. And Bill, once again, just like in our debate, I'm not done talking. Just like in our debate, you dodged, you ducked, you dipped, you dove, and you dodged all over the place. Okay, just like the cold slabs argument, the prediction made by a PhD geophysicist, you dodged that argument throughout the entire debate, and you just admitted you don't care. You don't care about the scientific data.
Yeah,
you don't care about the scientific evidence that is consistent with a global flood.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound rude, Bill, but all that you just confessed, all you care about is dogma. You don't want to listen to things that. Yes, you did. When you said you don't care, quote unquote, that means that you're only here to listen to confirm your own biases.
No, it means that
yes, it does. Now you're gaslighting. You're doing it's called gaslighting. You now.
No.
Bill, you admitted you don't care about the evidence that destroys your uniformitarianism nonsense.
You're preaching dogma because you don't care about alternatives.
Okay,
and
Joel,
now you're gaslighting.
Let me talk. Okay.
Why? You're telling us we're stupid.
In my presentation, I gave 3 clear examples of fossils that could not possibly happen in a global flood.
Let's put it this way for you, Bill.
Let me talk.
You just said a fossil cannot happen in a global
about what you say?
Fossil is
Why should you care about anything you say?
That makes no sense, Bill. That makes no sense, Bill. Bill literally just said, I pointed to 3
why should we care about anything you preach if you don't care?
Okay. So
no, answer that, please.
It's not okay.
Stop.
I'm answering. Let me talk.
No.
Bill, why should we believe or listen to you if you don't believe or listen to anything outside of your dogma?
Right, Joel. Right, Joel. No, Bill, you're not going to dodge. Answer the question. How do you explain the cold slabs? Okay, go ahead. Answer the cold slabs. We don't want you dodging to your fossil.
I apologize first.
Go ahead.
Be quiet.
No, we're not your children, kid.
Come on, Bill. Answer one question.
Yeah, and I'm trying to answer, and you guys won't let me talk.
Okay,
now you will. Go ahead.
Okay, let's let him answer. Go ahead. Explain the cold slabs according to your uniformitarianism.
And I'd like an apology.
And give Joel an apology because you are rude, Bill, and that's why you're blocked. You're incredibly rude. You're rude to my guests, and you damage control the heck out of every single video and comment section.
Okay.
I mean, do you have a life?
Cold
we literally had a 2.5-hour debate, and you were still in the comment section doing damage control. Okay, go ahead. Cold
slabs. Okay, I have not read about the cold slabs, and the reason that I don't care about them is because
You didn't read about it, even though I've discussed the cold slabs in debates over the last 2 years. Bill came into a debate with me after 6 months of prep, and he had 0 answers.
Okay,
0. The debate is up for people to see.
The fossils that I gave,
Bill, I've already answered every single one of your objections. Answer the cold slabs. The cold slabs is a line of evidence that can actually differentiate between the models, uniformitarianism and global flood. The cold slabs actually preclude your model. They preclude your model. You admit you don't care, and you admit you don't have an answer. It's done.
That's why you're yelling over me.
It's done.
Okay, a cold slab cannot explain how a flood can cause those fossils.
Sophia is under.
Yeah, the flood caused the fossils
right now. Everybody calm down. I leave, go get myself a bowl of fruit. I'm gone for 5 minutes.
All your fault,
I return, and you guys have degenerated into complete.
All your fault.
Bill's argument is literally this.
Captain Crunch.
There are certain fossils that a global flood can't explain. The existence of a fossil in general is proof that it happened quickly. The existence of any fossil is demonstration of a flood of some kind. And since we have billions and billions of fossils in all layers covering the entire planet, okay, that's proof that the deposition for one of those layers had to have been catastrophic, or else there would not have been much fossilization. So you can point to whatever fossils you want. Go ahead.
All right. So we're gonna have to go to timed responses. Okay, go.
I would vote that we just have a discussion amongst ourselves without Bill because he's confessed.
I'm quite frank. Yeah, I agree with John. He's done.
All right. Hang on. Let's let Bill respond. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, so I gave 3 clear examples of fossils that could not have been explained by a single global flood.
Why should we care?
Impossible. This is my turn to talk. And then
why should we care?
Okay, because
why should we care since you dodged the cold slab?
So there's
he doesn't care.
Gentlemen, it is Bill's turn to respond.
Let him give his fossil.
Just let him respond. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay.
So fossils don't talk, by the way, Bill.
That's great. So
Amen.
there's one fossil find that was buried. It's the largest vertebrate fossil find, I believe, of the Cretaceous. Huge fossil graveyard. It's buried by blowing dry sand. It is not buried by a flood. The other example I gave you was tracks left in dry sand, and in fact, they did experiments, and a lizard of that size will only leave tracks in dry sand and not wet sand. And those tracks are they're in the Grand Canyon above thousands of feet of sediment that you are saying was allegedly laid down by the flood in the exact same geographical location. So as the flood is laying down the sediment, it would have destroyed any animal that could have possibly laid those tracks. And the sand wouldn't have been dry for those tracks to form. And then I showed the forest of fossil tree stumps. So I don't care about cold slabs because it doesn't make those fossils disappear.
That's it, guys. I'm convinced. No, guys, Bill is absolutely correct. Evolution is 110,000% true now.
No, that's not.
Bible
is
all
stupid.
Bill has convinced me.
That's not evidence.
Plants and whales are related.
See the light. Because of sand and trees and all kinds of proven experiments that Bill has to shout about because he don't care.
Bill believes that.
Here's the thing about Bill. Here's the thing about Bill. Let me.
Okay. Hey, gentlemen, hang on before we continue. So, number one, I had to put myself on mute because I was laughing my ass off. Number two, let's for whether or not we all are going to get along is neither here nor there.
Where's Rebecca?
However, yeah, yes, Rebecca. We're going to need you.
I'm here.
She's also on mute. She's been laughing at you guys too. Let's just put things in the back of our head that we do not want to give. Hang on. We do not want to give Speed of Pudding any content to enjoy. Okay.
Too late.
Well, agreed for tonight. So let's just attempt to keep it a little calm down. Okay.
I want to point this out though, John. We have a 20-part series with a professional geologist, named Professor David McQueen, as well as a series with Joseph Hubbard, John McKay. These are professional geologists who have addressed all of these so-called arguments from Bill. Okay, for example, he keeps pointing to these animal tracks that we find. The animal tracks are a problem for him and not for us because we find the animal tracks before we find the actual animals. And so we can see that the floodwaters are coming in, receding, slowly, gradually burying organisms in their ecosystems, slowing and progressing their way to the top. So as these animals are running, their tracks are preserved first, and then the animals are preserved afterwards. That's a problem for the evolutionists. We actually just did a show with Sal Jardina, where we actually addressed the stumps that he's talking about and the fact that these fossilized forests as well are swept up during the flood, transported miles oftentimes, and buried again. We've even seen evidence of this in the Mount St. Helens eruption, where we can see massive sedimentary layers being formed in days to weeks. Every single argument that Bill points to has been explained by professional geologists, and Bill just wants to dodge.
That's not
true. Bill has no way to
as a non-geologist.
Bill has no way to explain.
Those footprints were found in sandstone.
How does sand not change over gazillions of years? I'm not a geologist. I mean, I can learn some of it. But how does sand not change over X amount of bazillion years? Unverifiable bazillion years.
So, Joel, the footprints were found in Aeolian sandstone.
How does sand change? Not change.
Okay. beneath that sandstone is 500 feet of limestone.
What's
The
that got to do with the
limestone-
sand? It doesn't change.
Okay, I'm answering you. Limestone is from ocean deposits.
Not
It's a
always.
chemical process.
Okay, so
That's not so.
And
the
sand
limestone-
is formed
so for the
by weathering
limestone-
processes. All of these factors. No, I'm not going to let Bill slap and run.
How does
All these
limestone separate
processes
from
Okay,
sand?
you don't
with
want to let me
sand,
talk.
the limestone, Bill, limestone's a chemical process. Okay, we've literally got a 2-hour lecture with a professional geologist on limestone. Okay, everything you're pointing to has to do with weathering processes, including sand,
the
including
limestone's already
deserts, and everything we see
The
is the
limestone is already
result
there.
of the flood. The flood
Let me
itself,
ask this,
as,
if I may.
as
Let me
well
ask
as
this
the
real quick, guys.
post-flood.
Okay,
This
so
the
it's
condition,
non-changing
localized
sand
condition.
from X amount of unverifiable time ago, is this
Okay,
on the
listen to me.
surface
This
of the
isn't
Earth, or is this
complicated.
between other solid layers somehow?
This
too?
isn't rocket science, Joel. If the
Are
flood,
you
laid
sure about
down-
that? Have you done
Yeah,
rocket
if the-
science, Bill?
If the flood,
That's my
laid
line.
down-
Is
if
this
the-
buried?
Let me
Is this
talk.
buried under strata, or is this
Let
on
me
the
talk.
surface?
Let me talk, bro. If
Just
the
answer my
lime-
questions. I don't want to
if
hear
the
you
lime-
preach. I want to
if
ask
the-
questions to get
if
to get
the
succinct
limestone-
answers.
Everybody calm down.
If
Yeah.
the limestone was laid down by the flood, if the limestone underneath the footprints was laid down by the flood, there would be nothing left to run away from it.
That's
It would have
ridiculous
already
because
been
even
killed.
non-geologists like me know that limestone isn't necessarily laid down by just a flood. Like SFT was
Limestone's
starting to
already
allude to. It can form after a flood, but you're not answering my question.
And with the right amount of chemicals, we
Okay.
can get the limestone that we see.
You're
And guess what? The
saying-
flood itself and the chemical composition of the floodwaters is exactly what we need to explain the limestone layers.
Yeah,
Claim is that the animal was running away on land
Time
and
out,
was just
time
Time out,
deposited.
gentlemen. Time out. Rebecca, do you want to insert yourself in this conversation?
Yeah, time to step in. Time for
Yeah.
mom.
Uh-oh.
This has been it's a good discussion. But Bill, have you actually considered the things that they're saying, or are you
No.
just fighting against it?
He
Like-
said he does not care, quote unquote.
Let me answer for myself, Joel.
Well, I'm just reminding everybody what you've already said, please.
I said that I don't care about the cold slabs because it doesn't make these fossil examples disappear. And
Okay.
Rebecca,
We don't make it disappear. We just demolish them right now. And we're the ones who have made testable predictions. For
Blah,
example,
blah,
based on
blah,
runaway
blah.
subduction, based on
blah,
catastrophic
blah,
plate
blah,
tectonics,
blah,
we
blah.
predicted that we should find the ocean crust being cool. And that's exactly what we have discovered, suggesting catastrophic processes in the past. We've
Super.
explained your arguments. We've given you answers. You don't like them, but your responses to our questions is what? I don't care. Bill, give it up.
Rebecca,
Give it up.
come on.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to have Professor David McQueen tomorrow, since he's back with us, a professional geologist, since you don't want to watch his videos
I've
explaining
watched
this.
him
We're
talk
going to
about the
demolish your
polished
argument.
straight
We're going to demolish
fossils.
this argument tomorrow in detail.
Okay.
I still want to ask my
Go
question.
ahead, Rebecca.
I'm still
do
waiting.
your
I
thing.
want to hear
Yeah.
Bill's answer about,
I don't know
are
if
you
they know
actually considering what's being said?
So Rebecca, I've been to the Grand Canyon myself.
That's a no.
I grew up in the desert, and if I'm trying to present a very straightforward, common sense example with these footprints, and they're not answering what I'm saying. Their
That's a
claim,
no.
their
The
claim,
footprints are problems
Their
for you,
claim
not us.
their claim is that these animals are allegedly running away on land, the land which was allegedly just deposited by the flood. If the flood just deposited all of that land, it would have killed the animal before it could have left footprints. It's really not complicated.
You could have just simply said no, Bill. Hey, Wham.
Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Have you read the work
Hang on.
done by Dr. Andrew Snelling and Dr. Steve Austin on sand waves?
Hang on. We have a new entrance to the stream. What's going on?
Is it Wham? Is that how you pronounce that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You're all fucking idiots. Just all together. From the Christian to the atheist, you're just all fucking stupid. This is so easy. Here, let me just give you an idea, and let me give you an example, okay?
Yes.
So
Teach us a way.
you guys are atheists, right? Who here is an atheist?
Probably
There's
you.
nobody here that's an atheist.
Probably just you, given that filthy language you're using. You say an
Yeah,
F-bomb one more time, we're kicking you.
But atheists, You guys are going to outer darkness. Now, what is outer darkness? It's basically like hell, but it's basically
Okay, Joel, I mean, John, this guy's a troll. Kick him.
I'm not a troll.
There you are.
I have videos to prove my case.
Okay. Videos of Bill. That's great, kid.
I'm not.
Okay, listen, I got to get going anyway. So I just wanted to ask Bill one question before I leave. Have you read Dr. Steve Austin and Dr. Andrew Snelling, since they've worked extensively on the Grand Canyon and looked at exactly what you're talking about? Have you read about sand waves and how they've been observed to produce cross beds in layers of sand?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about cross bedding. I'm talking about the logical.
Well, he is.
Okay, I'm aware that it's that the flow of water can create large ripples in sand that might look like sand dunes. I don't think that solves the fact that aeolian deposits have a different crystal grain structure than fluvial deposits. But ultimately, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the impossibility of an animal being alive to place footprints on land that was just deposited by a massive flood. The animals
were running from the flood waters, and the waters are coming in, receding, coming back in, and we've got horizontal movement.
But you're saying that
the water based on
land,
the tidal pull of the moon. Like, what are you talking about? These layers form.
The land that it's running away from was not already there before the flood. The land that it's running away from is land that you're claiming is deposited by the flood. It's not. You can't run away.
If I may interject,
come across.
Again. Bill, if I may, I've only got about 30 or so years now on what they call the bleeding edge, of science and technology. I have seen a lot of crazy things that should not be possible over my years. So when I see something like what you're talking about, I can't just assume that it's not true. I have to research it. I have to recreate it. Like I was trying to give you with my parallel with what we did at SpaceX. We can make all kinds of plausible sounding, assumptions, but it's always rejected until we recreate it and make sure we can try to recreate it over and over and over and over and over. And even after we do that, we still can't always accept it. We have to constantly retest it. Like Albert Einstein said, that no amount of experiment can ever prove me right. One experiment can prove me wrong. So what you're telling me right now is blind faith. I can't.
My one experiment is proving you wrong.
I try to ask questions to further clarify what you're telling me.
One experiment is not proving him wrong, because everything that you're discussing can be due to weathering processes, which means we know there were localized catastrophes post-flood, especially during the post-flood ice age, where not all of this has to be directly explained by the flood itself, but the sedimentary layers
saying, Bill.
that extend
I wasn't talking
across
about any
entire
one
continents.
experiment. I'm talking about the mentality of science. You are outside of science.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are outside. You cannot work in the fields that I've worked in. You cannot. You would not be allowed to. Everything you've talked about tonight has been supposition, presupposition, and you constantly talk about how you have to reject certain ideas. I just told you how guys like me, we do this for a living. We see things that blow our minds away almost daily. How the heck does that happen?
My mind isn't blown.
I can give you all kinds of stories of how things should not have happened scientifically, based on all of the math, all of the science that we've got decades of things piled up on. It should not happen. So what do? We don't just say, well, it didn't happen like you're doing. We go figure out why.
Okay,
and we recreate it, and we learn, and we study it.
Okay,
we do the exact opposite of what you're doing here tonight for us.
Okay, that's why you're not letting me talk, right?
Bill, you're the kind of guy that says, "Oh, you're not giving me an answer. You're not giving me an answer." But yet, we throw 20 objections at you that essentially refutes and overturns your position of banana plants and whales being related and uniformitarianism, and yet you can't address them. And your responses are what?
Questions, Bill.
That's what
does this say above ground or
let's
underground?
find one tough question that we got to kind of dig into a little bit, right?
SFT, can you help answer my question?
What's that, brother?
Remember, he's a new Christian.
The sand that doesn't change over zillions of years. Is it above ground or between rock layers? Do you
Sand
know?
does change over time, over compaction and layers.
Yeah. Okay. Let me repeat. Does anybody here know the sand that Bill's pretending to talk about? Is it above ground or is it underground?
Okay, Joel. It's from the Grand Canyon.
No.
So it's actually,
I just need one word answer. Above ground or is it underground?
Answer his question, Bill.
It's in the ground.
Okay, then stop talking to me, please. I only want to listen to people who understand science.
Okay, I understand science.
You don't understand science. No, you're gaslighting me, kid.
Footprints
No.
require
We've wasted enough time
Fossilized trackways.
Rebecca,
the Grand Canyon is your problem, right?
Hey, everybody shut up and let Rebecca get the floor. I'm tired of hearing you guys. You guys, bunch of kids in a freaking living room trying to fight over
it's annoying.
Tootsie Roll or something. Jesus.
Sandy Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah, go ahead, Rebecca.
Well, thanks, guys. And by the way, I'm going to say good night because I got to get going. But, you know, it's been really nice listening to you guys. But I do think, Bill, I mean, look, just as someone who's been listening, and I understand the perspective that you're coming from, but I really feel like in this conversation, you aren't taking seriously the things that are being presented to you. And so, like, you know, all of these things deserve examination. Well, I mean, like Joel and everybody has offered you examples of, you know, design and you know, explanations about the rock layers and the limestone, but you seem to be like just ignoring the meaty arguments and just like responding with just total rejection without like actually considering the evidence.
Dogma.
Okay, well, I mean, you know, these counterexamples are why I reject it without considering it further. If you can't explain these counterexamples, then there's no point in.
Well, you can't explain. Well, for one, yes, we can, and we have. Okay, but you're the one who can't explain the arguments that we put forth to you because your response is actually, "I don't care." I've never said that in a debate. I've had 80 to 100 debates. I've never responded to an argument by saying, "I don't care."
Yeah,
I mean, that's just automatic loss, Bill, and it shows how rude you are. How rude you are to people in the comment sections. What are these fossilized trackways of?
It's the closest thing we know of is a lizard.
So it's a lizard, like a newt.
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I believe they refer to it as an amniote in the paper. I mean, I'm not.
Is it in the Coconino sand? Is it in the Coconino sandstone?
Time out, guys. Rebecca, did you say you were leaving, or you're going to be leaving in a few minutes?
Oh yeah, I was just typing good night in the chat. Yeah, thanks, guys.
Well, thank you for joining. Okay. You're welcome to come back anytime. Appreciate you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Have a great night.
Look forward to seeing your channel stuff too, Rebecca.
God bless, Rebecca. Is it the Coconino sandstone, Bill?
This sounds familiar.
Probably.
Okay, well,
what? You don't even know your own freaking.
I mean, if this is your best argument.
Okay, I think it's the Supai formation. It's the Supai formation. It's not the Cocosino. It's Supai.
Well, it looks like underwater deposition could explain exactly what we see with these fossil footprints based on these studies that I'm looking at right now. But here's the thing. It's not a line of evidence that can preclude the global flood. But the lines of evidence that we're showing you actually precludes your deep time uniformitarianism. For example, cold slab discovery was based on a prediction, a future testable prediction. It was found years later through seismic tomography. There's no way for those slabs, huge slabs of cool rock, to still be relatively cold, because if deep time has passed, they should have melted or warmed up to the surrounding material. This is all confirmation of catastrophic plate tectonics during the flood. That actually precludes your position.
Okay, what if, I mean, like, what are the actual geologists that discovered that? What do they say about it?
What do they say?
That's an appeal to authority, dude. Fallacy.
Yeah, the Bible says to respect authority. I'm not a geologist.
No, it doesn't. It says to put God above all authority, but you're making an appeal to authority logical fallacies, Bill.
No, I'm not making a logical fallacy.
Yes, you did. You said that something has to be true based on the authority.
He's talking about a scientific discovery. I'm asking him what the scientists said that discovered
That's an appeal to authority. So those are the actual scientists never rely on other scientists.
Joel,
we scientists never rely on other scientists. You are making an appeal to authority logical fallacy. Really? Yes, we rely on what's called science. The empirical ability to test
never references other papers.
Really? Never. Never. Peer review is an appeal to consensus logical fallacy. What we rely on is for the layman, for the kindergartner, to be able to repeat our experiments. That's what we rely on. We never rely on human opinion like
advanced.
It can be. Dude, you have no clue what you're talking about. You are a religious fanatic.
So do you...
Hey, sidebar. This is an epic dumpster fire. Continue.
So Bill, I want to ask Bill this question. Bill, in the mitochondrial DNA, and I asked you this question during our debate, and this is another line of evidence that just demolishes universal ancestry. In the mitochondrial DNA, when we look at mitochondrial DNA diversity worldwide, okay, there's only a few, on average, 25 DNA differences that separate any two people. Okay, when we track backwards, that only brings us to a mitochondrial DNA ancestor roughly 6,000 years ago, okay? And that mitochondrial DNA ancestor is nothing like a chimpanzee is. And the mitochondrial DNA is so divergent from chimpanzee mitochondrial DNA. And the mutation rate is fast, very, very fast in the mitochondrial DNA. So how do you account for that, according to your model?
Because mutations don't all add up because of sexual reproduction.
Explain that in your own words, since that's just a textbook talking point. How does that answer my question? Sexual reproduction?
Because you are taking the rate of mutation that's measured in the present, and number one.
What DNA compartment am I looking at right now with my question?
You're looking at mitochondrial DNA. That's what you said is mitochondrial.
Mitochondrial. And what's the difference between the mitochondrial DNA and the nuclear DNA?
How would that explain asexual reproduction?
Okay, Bill, what's the difference between the nuclear DNA and the mitochondrial DNA?
Come on.
Why don't you tell me?
How many DNA letters? Because I can tell that you're confused, because I'm looking to the uniparentally inherited DNA compartments, and you seem to be using an argument based on the nuclear DNA compartments. The mitochondrial DNA is passed down from our mothers, which means it's easy. We can look at the DNA differences and we can make family trees, and we can look at all the branches, because every time there's a new mutation, it forms another branch, and it only goes back 6,000 years. Your answer doesn't answer anything that I'm asking. So why are there so few DNA differences separating any two people in the mitochondrial DNA? Bill?
Because you can't project that backwards.
Yes, you can. I've got paper upon paper based on pedigree studies where they can look at mutations.
SFT, does that mean they actually looked at the code?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Okay, when you say paper after paper, I think you're talking about like Robert Carter and Sanford.
No. Okay, if you want
the DNA,
I can screen share if you want. But for example, there's a Parsons paper where they admit that the mutation rate is extremely fast. This is a secular paper. Okay, the mutation rate in the mitochondrial DNA is extremely fast, and when we look at mitochondrial DNA phylogenetic trees, we can see that there's only a few mutations separating any two people, and those few mutations are easily accounted for in 6,000 years.
Okay, but you said that phylogenetic trees are invalid as a scientific tool. They're just based on assumptions and all this stuff. So
Bill, we're looking at human mitochondrial DNA diversity. It's not like I'm extrapolating that to mean banana plants and humans are related. I can easily take mitochondrial DNA diversity worldwide and make a phylogenetic tree, and it gives us real data.
But that's just lines on the paper. That's not anything real.
Okay, Bill, now you're trolling. So you have no answer. How do you explain in deep time so few differences in the mitochondrial DNA that only goes back 6,000 years? How do you explain that?
So that what we refer to as a secular paper, which actually means peer-reviewed paper, that paper, I haven't read it, but I know that they don't conclude that means that humans only came out around 6,000 years ago.
Are you going to answer the question?
Yes, the papers that I've read.
How do you explain such low genetic variation in mitochondria? Answer the question.
So
your church sermon said it, Bill?
Bill, you have no answer. You have no answer. The reason why you can build family trees and trace it back to one universal mitochondrial DNA answers is because the Bible is true, Genesis is true, and we have one mitochondrial DNA ancestor. Her name is Eve. I'd like to introduce you to her.
Bill answered the question, SFT. He said that his church doctrine says something different than the Bible. His church sermon says something different.
No,
I would love to add to your point, SFT, that according to that deep time theology, then
time is
Tinkerbell
in
and the
theology
Tooth
and
Fairy
science.
also can exist if enough time passes.
Hey Joel,
That's
do your
evolution
rockets bounce
mythological
off the
fantasy.
firmament?
Bill, why don't you just admit you don't have an answer?
Yes. Wait. Did
I
you
do
just
have
appeal
an
to the
answer.
government?
You didn't let me talk.
Okay, what's your answer? Guys, everyone
Did
quiet.
you just
Let's hear
appeal to the
Bill's
government?
fascinating answer. Why are there so few DNA differences in the mitochondrial DNA separating people worldwide? Go ahead.
Because you can't add up the mutations backwards in time. It just doesn't work like that. That's
Yes,
an
it
Bill,
invalid assumption.
counted. Bill, for one, you've already repeated that talking point and you're confused. Two, we've accounted for purifying selection. There's only 25 DNA differences separating any two people.
25 DNA differences.
No, plus the mutation rate is fast. So
Did
in
you appeal to the
300
government,
generations,
Bill?
we can easily account for 25. But you want us to believe there's tens of thousands of generations to accumulate what? 25 mitochondrial DNA. So, Bill, according to your own literature, how do they explain the low genetic variation in mitochondrial DNA? Let's see if you're up to date with your own literature. How do they
I'd
explain?
like to confirm. Did you appeal to the government as well?
Did I appeal to the government?
I heard you say something about government. Okay.
No, I asked you if your rockets bounce off the dome.
No, they don't, and that's nowhere in the Bible.
So, Bill, what is your
Government
literature
is
say?
in the Bible, Joel.
No, it's
Bill,
not.
Yes, it is.
Well, it's not. It's not a solid dome, Bill. That's a whole different topic.
Oh, your theology,
Bill,
Joel.
you're dodging.
Theology,
Bill,
blah, blah, blah.
you're dodging. What
Yeah,
is
we'll
your
save that
literature
topic for
say?
later, Bill.
No dome.
Bill, how does your literature account for such low genetic variation in human beings?
Okay, guys, hang on. Before you answer that question, I'm gonna need y'all to stop making me laugh my ass off. I just about choked on a grape. Okay, I'm trying to eat this bowl of fruit. I'm gonna need y'all to stop making me laugh.
John, how do you do it, brother? How do you do it? How do you drag me into these, John?
All right, go ahead, guys.
So,
John's
Bill,
shooting fruit through his nose,
The
guys.
paper that I read about the Y chromosome and tracing it
It
back.
must be true.
Bill, that's not my question.
I'm answering you. You asked me.
How does your? I'm gonna ask it very, very easily. Okay? Listen, we have low genetic diversity in human beings today. How does your side explain that?
Okay, so I'm looking at a paper right now. It's called the genome sequence of a 45,000-year-old modern human from Western Siberia.
How do we know it's that
Oh
old?
my God.
From carbon dating. And they
Not answering my question.
Bill.
they actually use 3 separate dating methods.
I have a scientific question on that, Bill. How do we know? How do we know that those nucleic acids survived 45,000 years in the prearranged order? How do we know that?
DNA is so fragile. There should be no DNA in 45,000 years. You're telling us they have DNA from a 45,000-year-old man?
That's what we scientists think of first, Bill.
Wow,
How did
you
that
got
happen?
great
We don't
faith,
just,
Bill.
Okay,
we just don't take what a paper says on blind faith.
That's great, Joel. So there's a technique called APCR, specifically ancient PCR.
Right.
We know that the nucleotides aren't rearranged out of order because that would require breaking the strands of the double helix.
Okay, I'm not so sure. I'm not just worried about the breakage that you're talking about. I'm talking about how they dissolve and they cease to exist.
Okay, well,
And we're actually
obviously lots of things break down over time, but you know, it's been a little while
as
since
me as
I've
a
read this
scientist,
paper.
Bill,
I can't
accept a
remember
paper
exactly
that
how
talks about DNA from 45,000 years ago. I need to see that DNA strand intact. All the sequences originally from 45,000 years
And
ago.
Bill, you realize they don't use pedigree-based empirical rates for that, right? They use what's called a phylogeny rate. They assume deep time evolution. They assume the geological column, and they calibrate the data. We don't have to calibrate because we can look at real-time.
Okay, Stanley, they took the phylogenetic rate. They took the phylogenetic rate, and it matched what the radiocarbon date gave.
No.
Okay,
no,
so
no.
that's the other thing I had, Bill.
No, no.
If I may.
That's in the paper, dude.
Gentlemen, if I may also ask, Bill, for me, again, me as a scientist, this is, if you want to convince, non-layman, so I also would need some sort of NIST traceable type experiment that showed whatever radiometric, whether it's carbon-14 or whatever other dating method, that it actually is consistently available and repeatably over those 45,000. So I need a 45,000-year-old experiment.
All right, so Joel, I would recommend looking at the INTCAL 20, INTCAL 20.
Which does not have any kind of 45,000-year-old consistent, traceable, calibrated experiment.
Okay, well, so what it has is it's extremely precise back to, I think, 13,910 years.
It doesn't. No, it needs to have a 13,000-year-long consistent, repeatable experiment.
Okay,
it is.
Are you familiar with the National Institute of Science and Technology? Let me ask you that.
What solution did they use?
I'm familiar with NIST.
Okay, do you know how NIST does their experiments? How they calibrate? How we send our instruments that we use in science every day to NIST to have a NIST traceable calibrated certificate? Are you familiar with how they do that?
It's hilarious that you're appealing to NIST. I mean, talk about.
It's not that I'm appealing to it. I'm trying to explain how we scientists do our work.
Okay, well, why don't you go read the specifications for INTCAL 20?
That's why I know it's not reliable. It's mythological fantasy because it does not have a repeatable experiment that's NIST traceable or any kind of scientifically traceable.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
In your head,
it makes assumptions. As a matter of fact, we have actual experiments to show that solar and cosmic radiation actively affects radiometric decay rates. So now all of the assumptions of decay rates have been falsified.
If you read that paper, you wouldn't have made that statement.
You are so insecure in your religious beliefs, you can't even let me talk to you about them. You are rejecting science. You are denying science. You won't even let a scientist ask you questions about your mythology.
I want to see if I can talk some sense into him if you got a chance.
All right, go ahead.
Good luck.
Okay, hang on. Before jumping ahead. Man, dumpster fire is point.
Soundbite.
All right, go ahead, Jungle.
Yeah, speaking of sound bites, here's one for Stand for Truth. There's lines on a paper. Let's just lines on a paper. Okay, Bill, you're aware that Noah had sons and grandsons, right?
And granddaughters. Yeah.
Bill.
Yeah. Bill even believes in a real Noah.
Okay, you know that all the. You ever heard of the Table of Nations? All the nations?
No.
You haven't heard of the Table of Nations?
Bill, it's in Genesis.
You haven't heard of the Table of Nations?
Is that like Tower of Babel stuff? I'm real familiar with Genesis.
Just say no, Bill's okay.
8 or 9, and that's about it.
Okay, let me just explain. The Table of Nations is the descendants of each of Noah's grandkids and great grandkids. They all have names and they all became nations.
Okay.
Chronology.
Are you aware of that?
I am now.
Wow.
Are you aware that we have a history that goes back not more than 5,000 years? And genealogies that we can trace, we know all the names between me and Noah. I mean, not all the names, but that we know lines with all the names that going back to me and Noah.
Jungle, I'd love to talk to you more about that someday, man. My father was really big into that stuff before he passed away. And they had names of Adam and Eve's children and grandchildren. I have no clue how they had that, but they have it.
Yeah, and but especially Noah. So that basically confirms the global flood. So what would you say about that?
There was definitely a global flood. What this paper actually shows
5,000 years ago.
This paper about the Y chromosome shows that there's the massive radiation of people from Asia actually.
Well, actually, each of those grandsons and great grandkids, they all have Y chromosomes that we can identify too.
Okay, but they go back to Asia.
No, they
don't. They go back to Noah. They go back to the cradle of civilization. They go back to the Middle East where Noah landed on the ark.
In Turkey, the gov article essentially appeals to
Bill only has 4,500 years to deal with. I mean, the Y chromosome mutates fast, and every single male Y chromosome is nearly identical with extremely low variation. Right. You've only got 4,500 years to deal with. So look at any people group on the planet, Bill. We don't care. You have to fit it within 4,500 years, though, because that's what the empirical data suggests.
That's not
right. Back to the table of names.
That's a fact.
There's nothing.
Bill, that's a fact.
Bill, there's nothing at all to suggest that you
deal with it, Bill.
There's nothing at all to suggest that it's accurate to project those rates backwards in time.
Bill,
it's a fact.
Y chromosomes are nearly identical. That means we all have one Y chromosomal ancestor. It's pretty basic.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
Max.
Science says that too. It's just a question of
Science doesn't say anything. Science doesn't say anything. It's how we interpret the results. It's how we interpret the data.
The concept of mitochondrial Eve exists in science.
Yeah,
I wanted to just address the comment about going back to Asia, if I may, real quick. The Human Genome Project government website itself, since you like to appeal to things like that, Bill, it talks about how all human genetic trace projects that they've been doing over the years, everything goes back to the Middle East. The only question is if the human civilization started in Iraq or the Sudan.
Okay, I'm not talking about
traces of all humans across the entire planet, including North and South America, Australia, everybody came from one geological location. It's been confirmed genetically.
Okay, yeah, and the genetics show that the major radiation of those genetics happened in Asia.
No.
Yes.
No.
I'm looking at the research right now.
No, you're not.
Came from Turkey, the area of the Levant, the Fertile Crescent. They all came from there, and to this day, that's where they all represented from. Anyways,
I am not one to appeal to authorities, but I will trust the Human Genome Project's research over whatever the hell you're trying to preach.
I really doubt the Human Genome Project actually.
I will give you an article about it here once I get back to my computer if you'd like. But
you want to know about the human genome? The human genome's a big, huge bullshit lie. The Berkeley computer broke. Okay, they couldn't even sequence 4%, and that's what they called the rest of it was junk DNA.
They must have a crappy computer because I can do it on my own.
We're
laptop.
talking about Y chromosome and mitochondrial DNA.
I'm sorry, bud, but I have a medical family, and they all know it's bunk. It's bogus. Berkeley computer broke. You cannot do the quaternary of the DNA with a binary computer, and the computer crap.
I do it every day, dude. Almost every day.
You could not do it.
Yes, you can. Quaternary computer
don't get it.
computations is not rocket science. It's old, man. We've been doing it.
Well, the ENCODE project discovered that over 80% of the genome is active, which means, according to Bill's deep time, the mutations that accumulate are going to degrade far before Bill ever has millions of years. And Bill just doesn't know how to address this argument. It's so basic and he doesn't get it. If you have a mutation to a functional genetic sequence, then it's only going to degrade. It's only going to degrade the message.
So God has no role?
Bill, you have no idea what you're talking about. When you start with design diversity, and then you introduce mutations into the genome that has no mutations, over time it degrades. It's all part of the curse, and it all takes us back to the fall. These population geneticists are even acknowledging that no mutation can be absolutely neutral. So how do you deal with it, Bill? What type of selection removes the unselectables? There's a simple question. Go ahead. What type of selection removes the unselectables? Go.
God.
See, I want everybody to go watch my debate with Bill last week, okay? Because
I don't know if I want to.
You know what, Jungle? Just watch it at 2 times speed, get through it. But this guy, Bill, is a scoffer. He's rude to all my guests that I have on. He thinks he's smarter than the PhDs that hold to a special creation model. And yet he can't even answer a basic question. Population geneticists are asking this question. How do we remove so many deleterious mutations? And Bill's answer is God.
Yeah,
see, Bill, you butcher the scriptures. And the butchering of the scriptures is contradictory to the science. I'm going to ask you again, Bill. No more dodging. No more dodging. I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to mute. How do you remove the unselectable mutations that are slightly deleterious to biological information systems? Go ahead.
Okay. Just because there's an open problem in science doesn't mean that the fossil record disappears.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so you want to go to the fossils, low-quality science where we don't have the genetics. Listen, when you look for a horseshoe crab in the fossil record or a coelacanth that is supposedly millions and millions of years old, and we see them alive today unchanged for the most part, what we know about mutation accumulation, I'm not done. What we know about mutation accumulation and low impact, you know what's funny? Bill is now you are conceding our entire debate because Bill finally, I think it clicked. He finally understands what we mean by mutation accumulation. What was his answer? Well, just because there's an open question in science that we don't have an answer to now, well, at least we got this bone found in the dirt. Yeah, my dog likes to go in the backyard and dig up bones too, but those bones are historical reconstructions and they fail because the empirical data that we have about mutations destroys your historical reconstruction. Yes, it does, Bill. You want to look for low quality evidence.
The phylogenies based on fossils have been clarified.
Phylogeny based on anatomy and morphology. Anatomy and morphology can be deceiving. I mean, we have more variation today, Bill, in the same species than between species. Yeah, you want to look to morphology, anatomy, and build these phylogenies? Bill, I'm going to ask you again. Bill, I'm going to ask you again. No more dodging, Bill. No more dodging. How do you remove low impact deleterious mutations? How do you remove those?
You can't. SFT, and again, Bill, everything is the opposite of science.
The fact that you went to a bone in the dirt
it's more important, SFT, if I may. It's more important to simply point out how the philosophies that they're using is the exact opposite of science. To claim that bones explain these genetic information changes is the same exact thing as saying that an exploded rocket engine, like I was trying to allude to earlier, explains the engineering and the code and the design changes on all of the three-dimensional, the things that are not rocket engine.
Dude, I've cleared you up on that so many times now.
All of the 3D simulations that we do, all of the engineering,
evolution
DNA,
all the
DNA that helps us build these rocket engines cannot be explained by the rocket engines.
I'm not a scientist. That's how evolution works. That's not how evolution
point out that evolutionists
you don't know how evolution works.
Like science.
You don't have deep time evolution, Bill, because mutations degrade, and your answer was what? Well, just because we don't have an answer now doesn't mean that
his answer was because of fossils.
Right, exactly. So he admitted there's no answer, but then what did he say, Joel? He said, but we got this bone found in the dirt. The fossil
which is the exact opposite of scientific explanation is what I'm trying to point out. These guys are anti-science.
It's sad. It's sad. It's your philosophy.
I'm looking at the physical evidence. It's not anti-science to look at the
It is anti-science.
No.
The physical evidence.
I can't see DNA with my eyes. I can see a fossil with my eyes.
Your DNA has nothing to do with the fossil record.
No, there's nothing about the fossil record that supports your position.
On the authority of scientists. You're telling me I can't rely on the authority of scientists, Joel. So I can't trust a single word they've said about genetics.
You have to test it for yourself. There is no DNA in the fossil record, Bill. There's an assumption that these bones changed over time on their own through the genetics. You do not have any scientific evidence of watching the DNA actually change.
And remember, why are you such equilibrium? So he agrees with the
space religious fanatic who have to talk over people that want to talk to you about science.
I have to talk over you because you won't let me talk.
Yes, I do. There's no excuse to talk over people. You just said that you have to talk over people because they won't let you talk over them. You are a bully. You are a religious fanatic.
Bill has yet to answer one question.
I am a fanatic for God.
His answers are this.
No, you're not.
His other answer is, well, maybe we'll get an answer one day. So why should we then, Bill, believe that banana plants and whales are related when your evidence to the empirical data is either I don't care or maybe we'll get an answer one day. But yeah, you want us to drop the empirical evidence and conclude that strawberries and whales are related. Give me a
break. Do you want an answer?
Are you a troll?
Do you want an answer?
Not from you, Bill.
Okay, so the answer is that relationship was originally determined through comparative anatomy and looking at fossils, visually comparing characteristics.
Doesn't prove anything.
Okay, and then with
they were all buried in the same.
Let him finish. So then
they were all buried in the same global flood event.
Okay, we'll go around the room. Bill, finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Then with genetic studies, we confirmed and clarified those relationships. It didn't overthrow it. It confirmed and clarified it. And what the fossils show is a clear chronological succession over time. Even if you want to deny that there's any transitional forms, it shows chronological succession.
Okay,
So
my
what's the
turn.
transition?
Okay,
Show us the
listen, we're going to go around the room. I'll go and then Jungle and then Joel and then back to Bill. So wrong. When they actually sequenced the genetics, what they discovered was inconsistency after inconsistency. That's why they invoke convergent evolution. And every time that's invoked, they are admitting to a lack of uniqueness in this phylogenetic tree you keep looking at. We've also got incomplete lineage sorting, and it's a major problem, especially in terms of human origins and human evolution, where depending on what gene or what protein you look at, you get totally different discordant trees. Okay, you also have loss of traits evolution, which they like to look to. You see stasis, you don't see a nice sequence. Okay, as I pointed out in our debate, I showed you papers, okay, through baraminology work, where they concluded discontinuity. So that's the exact opposite of what you are saying here. And now back to the genetic data that we have today shows that low impact deleterious mutations accumulate. They put shelf lives on genomes. It's like a ticking time bomb. Ticking time bomb is what population geneticists consider it, that aren't even young earth creationists. Of course, they still hold evolution, so they're trying to come up with solutions. So far, they've all failed. Here's the point. Bill's historical reconstructions are only as good as the empirical data. And since the empirical data refutes his historical reconstructions, that means there must be a better interpretation out there. And the better interpretation is special creation, independent origins, and a worldwide flood.
What about horses?
What about horses?
They were buried too.
So the genetics of horse evolution. Okay, horses were a model of evolution for over 100 years because of fossils, and then the genetics. The genetics
they were all
confirmed
buried.
that.
They were all buried by the same flood event.
That was Jungle's turn.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted to go to known human history is because it sets a date for when the global flood happened, when each of those animals, all of them, were buried at the same time. The reason why those animals are different is because they have different genetic information. And you can't go from one animal to another animal without the genetic information to take you there. And the fact that they were all buried in the same global flood event with no common ancestor proves that they were all buried less than 5,000 years ago. And we have Y chromosomes going back to each one of the grandsons of Noah and their great grandsons. And I could show you them. I could show you the Y chromosomes.
Actual times, right?
mtDNA. Yeah, this is actual, real, known human history with genealogies to prove it, because I can give you multiple lines of genealogies with all the names in between, from me to Noah, through Abraham, and even through some Arabic line or something going all the way back to Noah. There's multiple lines, like thousands and thousands of genealogies going back to Noah.
Empirical timelines, right, sir? Timestamps.
Yeah, less than 5,000 years ago. And they're all buried in consecutive layers that are mega sequences, 6 mega sequences, one on top of the other, of water deposited sediment layers with nothing in between, with no time in between the sediment layers.
Or
that
6
buried
creation.
all of those animals all at the same time in the same global flood event.
Okay, let's do this then. Let's hand it to Joel, and then when Joel's done, Bill, since there were 3 of us that went, you take as much time as you need. You can just rant and rant just to have equal time. So Joel, you go ahead, floor is yours, and then Bill, we're all going to be muted, and you say whatever you got to say.
Awfully gracious of you, SFT. Yeah, so it's irrefutable that genomics is super advanced programming code language. It's self-embedded software in its own hardware architectures. And advanced coders like myself, we're doing what we can to try to reverse engineer it to advance our own technologies. So the projects that I work on today, as a matter of fact, I'm working with a company that's working on a product that's well over 20 years old now. It's mature. It's used all over the planet, and it's extraordinarily sophisticated. And if I were to strictly try to understand the code that this company uses for the variety of products by strictly looking at the output of it, the outside of it, the the functions. Looking at just like a web page, for example. Not the HTML side of it, but just the screen. That's exactly the same as the claim is. Let's look at what the fossils say. You can't do that. That is the exact opposite of science. So I could I could look at the output of the code. I could look at the decision heuristic layer matrices of the big data type data outputs of the artificial intelligence routines that we use. I can look at the outputs, but it will take me so much. I would wager to say it would be physically or intellectually impossible for me to recreate that kind of product. This is just a 20-year-old product. This isn't talking about something as super advanced as DNA, as life, universal information coding in life. I don't know how long. I wouldn't be able to have I don't think I'd naturally be able to have enough life left and age or whatever. I will die before I try to reverse engineer by looking at the bones of this software product. So I call them anti-scientists, whatever you want to call them, religious fanatics. For them to assume that we can understand the language of God, the coding processes, the changes, the actual code by looking at the output of things, of how things look like they have similarities, the polymorphic design frames and stuff like that, much less things that have zero code in them, like the bones and the fossil records. That proves to those of us that do this kind of stuff for a living who the Dark Ages people are. You're literally, you are, these people, it's not just difficult to have conversations with like we've shown tonight. These people are the exact opposite of rational or scientifically minded people. They are literally trying to reverse engineer things, or they're not even trying to reverse engineer it. They're literally trying to make assumptions based on the outputs of obvious design through super advanced technology for no other reason than to justify some religious claim, some hope, some mythological fantasy of how they wish things happened. They don't actually care about the details. They don't care about the science. Go ahead, Bill.
I appreciate that, Joel. And Bill, over to you. Take 5 minutes if you need to, 10 minutes. Go ahead. None of us will interrupt.
So this idea that looking at fossils isn't science, that's incredibly absurd. Like, you can't just say that paleontology isn't a science.
You just proved my point.
Okay, yeah, paleontology is science. You can't just say that's not science just because you don't like it.
You use paleontology to study genomics.
No, you don't have to study genomics to be a scientist. That's
You're self-refuted.
Okay, I thought this was my turn to talk.
Go for it. Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
Okay, Go ahead, Bill. Uninterrupt. I was muted. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Genetics is one area of science. There's lots of areas of science. Geology is an area of science. Paleontology is an area of science. Those areas of science involve looking at the rocks. That's science. You can't just say it's not science just because they're not looking at genetics. That's not I assume you're ultimately trying to win me over to your side if you're just going to tell me point blank that like these huge areas of science aren't science at all. Like, that's not going to work.
It's a straw man fallacy.
It's not a fallacy to say that geology is an established area of science as well as paleontology.
The fallacy is that I did not say that. You're making arguments that no one makes except you.
Okay, you claimed that looking at fossils isn't science. That's what paleontology
No, sir.
is.
If I may correct that for you, so you can address it properly, the claim is that all of these realms that you're talking about are irrelevant to the genetic code. You can't study a rock to determine how the code changed over time. Go ahead.
And I never said that you could. Okay, there's two different questions at work here. There's the question of, did evolution happen? And then there's the question of, how did evolution happen? So the question of how did a certain genome get coded, that falls into how did evolution happen. Looking at fossils, like a paleontologist, that's looking at if evolution happened. And fossils definitely show that evolution did happen. They don't show how it happened. We can look at, they could make some guesses, and then based on more genetic research, and especially like this, forthcoming epigenetic research, we're starting to get some glimpses maybe into how some of that happens. But you don't need to know how it happens to know if it happened.
You do for science.
Evolution does not happen ever at any time. Never.
Okay, so
never,
Joel,
ever happened. No part of
all right,
evolution
Jungle,
ever happened.
All right, so Joel, you claim that for science.
Wait a minute. What? Are you
I'm
going to respond to that or what?
Joel spoke to me first. Joel said, for it to be science, just looking at, you can't just look at if it exists. You have to know how it exists. According to Joel, you have to know how it happens. According to Joel, for it to be science. So I hope as a rocket scientist, he can fill us all in on how gravity works. Because I know that gravity works. I know that it works, but I have no idea how it works. Maybe rocket scientist Joel can fill us in on how that works, because
Yes, I
gravity
can.
is part of science.
I can through 3 different forms of physics, but I don't think that we really want to go in that direction tonight.
Real quick, I'm just going to jump in real quick. It's been a long night for me. I had a 2.5-hour debate. This has been a wild after show, but I am definitely feeling like I need to get some sleep. So you guys continue on. It's been a fun talk. Joel, good to see you again. Jungle Jargon, Alex, LPP, Bill, even you, good to see you. Good talk. I know it gets heated.
Don't forget, standing. It's just lines on a paper.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a new shirt that says "Just Lines on Paper." So, anyways, guys, God bless. Good talk, and I'll probably be listening in. So keep it civil.
Good night.
God bless.
Sir.
Yeah.
Good, Bill.
So yeah, so you're gonna show me that evolution happens?
I'm going to show you. Is that what you said?
Yeah, you're gonna show me evolution happening.
Well, if I can do a quick summary.
And the mechanism. You're gonna give me a mechanism for evolution?
No, that's what I said. That's a separate consideration.
The
mechanism is not known yet.
I can do a quick explanation for what Bill was trying to ask too, Jargo, about science.
The explanation what? I'm sorry.
What Bill was trying to argue about how we do science. So the entire purpose of science, including the Christian scientific method, is strictly to not only test and to find out why, but we don't really care if something happens or not until we can test it. So the question why is irrelevant until we can repeatedly, reliably, at least pretend to figure out how it happens. Until then, we don't care why.
Repeatable.
But the fact that it happened does matter.
Not
Science
necessarily.
is repeatable. It's repeatable.
Yeah. If I may quote from the founder of quantum physics, Max Planck, he said that we have no right to assume that any physical law exists, or that if any do at the present, that they'll continue to exist in the future. So that's how scientists think.
God.
Excuse me?
I would say that goes against God. I mean,
no, because
God created the
God,
laws. God doesn't change.
We have to learn how God does things. We don't tell God how he does things.
Yeah, and God told us that he doesn't change. And
we don't say that God does change. We say that physical laws. So basically, God is a miracle maker. God can change the physical laws. We have to learn. Physical laws don't dictate God. We try to understand how God does things, and then we call them physical laws when they're not necessarily laws. That's how science works.
It's relative.
We're learning.
It's all relative. Yeah, it's all relative to or dependent on something else. Yeah.
Everything we think we know today could be absolutely wrong. That's what keeping an open mind and that's what science is about.
Yeah, and every physical thing is subject to change anyway.
Right, which is evolution.
No,
that's why we do science. That's why the Christians, like Bacon, started the scientific method specifically to avoid dogma. We have to test things.
Right, but then you're like, a single flood caused all the fossils specifically because of dogma.
We have evidence for it.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yes, we do.
Evolution requires information that's not there. You need a mechanism, the right programming that's not there, and you don't have it, and you never will.
God programmed the genome through evolution.
So a scientist would, instead of saying, no, you don't
evolution
have
doesn't
evidence for
exist.
something. A scientist would ask, well, what is that evidence? And you'd want to share it and talk about it and test it together.
Okay, but you didn't answer to my counterexample, so there's no point in asking for that evidence.
I tried my best to ask questions to try to understand your whatever evidence you presented, and it turned into that dumpster fire.
God did it.
Yeah, everybody just started talking over me. Okay, the claim is okay. These are footprints found in the Grand Canyon in a layer.
Those are irrelevant.
It's in a layer of sandstone. It's above 500 feet of limestone, which is above another 1,200 feet of limestone and some other stuff.
Which is below what?
That's okay. So there's thousands of feet of sediment below where these footprints are. Okay.
No, how about what's above it? What's above it?
Thousands more feet of sediment. Okay, so
solid rock, he said.
Water deposited sediment layers, right?
I got it. Okay, listen. So if the flood washed across the whole continent to deposit these sediments that the animal was supposedly walking on, if the flood already washed across to deposit that stuff, that animal would be dead.
It is dead.
No, not necessarily, because they
Yes,
were still
necessarily.
They all died. Eventually, they did all die. Yes, and,
Okay,
after we see their tracks, we see their bodies.
No, you don't.
Okay. Hold on. Let me help break that down. So, intuitively, I'm thinking that whatever preserved the sand from becoming solidified amongst all those other solidified stratas, whatever protected that sand could have protected the footprints.
The sand was buried by a local flood.
The sand was protected. Otherwise, it would also be solid.
There's interleaved layers of Aeolian sandstone and mudstone. So,
sure. So the loose material was somehow protected and did not get transformed or whatever into the solid material. So that's how we are able to see the non-affected footprints.
Okay, Joel, but you're a smart guy. So go through with me on step by step. Okay, right? In order for that sandstone to be there, everything below it had to have been deposited by the flood, right?
No, it doesn't. No.
Okay, well,
that's another false assumption.
According to the leading creationists websites like creation.com, Answers in
So what's the problem? What's the problem?
That's an appeal to authority. I can't just take someone's word for it like you do, Bill. I know that limestone can form after floods.
Okay, but the claim is that it's deposited by the flood.
Okay,
there's many layers. There's many layers. There's many flood layers with many fossil footprints. You know that, right?
I have counter evidence to that claim.
So Joel, you're saying that all that limestone is already there.
I don't know. I wasn't there, Bill, and I don't know how to recreate it easily. Do you?
Well, okay. Well, that's the first reasonable thing that anybody's ever told me in this whole time I've been bringing these up.
Well, the reason why I keep trying to reiterate to you again in my mind why that's irrelevant, not to dismiss the claims, but it's irrelevant to the genome. Whenever I look at God's code, I need to look at the code change. I don't need to look at the sand. I need to look at the code change.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the point of pointing out those footprints is that the entire layer of because you can see transitions in fossils, but there's no point in even talking about that if you're denying that there's any chronology in the fossils.
I can see transitions in rocket engine designs.
And they evolved.
Through intelligent design, through purpose, the exact opposite of random evolution.
No, you're a Christian. You should be looking for God in things. Why are you?
Don't tell me what I should do, please.
Why are you considering any natural process as being godless?
Not natural.
Me designing my engineering work, my scientific work is artificial. It is the exact opposite of natural.
So you have a way to create that did not come from God?
As a matter of fact, I love quoting Albert Einstein. He says, scientists can only study that which is, engineers create that which never was.
So you think that you have a way to create that did not come from God?
Not at all. I think that I can create because God created me to be able to create with him.
Okay. So the fact that human technology evolves, that's just us reflecting God's creation.
It didn't evolve naturally. It's artificial. It's the exact opposite.
Well, there's no evolution.
Out of the naturalism.
There's no evolution of information. There's just somebody using their mind and reconfiguring something intentionally.
So God can't do that in biology?
God does do that. That's why we're saying that. So
Exactly.
bones don't tell us how God did it.
No, God did it at creation. Things don't evolve by themselves.
God is still creating.
And they were buried by the global flood anyway. So, and that was
The only-
5,000 years ago or less.
The only reason why we talk about this stuff, Bill, is because there's an entire society basically that tries to say that God didn't do it, and here's why. And so you're conflating that.
No, I'm not conflating it. I'm trying to tell you that the proper response to that is to say, no, actually, God did do it.
I understand that. And so the opposition that you're refuting doesn't exist, I guess, would say that that's a God of the gaps logical fallacy.
Right. So, I mean, it's not. I mean, God is sovereign. God is sovereign over everything.
Okay, then why are we bickering?
Because
But
you keep
God
telling me
doesn't
that
contradict the
evolution
evidence.
has to be this blind random process. And
No, I don't. All I say is for me to understand how God changed the genomes and created anything, I need to see the code changes. I can't rely on rocks or sand.
Right.
Or anything
Okay.
else.
So if you look at horse evolution, like the evolution of horses is well known over 100 years ago because they had so many fossils. You can see
Can I
clear.
look at the code change?
They were all buried by the same flood.
You can look at transitions in the feet, in the jaws, all these different things.
Can I see the code changes that makes
Yes, you can now. You can now, Joel. After 100 years of fossils, they've
buried.
studied the genetics, and yeah, there's
But
like
I don't think there's genetics in fossils, though.
okay, but there's
Rocks don't have genes in them.
Okay, but there's genetics in modern extant horse species, and
All
there's
right,
also
well, that just tells me what happens in modern.
There's a reason why they're.
Joel, but okay.
There's a reason why they're different. It's because the genetic information is different, Bill. And they were all buried by the same global flood.
Okay, the relationships that people infer.
But you can't have different genetic information between different animals. If it's different, it's a different kind. If it's got different information. And since the morphology is not the same, it's got different genetic information.
Right.
Okay, so for
horses
example, with
changes
horses,
differently than your fingers do.
so if, for example, with horses, we can infer from fossils where, for example, donkeys branched off, zebras branched off, and when we studied genetics, it confirmed that. It confirmed those relationships.
Doesn't refute the idea that each thing is separate. Donkeys and horses are not chimps or dogs or cats.
Exactly. Or fish
But you
or a
can
luca.
obviously look just with your eyes. You can look at a chimp and see that it's more similar
No,
to
now you're
a
being
human
troll.
than
You're being a troll. You're being troll.
You can look at it.
I can look at a Merlin M1D engine.
You're not explaining
I
the
can look at
difference
a vacuum configured Merlin engine and see that it's different than a non-vacuum configured Merlin engine. That's not science, Bill. You are radically different than a chimpanzee. You are nothing like one.
Okay, but I'm a lot more similar to it than I am
That's
to
irrelevant.
a fish.
No, you're
No,
not.
it's not irrelevant. No,
You're
that's-
more
don't
similar
have
to a
the same
banana.
information.
No,
You don't have the same information.
The way we classify groups of organisms is largely
irrelevant.
based on common sense.
No,
Besides,
it's
you're
irrelevant.
not an animal. You didn't come from an animal, Bill.
The Bible
And again,
says we're
evolution,
animals.
like Jungle's trying to help point out for and remind you, Bill, evolution, quote unquote, assumes that God made something out of dirt, and that dirt evolved into a fish or whatever, and then that fish evolved into some amphibian and evolved into your brain. That's not science.
It's not science. It's no. You didn't explain how you get the information that's not there.
Right, it's assumption.
You can't be saying God did it because God doesn't contradict the evidence of everything being buried by the same global flood. Less than
There's
5,000
no
years.
evidence of everything being buried by a global flood. I gave you
Less than
a clear
5,000
example
years
of
ago.
that.
That's the evidence. That's
You
the
can
evidence.
assume it's a good assumption, but it's not science.
Okay, I gave you a clear counterexample to a single flood causing all the fossils.
Are you familiar with what's called ringwoodite?
All right,
It's
I've
wrong.
listened enough. I need to tell Bill this.
Uh-oh.
So when Jesus Christ died, he commended his spirit up into heaven. His body was in the grave.
All right.
We will be like Christ. So your evolution, did we always have a spirit, or when did we get our spirit?
Ooh.
Well, I don't think that's something that we can identify in evolution. I mean, maybe
You don't care?
maybe the study of archaeology could shine a little bit of light on that. I don't know if it'd
Are
be
you
possible to.
freaking nuts, dude? Are you freaking nuts that Jesus
All
Christ
right,
evolved?
let's be nice. Come on.
I mean, come on.
Archaeology.
It's an easy thing. Would appeal to archaeology. Jesus Christ came as a man, as God here on earth, lowered himself a little bit lower than the angels so that he could pay the price for our sin. Do animals commit sin?
No, they don't.
So how did we evolve to a creature that can sin and not have a spirit? What does sin have anything to do with the spirit?
I was under the impression that we got the spirit when God breathed into our nose. So you must be talking
So
about.
there's no evolution. There's no evolution. Only Adam got
it suggests
only
that,
Adam got that.
We weren't made on the
mankind is
same
different.
day.
Mankind is special. We have a spirit that or a soul that
Yeah,
other creations
End
don't.
of the debate.
But I was
End
under
of
the
the
impression
debate.
that we had that long before Jesus came to the earth.
We didn't have the ability to enter
Point
heaven.
is that it exists. That there's a
Is the
non-physical,
seed of the
non-natural
woman.
existence.
Jesus is the seed of the woman. As soon as Adam and Eve sinned, they were informed about the provision for their sin, which is by way of the seed of the woman who had crushed the serpent's head.
That
Yeah.
happened.
I'm not sure if you're catching it, Bill, but this is two different conversations. They're talking about the spiritual aspect of existence outside of the natural.
Yeah.
So when Adam and Eve were made, when Adam and Eve were made, they were made with a provision for their sin. Adam was made first.
Exhausting to be talked over every time I open my mouth.
Adam was made. I hardly ever say anything. Adam was made first with a provision, and the rib was taken out of Adam, and Eve was made with a provision, so that both Adam and Eve are covered by the provision of the seed of the woman who had crushed the serpent's head. That's the first prophecy of Messiah when Adam and Eve were created.
And I just want to know
appreciate
how
your patience
archaeology
trying
I
to
want to
stay.
know how archaeology can find our spirit. That's hilarious.
I didn't say that it could find our spirit.
Right. I appreciate you, Bill, trying, man. I really do. I think you're genuine. You're far better than a lot of other people we get to butt heads with. So I just wanted to thank you.
Well,
Recognize your patience, man. It is frustrating.
Thank you.
If we evolved, we have no spirit.
I think we can. So Alec, you seem to have a strange definition of spirit there. When I said archaeology, I meant that we could look and see when people started making spiritual artifacts.
No.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You know that every
practice.
Every archaeological building was built on top of the sediments deposited by the global flood.
Okay, but that's going on your erroneous assumption that all of the rock strata was laid down by the flood.
No,
the sediment layers, the water deposited sediment layers, which we know were pre-flood. They're all water deposited. Yes, they are, Bill.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
I still want the explanation of the spirit that is commended to God from Jesus Christ that we all have, and that's what we're spiritual bodies. Paul talks about it.
So I mean, it sounds like Alec, you're talking about the resurrection body. God says we sow in the flesh and then we
have a spirit right now. We have a spirit right now. It's even talked about. You either have the spirit of evil or you have the spirit of Jesus Christ. And the fact is, when did we get that spirit if we evolved?
We have
I'd like to ask real quick, gentlemen. I'd like to ask real quick. Are we trying to talk about the naturalistic side, I guess, of evolutionary conversations versus are we going to try to stick to a spiritual aspect conversation here for a while?
Well, we're talking about evolution, and therefore, if we evolved from a newt or whatever we evolved from that they come up with next week, if we evolved from whatever it is, how did we get our spirit as a human being? Who gave that to us, and when did it happen?
Okay, so it seems like you're using this with Christianity, in which case.
What? Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah, I'm the best one you'll ever meet.
Right. I'm just not used to your definition of spirit.
Because you're not in the spirit. I can already
Okay.
tell.
You have
Yeah, that's great.
seven spirits. If you have Christ, you have
Okay,
seven spirits.
I'd like to talk, Jungle. So
Yeah, let him talk, guys.
If not, you got 6 spirits, which is not
Oh.
enough.
Okay. So the way that I understand it is that when we come to faith in Christ, we're gifted the Holy Spirit. As far as humans having a spirit that sets us apart from animals, I would assume that was put there in the Garden of Eden. But Alec, as far as us becoming new as Christians, it says we're going from the old man to the new man. It's the evolution is continuing to go forward.
Evolution doesn't exist.
Evolution doesn't have anything to do with the spirit, brother. Nothing to do with
I would say that the entire material world
when
is
you
a
came out of
shadow
your
the
mother's
spirit.
womb. When you
Hold
came
on,
out
hold
of
on.
your
What was that
mother's
about
womb,
material world?
The entire material world is a shadow of the spiritual world. You can't have they're not the same.
so you don't have a spirit right now.
He just said the opposite, guys. Alex. He's acknowledging that there is a spiritual aspect to creation.
Okay, so let me go back to the womb thing.
Well,
you had a spirit. You had a spirit before you were even a zygote.
I think he agrees with that.
Okay.
If you want to speak for yourself.
So how did we evolve from an animal to get a spirit?
If I may, Bill, if I may be so bold, and please correct me if I make any mistakes here. He's simply talking about how God designed human flesh from a Ford to a Buick or whatever, and so our spirit drives around in the Buick model now is all. And so the Buick might evolve into, I don't know, a Cadillac or something. So basically, he's talking about whatever. You get the point.
No, every human has a spirit.
Right. And
When
he's
you
not
come
arguing.
to Jesus Christ, you have the Holy Spirit.
He agreed to that.
Because
right.
he indwells in us.
He said that.
But right. But at the other side of it is, if you're an unbeliever, you still have a spirit because it has to go and get its damnation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only contention is whether or not evolution is all there is, or natural, whether God did it or not, kind of thing.
So you can look at the Garden of Eden in terms of evolution, and it makes a lot of sense. Like it says, Eve was cursed to have great pains in childbirth. I mean, if you look at human evolution, we evolved these big heads, and then to squeeze out a big head through upright walking hips causes a lot of pain. It's like right at the very limit of what that can physically handle, and we're actually born immature compared to a lot of animals. Like a horse can walk like the same day it's born. Like we have to wait months and months because our brain is still developing.
Yeah, but why did God create women's hips different than men's hips? Because their hips are different.
Right.
Yeah, which is a special creation.
So I mean, that's my
design, right?
Yeah, I saw my son being born. I know how it works. The fact is that
creation.
Horses are the same way. Their foal is pretty damn big, bro.
Yeah, cows
squeezes right out of there.
But our brain is our limiting factor, and so we're actually born immature compared to other animals.
Well, and my whole point, gentlemen, is that regardless of whatever similarities and or differences between any life form, the code itself is not only code, but the code is extraordinarily different. It is night and day. There is no similarities within our code other than the kernel.
Other than the fact that we both have to grow.
Well, that's the variable, Jungle. We don't have to grow.
Well, because that's what the similar information is, because everything grows. Everything has a clock.
I would argue it's the kernel. So DNA is what's called universal information. There's different varieties of types of information. The fact that all DNA and all life everywhere on this planet, everything we've ever discovered, all plant, animals, and microbes, all share the same exact the quadriary based. There's a fifth bit for RNA, but the DNA, the source code, it's all universal, and it's all all sequences. For example, the fact that it's a packetized sequence is another mind-blowing fact. But all of those sequences always use the same exact 3 start-stop codon command keys. It doesn't have to be that way. But the fact it is mind-blowingly just that's the only real similarities. Everything else is irrelevant. It's as irrelevant as how your iPhone app is programmed compared to your Android app. They might look the same, they might do some of the same thing, but the code is radically different.
Right.
Other than the
exactly.
machine language.
Yeah. And it was all buried by the same global flood anyway.
Yeah.
You know,
Ringwoodite's what convinced me of the global flood.
Humans are all the same species, always looking for individualism. Plants are individuals, not really a species.
That point, Alex, that's my major reason why I absolutely not only can't believe in evolution, but really want to fight against it, like a bunch of other scientists that I respect are doing, is because the original Darwinian evolutionary theory that a lot of I don't call them scientists anymore, that people, especially atheists in their churches, I call them now, and universities preach still today, is based on the idea that humans are different species, that there are subspecies, there are different quote unquote races. And Darwin explicitly said that I call him the personal god of natural selection, is determining to exterminate and replace throughout the world, quote unquote, the savage races or lower races, they call them, of anthropomorphized apes that he specifically said are black people and Australians for the preference of his preferred Caucasian race. So I just, every time people talk about that we're just different species, we're evolving from monkeys to people, that is racism.
I was in Australia, and the story is that the Aborigines, they killed thousands of Aborigines, boiled their skin off of their craniums, and put their heads in museums.
Well, they put live people in museums. They thought they were just animals.
Joel, I'd like to answer to that. I'm not going to deny that that's been part of evolution. What I would say is that is our burden for opening our eyes in the Garden of Eden. We've now opened our eyes even further, and now we can act on our own evolution. Even that's how much we've opened our eyes. And I want to quote from your Ecclesiastes here. Ecclesiastes 1:18.
There's no evolution.
Okay, Ecclesiastes 1:18 says, "For in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow."
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that evolution has brought sorrow and grief doesn't go against it being real knowledge.
That's what sorrow and grief you're talking about.
It just shows
evolution doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. It doesn't exist.
Wait. What's sorrow and grief? How did evolution bring sorrow and grief, do you think? Why are you saying that?
Oh, well, that's what you were describing.
No, I was talking about how evolutionists are white supremacists.
You have to prove evolution before you can say it exists.
But I'm just curious about your parallels, all.
Yeah. Essentially, you're getting at eugenics, right? It's basically us trying to take the reins and guide our evolution.
Eugenics is doing it outside of the personal god of natural selection. So there's arguments between evolutionists, white supremacists, whether they should do it artificially, like Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger said, and Hitler said, versus just let nature do it on its own. Let nature exterminate these lower savage races is on its own. But the premise is still white supremacy.
But okay,
that the Caucasian preferred, quote unquote, civilized race of white people,
right?
Is what is natural selection's aim.
The preservation of superior species.
Well, it'll just as soon knock out one as the other. It doesn't prove anything.
Nature happens on its own. We opened our eyes,
no,
and the more knowledge we get, the less things happen on their own, and the more that we are personally responsible for them.
You're reminding me of another debate I like to often have, as much as often as I can, Bill, about nature. So I'm a survival expert as well. I've had prisoner of war training. I've been in the military, and I like to try to keep fresh on that. And so if nature teaches us anything, nature is a murderer. Nature is not kind. I mean, we can talk about that scientifically as well. But no, nature doesn't do anything on its own. Nature only tries to kill, steal, and destroy, like the devil. Nature is very evil. If it can do anything, nature destroys.
What's your Y chromosome, Bill? Do you know what your Y chromosome is?
We have to struggle very hard to fight nature.
Do you know what your parental Y chromosome is, or mitochondrial? Do you know either one?
You mean like
Bill?
my heredity?
Your parental Y chromosome, yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, Jungle.
Your paternal line. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Mitochondrial.
Parental line, paternal and maternal. They're two lines, maternal and paternal.
Mitochondrial mDNA versus regular DNA, right?
That's what we were talking about earlier. Do you know either one of those that you have? What?
Again, if I may answer for Bill, based on the earlier conversation, he's a little shaky on it, but he acknowledges that there is a difference.
But okay, between mitochondrial and Y chromosome, yeah, of course, it's not even the same thing. But yeah, if you're European, what part of Europe are your ancestors from? Your parents from, or your either one?
Yeah, I haven't gotten my DNA sequence. I don't know my heredity.
Yeah, but there's 3 different kinds of DNA tests. There's the maternal DNA test, there's the autosomal DNA test, and there's the Y chromosome paternal DNA test.
Okay, well, I haven't gotten any of them done.
So are your parents from Europe, or what part of Europe are they from? I can guess.
I don't know.
Well, let's just say you have an R1b Y chromosome.
Jungle,
So
if
that
I
would
may,
be- yeah.
Bill or somebody else could turn this around and saying that codifies classification techniques, doesn't necessarily.
No, it's a single line going all the way back to one of Noah's grandsons, and I can name you the name of the grandson.
Well,
And-
I agree with you that is scientifically verifiable. The catch,
and
though,
if
is that the science deniers will just simply say, well,
It
and I
doesn't
think
matter.
maybe Bill,
Well,
you said this.
let him respond. Let him respond himself. It goes back to Gomer. Gomer is one of the grandsons of Noah. The RY chromosome is European. It goes back to Gomer. Gomer had Ashkenaz. He had Riptha and Togmara.
Okay,
Yeah, I
well,
apologize.
you don't have
That's
the body.
R1.
Avoid repeating stuff tonight. Was all.
That's R1A, R1B, and Q.
Okay.
Those are 3 sons of Gomer.
Okay, you don't have the body of Gomer to test those genetics, so by Joel's logic from the fossils, you can't actually make that claim.
It's not a fossil. It's the people groups
No, but
in
you
the
don't
area.
actually have that guy's body to test the genetics on to make that claim.
It doesn't matter. It still goes back to Noah.
No.
They all go back to Noah anyways,
No,
regardless.
Joel established very strict criteria earlier, and that does not meet those criteria.
Right. We
Sure
will not
it
be able
does.
to verify the human genealogy through genetics alone. There is pattern recognition, as I agree with the Jungle, but we have to go into genealogy, just as you would have to use other fields of science
Well,
to try
that's
to
yeah.
Joel, we do have ancient people that we have their bodies and we can sequence their DNA, which is the paper I was trying to read
here's
for
the thing.
everybody. The paper I was trying to read for everybody, there's a 45,000.
Okay, here's the thing. Let me make it simpler. Let me make it simpler.
That we could read the code from I think it was Siberia.
Right. Let me make it simpler for you to understand, Bill. And Joel, don't put it in. African DNA is A, B, C, D, and E. Semitic, that would be Hamitic. Semitic DNA, which is Arpachshad, is F, G, H, I, and J. Then there's Japheth, which is K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, and T. Now, if you have to have one of those Y chromosomes, and they all go back to one of the 3 sons of Noah. There is no other exception.
Okay.
So if I may try to understand that, then, so you're basically saying how, based on current available, measurable, whatever you call it, decrypted DNA sequences of the ancestors, we can make those empirical.
They're called Y chromosome designations. They're Y chromosome designations of the whole world.
DNA, outside of miracle DNA that we cannot decrypt from 45,000 years ago because it doesn't physically exist like the current
It does
descendants.
physically exist. Yeah, it does
No,
physically exist.
DNA is not physically
No, but it's
able
not going
to
to.
stay
It's not going to
coherent.
relate to people living today.
There's no such thing as 45,000-year-old genome sequences.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
there is. I mean, you can't
No,
just
you-
say that.
you-
But
have
it's
to
not.
infer it.
You have to admit. It's not going to be comparable to people living today.
It's it's
No,
not
it is
actual code.
comparable. They can actually compare that genome.
Not the
to
Y.
people
Not the
living
Y
today.
chromosome because they
If
can't
you can
even
show me
classify.
how genes
That's what they
exist
They
did.
can't
past a
even
few hundred
classify.
years.
They can't even classify which Y chromosome it is. That's how because it's for example the Neanderthal. They can't classify that. The
Yeah,
Denisovan. They can't classify that.
they specifically identified that this 45,000-year-old genome had Neanderthal admixture in it.
And for me to be able to understand or accept that, I need to understand how nucleic acids
That's
survive that.
autosomal. That's autosomal DNA. That's not Y chromosome, and it's
So,
not empty DNA.
as a quick caveat for you guys, so when I was doing chips, I was a quantum chemist. So I'm or used to be at least, inorganic chemist. I actually have a chemistry degree. I understand how these acids, work. It's not, any chemist can talk about it. In fact, there's all kinds of chemistry questions I love to try to entertain with these things. I understand how these things break down, and so I can't understand unless someone can show me otherwise how these acids survive that long, because they don't do it today.
Okay, well, we've sequenced like 90 Egyptian mummies that we do
Okay.
know. We do know the date of a lot of them because of widely accepted
Whoa.
history.
So
They-
so I would only be able to assume then that we've got a partial genetic code from people that died a few thousand years ago, but 45,000 years ago. And how would a partial
Whoa.
broken, a mostly decomposed code sequence be relevant to what Jungle is trying to share today? We've got living active code today to compare.
He's just making it up. No, this paper compared for this old 45,000-year-old Y chromosome data. It compared it with living humans.
Paper is
That's-
not science for me,
yeah.
baby. I have
Okay,
to understand
let me
how the chemicals
explain.
survive.
Okay, Joel, apply your
Let me
standards to
explain.
what Jungle is saying.
I
Let
just
me
did.
explain.
No,
Let
you
me
did.
explain.
Yes, I
Let me
did.
explain.
No, you
And I got
didn't.
interrupted. I got talked over.
Let me explain.
You guys
There's
don't really want to talk about stuff together.
King Tut. They got King Tut's Y chromosome. They found it was an R1b, which is a European Y chromosome. They took what's the other guy's name? The other mummy's name is something the third,
May I ask you something, Jungle, about that?
and that was an
No.
was an E1b1, the same as Einstein, basically, which is Hamitic, which is African.
Can I ask you something, Jungle?
Sure.
Do you know how well preserved these mummified genomes were? Were they broken? Were they dissolved, or is it actually an intact genome?
They have more sophisticated methods of being able to sequence the Y chromosome than they used to, and they're able to do it. It's
So that's a
but-
yes.
but-
They're able to. Huh?
But the Neanderthal, either they refuse to publish the results, but they haven't been able to produce a Y chromosome for a Neanderthal because it would probably be an R1b or an R1a or something else, or a T or an L.
So the reason why I ask these questions, so again, as an information scientist, I understand, how our binary code, our ones and zeros work. I understand how quadriary code works, the 4 bits for DNA. And so I can explain the details, how, our solid state drives, for example, our hard drives, whatever, all of our different information storage formats, why and how the information stored on them can degrade over time. And yes, there are methods to try to partially recover lost data, but it's never exact, and usually, especially the longer it gets corrupted, then the more useless it becomes. So that's what I'm trying to understand. How do we? Just saying that you can recover it, I need to know how.
It would have to be by more than one, nucleus. If it's a Y chromosome, it would have to be multiple sequences that they compare to each other and try to piece together. That's
Just
the only
one
way.
intact one, right?
No, it's not possible to have one intact one. That's what I'm saying. It would have to be bits and pieces that they paste together from different
that
places.
Won't work in
From-
information science.
From different places, they would have
doesn't work,
to
Jungle.
Joel,
be able to identify what string it is and to put it in the proper place.
That
That's the
has
only
to
way
assume to know what the original code was.
Yeah, that would be the only way they could possibly do it.
Which is not possible, right? That's what I'm trying to
And
get
it
at.
would have to match one or the other. I mean, I don't do that science, so I really couldn't tell you. But I'm just saying that's the only way that they could possibly do it would be take strands from all over the place and put them in the proper sequence, and they would have to be identifiable as to where they belong and to be able to put them in the proper place.
I know you guys don't want to have an actual back and forth conversation, but Jungle, I assure you that is not how it works in modern.
It would have to be because you can't have. There is no such thing as one intact sequence.
Which is why I'm asking, how the hell do they pretend to know the sequences if they don't have anything
do you know how PCR
because
works?
they have computers, Joel. They have computers, and they
computers that I make and design and write code for.
They have methods today that they didn't used to have.
Look,
Joel,
I invent these types of methods, and I'm telling you that if I get a partially corrupted piece of code that I don't have any kind of original, actual confirmable format for, it has to be basically not corrupted to be able to be very lightly corrupted to be able to presume
they were
to
able
artificially assume and add. If I can freaking talk, you guys want to talk over me. I don't
Well, I
understand.
mean, you can
This is
talk
like you don't
all you
care.
want. It won't change the fact that they've identified King Tut
Yes,
as
it
being an
does.
R1B.
I don't take people at their
An
word,
R1B.
Jungle. I am a scientist. I need to understand how and why. So you can't tell me people said so and for me to believe it.
Go ask them how they
That's what
identified
I'm
King
doing.
Tut.
You're presenting the information.
No,
I want to know
go
if you
talk
got
to
otherwise.
them.
Don't share that
Go
information.
talk to them. Don't argue with me. Go talk to them. Ask them how they identified King Tut as being an
May I
R1B.
encourage you to never
which
bring
is
it
a
up until
Southern
you understand it, so that people can ask you.
Okay, Joel.
If you don't know, then don't bring it up.
Joel, I'm not sure if you're familiar with how PCR works, but that's how these things are being sequenced.
Yes, PCR, that's just working with friggin' vaccinations and crap and doing all kinds of other genetic testing. That's got nothing to do with corrupted code.
Well, PCR is how they sequence genomes, so it
In
does have
fact, genome. Yes, sir. I understand.
So Joel, like, I do use computers a lot. I've never actually gotten into manufacturing the hardware for them, but correct me if I'm wrong, but information stored on a hard drive or a solid state drive, that's not actually changing the chemical composition.
Absolutely it is. Yes, sir. It changes the magnetic structure of different types of semiconductor material. It is absolutely changing chemical-based structure. And that's also stupid because the DNA is itself, it's not a changed chemical structure. It's a static chain of chemicals.
Okay, but my point is
those chemicals dissolve and they break. And so you have to make believe how to put them back together if they don't exist.
Okay, but my point is that on like a solid state drive, you're just marking a 1 or a 0. I think it's just it's not an actual physically different type of material for the ones as it is for the zeros.
Depends on if you're looking at it at a quantum level or not. But when the solid state begins to deteriorate, the reason why it becomes corrupted is because the substrate hardware material, the physical material, is deteriorating. So it loses its ability to retain the information.
Right, but it's one type of material. So in DNA, the A, C, T, and G, those are 4 separate, unique molecules.
Can I tell you the story about
the bits of information?
Can I tell you the story about King Tut's DNA? They were able to get the information from King Tut's, Tukaman, his DNA, and they didn't publish the results, in a paper, but they had the information that was available to other people, and some scientist in Switzerland ran it through the machine, and it came out an R1B, which is not Egyptian, which is European. Right. And so, that's why they didn't publish results, is because they didn't want King Tut to be a Southern European.
All right. So what that tells me then, Jungle, is that they at least had enough of a partial piece of the genome to determine that one piece of the chromosome.
Right.
Which is fine. I can, and I would love to see if I really cared about this deep enough to confirm it with you and everybody. I would want to look at that genome sequence, look at the blast sequence itself.
Until proven otherwise, King Tut was a Southern European.
All right, but that doesn't help explain how his code changed or evolved over time as far as like into any other speciation. Right, I agree. That's,
but it does establish that DNA can be sequenced long after 50 or 100 years or whatever.
Only tiny snippets of it. Yeah.
Only parts. So they piece it together. They got computers to work on it, and they can.
That's what PCR does. It takes a little tiny snippet and it magnifies it enormously. That's exactly how PCR works.
Right. So again, the only reason why you're even asking questions about it is because we're taking partial snippets of destroyed code to assume that we can use whatever other mythology to analyze 45,000-year-old code that is probably far more corrupted if it even exists at all.
Okay,
and besides, they refuse to look for DNA in dinosaurs anyway, so it's irrelevant.
They haven't refused that. There's the people that the
They
researchers
outright flat refuse. They refuse.
The researchers that identified the soft tissues in dinosaurs,
and they flat out refused.
They identified what they thought looked
DNA.
like chromosomes. They identified possible chromosomes, but the DNA in dinosaur fossils is fully cross-linked and oxidized. It's not an active biomolecule. It's not something that would respond to any sort of PCR.
Well, except that oxidization not only destroys polymer chains, but the nucleic acids become non-nucleic acids when they're oxidized. So that's
exactly. They become non-nucleic acids, so it's not sequenceable through PCR.
But they didn't try.
Jungle, let me talk. However,
they didn't try because they refuse.
Dude, certain types
certain
types of oxidative cross-linking can okay, I'm an artist, so when I do an oil painting, the reason that dries to a durable film is specifically because of oxidative cross-linking. So oxidative cross-linking absolutely can help structures survive over time, even though it's destroying the bio capabilities of the DNA.
It's still they refuse to do a DNA test. Even when offered to be when they're offered to cover the cost of the test, of the DNA test, they refuse to do it.
You really think that a dinosaur DNA, that if a scientist was able to sequence dinosaur DNA, that they wouldn't do it? You really think so? They would be the most famous scientists?
They flat out refused on air.
Jurassic Park.
On air, they refused to do it on air.
Jurassic Park's a movie. No, they did refuse to do it. Mary, what's her name? She said,
on air.
I feared for my life. So if she went forward with it, they're going to slit her throat or whatever they do in the deal. No, seriously.
If anything, she's probably afraid of creationists.
Ask Joel, the science guy, how competitive science is. Trying to get to the top of the class. They used to take the cats that they raised as doctors when my dad was going to medical school. They used to try and steal the cats. And one of my dad's friends in medical school had his cat thrown into a garbage disposal, and he couldn't pass his class. So what they did was they raised a cat, and then they had to kill the cat, do all sorts of science experiments on it for medical school. And basically it's very competitive. Only a certain amount graduate. They don't graduate everybody in the class. Isn't that right, Joel?
Joel fell out.
Oh, he fell out? Yeah. Well, anyway, that's how it works in medical school. So now it's a mamby-pamby medical school. You can pass with a third grade freaking education now. But, because you go work for Kaiser, you don't open a private practice anymore.
Just tell them they're Neanderthal or something. Maybe they'll pass you.
Yeah, if you're Asian, you're through. You're in. Even from India.
Oh,
Yeah, you're in.
yeah, which is another thing. The Neanderthals, the reason why the Asians have more Neanderthal DNA is because they belong to the Japhethite family tree, the same
Yeah.
as Europeans also belong to the Japhethite family tree if you're in an RY chromosome.
There you go. Greek and above, right?
Yeah, and
Where do Neanderthals fall into your story? Is that like when the Nephilim came and bred with the women?
no, they're
No.
real people. They're real people.
Yeah, it's that they aged
That's
so far, and so
that's
the
why.
thing with Go ahead,
That's why I
John.
wanted to know. I wanted to know what their Y chromosome is, but they refused to publish any results of Y chromosome for Neanderthal.
Yeah, so if you look at the dates of the ages of how, up until the flood, and then after the flood, there's a slow decline. So people are still living to 600 years old after the flood, after they were born. And if you live long enough, your ears grow larger, your nose grows larger, your forehead protrudes, and those are the natural effects of longevity.
I'm not sure I've seen an old person with a giant forehead. I mean, big
Oh,
ears.
yeah.
You've never seen an old guy with big ears and huge
Right.
eyebrows?
Yeah, big
and
ears
stuff?
maybe. Yeah,
The
but
eyebrows, it's the
The
brow.
eyebrows. You never seen the eyebrows protruding out?
Right.
typically foreheads go back.
No, it
Unlike a
doesn't go
child.
back. It doesn't withdraw. No, it doesn't. It protrudes. So does the nose. The nose gets larger.
And the nose, yeah, the nose keeps growing, the ears keep growing, the eyebrows keep growing. That's science. That's known science.
Those
So
are
if you
cartilage
live for
structures.
400 years,
It's not cartilage.
We're looking at Neanderthal bones, and you're talking about cartilage structures like ears.
The eyebrow
Yeah.
is bone.
but still their forehead, totally different, right? Yeah. Hmm? Yeah, they had large heads.
The forehead is different in a Neanderthal, I believe.
Exactly. Yeah, the cartilage thing, yeah, it goes away, but still, that's what happens as you age. So if you're 400 years old, you're not going to look like you did when you were 20.
But
Come on.
why are they genetically distinct then?
Genetically distinct because they're not
Because they
really.
went
No,
extinct
they mate with
early
humans.
on.
They're not genetically distinct.
Neanderthal.
They mate with humans.
Okay, but we can identify the genes that are Neanderthal genes, and that's why we know that they mate with humans.
They were a variation of humans. They're not
There you
all
go.
humans are the same. Some have thick heads, some have weak heads. Sometimes there's a whole different variation.
Tons of them. Some of them wrap their head so it goes into a cone. Some of them break their feet, like China, Japanese break their feet.
Variation. Japanese have bigger heads than everybody else. Yeah, I mean Asians have bigger heads than everybody else.
If you look at a Mongoloid these days, I mean, there you go. Big heads. Get that extra chromosome and you're gonna have a bigger head.
Yeah, they're called Japhethites for a reason.
Yeah. It's just if you've never seen one, you need to go to your local nursing home. Go have a look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it just doesn't work with Neanderthals being old people because old people don't have easily identifiable DNA.
So you don't believe in the long ages of humans after the flood and declining. That when Abraham says that, I'm 100 years old, and he lived to 175, and you don't believe Jacob when he when he came and he talked to Pharaoh, and he said, "I have not lived the days of my ancestors."
Even though he's 130 years old.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you don't believe any of that, Bill?
It just doesn't. I mean, that's not really what I'm concerned about when I'm reading the Bible.
Why not?
Oh, come on. You're not concerned with facts. You're not concerned with facts.
Because I'm more interested.
We're talking about facts. We're talking about scientific DNA evidence and facts and everything.
Every time I try to talk, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
You're not concerned with what the facts are.
Okay. I'm
You don't care. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bill. It's been 4 hours now. It's all right. But So
yeah, only
what are
only
you
you can
concerned
talk.
with
Yeah.
in the Bible,
Okay.
Bill? Bill, what are you concerned with in the Bible?
I'm concerned with what it teaches me about my relationship with God.
Okay, well that includes the Old Testament as well.
It does. It definitely includes the Old Testament. I've read a lot
Yeah,
of
And it includes
why would
facts.
Yeah.
It includes facts from where we came from and who we came from and when we came from them, which was less than 5,000 years ago.
Okay, it doesn't say that it was less than 5,000 years ago in the Bible.
Yes, the
Excuse me?
genealogies do demand that it's less than 5,000 years ago. Yes, absolutely. And the genealogies, we have all the genealogies anyways. We have all the known ancient nations, civilizations. None of them, every one of them, they all have calendars. None of them are more than 5,000 years old.
Okay, in
Yeah.
Titus, it tells us not to get caught up in arguing about genealogies.
Well,
So
all
we're
I'm
not
saying
arguing
is
about genealogies.
we're not
We're talking
arguing. I'm
about
not arguing at
facts,
all.
scientific facts.
You know, up until what was it, Jungle, 40 years ago, that they didn't believe that the Hittites existed, and they called the Bible, you know, lying.
Right.
And then they found the
Right.
Hittite culture.
Well, all of them, all the ancient civilizations, they thought the Bible was making up the stories. It turns out they all existed.
They all exist.
Yeah.
They even found,
well, I
they
never
even
said
found,
that the Bible was making up stories. I mean,
That's why
Well-
I was talking about the table of nations, because they're all grandsons and great grandsons of Noah.
okay.
That's why they were trying to say they don't exist, is because it proves the Bible.
Here's the thing. I accept that the Old Testament describes the history of the Hebrew people. I don't accept that describes the history of the
No.
Chinese
No,
or
the
Native
table.
American.
No,
or-
the table of nations. That's why I'm telling you about the Y chromosome, because they're all accounted for. The QY chromosome is relative to the RY chromosome, and the QY chromosome is what's in America, and the CY chromosome is from Nimrod, and that's in America, and that's why the Olmec statues, which are the oldest statues in South America, have African and Asian features. It's because it's a mixture of the CY chromosome, which is Nimrod, who is the son of Cush, with the QY chromosome, who is relative to the RY chromosome, which is Asian or Japhethite.
That's some impressive eisegesis.
It's not eisegesis, it's scientific fact.
Okay.
It's scientific fact of the table of nations, of the migration of people all the way to America. The Americans are not older than anybody else. They have a Mayan calendar is 5,000 years old, the same as every other calendar in the world, in history.
So, Bill, do you believe that the Tower of Babel happened?
I mean, you know, a lot of the early stuff in Genesis.
Exegesis.
Okay, Alex, let me tell you my background. You know, because I didn't grow up going.
I heard it before.
No, I didn't tell you this part. I didn't grow up going to church, but I did read a lot of Greek myths when I was a kid.
Okay.
So like the Greeks have a lot of similar stories.
The TY chromosome and the
Greeks were after
LY
Babel.
chromosome and the TY chromosome. Yeah, the Greeks. Yeah, the Thracians and the Javans. Yeah, the Greeks.
And Moses wrote the 5 books before the Greeks even existed.
Okay.
Well, actually, they all go back to Noah.
But
so I'm not making
Greek nation.
Okay, I'm not making a claim.
Those are grandsons. Those are grandsons of Noah. Javan and T-Raz are grandsons of Noah.
If you're not gonna let me talk, I'm just
gonna. No, you got to listen to what I'm saying if you're going to understand what's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk to Alec right now.
Yeah, the Greek civilization, Javan.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain. The Greeks are just as old as anybody else. They're T-Raz and Javan, which are grandsons of Noah.
That's not what I'm talking about at all.
That's what I'm talking about. Is that I used to think the Greeks aren't as old either, but they are. They're just as old as anybody else. They're grandsons of Noah too.
Okay. So the point is that, you know, a lot of these early stories in the Bible are also in Greek myths, regardless of which one came first. You know, and so it's interesting to see the things that are similar and the things that are different. You usually the things that are different are obviously the things pertaining to God, you know. For instance, in the Greek myth of the creation of humans, you have Prometheus, he's a titan, he's like a half god or something, demigod, and he sculpts humans out of clay, and the story is about the drama between Prometheus and Zeus. Zeus is like the head honcho god, and it's all about that drama between Prometheus and Zeus. And so in the Bible story, when it's got God, the ultimate one God is the one that sculpted man. So that's something really different. And then
which do you think came first?
Are you even aware that's the Bible that gives the table of nations and the grandsons of Noah, which is the Greeks?
Right.
Okay,
and then
you have no
Nimrod.
way to conclusively.
So what if they have stories? Their stories are not true. The biblical story is true.
Nimrod. Do some study on Nimrod. You'll understand who he was. That's where we get Tammuz. That's where we get Horus. That's where we get Osiris. That's where we get Zeus. That's where we get Mars, Pluto, all the freaking gods from Greece. Babylonian gods, it all came from Nimrod because he basically distorted the flood and he raised up his own nation. That's why he was a mighty hunter. If you look at what that means in the Greek,
they were all wicked nations. Nimrod was wicked. Abraham was the only righteous person in the world. All the nations were wicked.
Yeah, and Abraham actually came out of Ur of Chaldees, which was right after the Tower of Babel.
Right, and Nimrod tried to kill him, according to extra biblical sources.
Yeah, and Nimrod was actually killed by Shem, cut him up in pieces. That's where you get the mythological thing of where, what's his name was cut into pieces.
Yeah,
but he cut him into pieces and sent them all around the nations because Shem was still alive after the flood.
And Nimrod's CY chromosome. There was a house of Nimrod after his kingdoms fell. They spread all over the world. They went all the way to America, and all the way to South America, the northern tip of South America. There's a CY chromosome from Nimrod all over the world, all the way to Australia, all through the Pacific.
You have no way to.
But they didn't go to Africa. And Nimrod is the son of Cush, the African Cush of the sub-Saharan Africans.
You have no way to definitively.
Yeah, oh yes, we do.
No,
Same thing with the DY chromosome. What's not definitive?
You don't have a way to link these chromosomes to these specific figures.
It's absolutely definitive that Nimrod is the CY chromosome because he was the king in the land of Shinar. It can't be anybody else. Because it's a C. Because it's a CY. If you'll listen, it's a CY chromosome, which is the son of Cush, the sub-Saharan African. Nimrod and his household. Nimrod's household is the only possible because he was the first king of the world, and he never went to Africa. So who else could it be? You tell me, who else could it be?
Okay, there's nothing in the Bible to explain which chromosome goes to which character.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to the Bible says that Nimrod is the son of Cush. Do you understand that Cush is the father of Nimrod, that he has his paternal Y chromosome of his family tree? Do you understand that?
You have no way of knowing what that chromosome is.
Well, yes, I do, because I can see that the only one there is the CY chromosome.
No, you can't. The
only
way to do that would be if you had Nimrod's body and you were able to actually.
No, you're not listening. You're not even paying attention. You're not even paying attention. The CY chromosome belongs to the African family tree. Do you understand that?
Then they have it right now.
The African family tree is the reason why the Asians have African features.
You're sounding a lot like a out of Africa person right now.
No, he never went to Africa. The CY chromosome never. The CY chromosome never. It went the other way. It went east to Asia. It did not. It never went to Africa. It's not found in Africa. It's found in Asia and in America, where the Olmec statues have African and Asian features. Do you understand that?
Are you saying that the African Y chromosome is found in the Americas? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's called the CY chromosome. It belongs to the African paternal family tree.
Okay, and so
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
And so from that, you jumped to the conclusion that therefore it has to be some character in the Bible.
Because Nimrod, according to the Bible, Nimrod is the son of Cush, and he's the only king.
You just said Nimrod.
He was the only king in the land of Shinar. He was the great hunter. Remember the great hunter, Nimrod?
You just said Nimrod did
spoken
not
of in the Bible,
Okay,
who was the king of the whole world, and he had many, many sons, many, many Y chromosomes that later went east and never went to Africa. Who else could it be?
You're saying that there's the Y chromosome from Africa is in the Americas, and that had to be.
I'm saying you're not listening, Bill. Not listening. You're not listening. I'm saying that Nimrod is Cush's son. Cush went to Africa and had many more sons besides Nimrod in Africa that are the sub-Saharan dark-skinned African Ethiopians that the Bible also talks about.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, now you're going to laugh? Now you're laughing?
He's gonna laugh.
Yeah, I'm laughing because
Bill,
it's ridiculous.
do you understand that Cush means
not ridiculous.
burnt one? The meaning of Cush, the meaning of Cush means burnt one, which black-skinned, burnt one, not red.
And besides, they're described as being black.
Alec, I've heard
the
of
Ethiopian, the Cushite, the Ethiopian is described as being black and not being able to change the skin color. He's sub-Saharan African. He's the father of Nimrod.
So how long did it take them to
Do you understand that, Bill? Do you understand that Cush is the father of Nimrod?
Okay, I don't understand how you're jumping from there to genetics. It's a wild leap.
Because you can see the genetics in the people. You can see the Olmec statues have African features. Have you seen the Olmec statues?
Olmec statues
Bill,
are not genetics.
Bill, have you seen the Olmec statues? Do you know what I'm talking about?
That's not genetics.
It is genetic. Have you seen the statues?
Genetics, dude.
Have you seen the Olmec statues?
Yeah, I'm an artist.
Okay. Do they have African features?
That's not genetics.
That is genetics. African features are genetics. Yes, they are.
Okay.
Absolutely, it's genetics. Yes, it is.
No, a statue is not genetics. You can't sequence it.
What do you make a statue after? You're the artist.
It's the genetics that makes the face, Bill. You have a picture of the face. You can see there's like 16 different faces. You can see the people's faces.
Okay, a statue is not genetics.
It's the people's faces. You said you're an artist. Can't you tell the quality of the Olmec statue? Can you tell me about the quality of the Olmec statues? Is it good? Is it accurate or not?
It's a representation of people who lived.
It is one of the most accurate representations of people's faces in the world, besides the Greeks.
Okay.
You can always tell by the nose, right?
Those statues aren't
It's
like
the whole
that.
thing.
They're not portraits.
Yes, they are.
No,
they're the
it's
rulers.
not.
They're the
That's not how
different. They're
it's
all
done.
the different rulers.
Those are
They're
not
specific
portraits.
people.
They're
They're
not.
specific people. They're the rulers of the Olmec.
No, you're wrong.
And besides, it's not just African statues; it's Asian statues too.
Okay. Statues don't have genetics.
So you're going to lie to me and say it's not Asian features and not African features that are distinguishable.
So the statue of George Washington that they pulled down because of BLM and all the other stuff, that wasn't a representation of George Washington?
That's a different form of art.
Oh, come on.
What do you mean? Oh, come on! Study art history, dude.
Bill, you're making things up. You're being trollish. That's me. You're making stuff up.
No,
And
the
you're not looking at what the facts are. The fact is that Nimrod is Cush's son. He has
nothing to do with
Cush's
genetics.
African traits.
That has nothing to do with genetics.
What?
It has everything to do with genetics, Bill. Everything. He is Cush's son.
Yeah, the son. Like
he's the offspring of the sub-Saharan dark-skinned African. The DY chromosome, the Andamanese are the same thing. Are you familiar with the Andamanese?
You're saying that all.
Are you familiar with the Tibetans?
Came from 3 people.
Are you familiar with the
2,000
Tibetans?
years.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Joman Japanese? No. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yes, and I did take Art History 101. It was fun.
Okay, good. So I mean, so then you know that, like, you know, there's cultures in the world that they make, like,
you're being a troll.
Yeah. But that's not what they did for their leaders. They may have had the fat lady with the boobs and all that stuff, you know, the booters and all these things and all that. But no, not all of it was.
That the giant Olmec heads is definitely on the, like, fat lady with the holding herself.
No, it isn't. Those are specific people. You can even see scars in their faces. You can see uneven faces, sagging faces, old faces.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you not in the giant Olmec stone heads.
Yes, you can see scars on their face. You can see uneven faces. You can see that they're older faces, sagging faces. Whatever it was that they look like, that's what the statues are.
I'm sure it is. It's practically like looking at a photograph, right?
It is a photograph.
No, it's
it is a picture of what the person looked like.
No, you cannot draw conclusive. That, like, your guys' double standard on evidence is absolutely ridiculous. It's
not at all.
Absolutely absurd.
You're the one lying about it being African features, African and Asian features in Central America. You're the one lying about it.
I didn't lie about that. I said that it's not genetics in a statue.
It's not genetics.
The features are genetic.
No,
it takes genetics. It takes genetics to make African features, Bill.
And they
stop being a troll.
Carve them.
Stop being a troll.
They carved them as they lived, as they were. That's how they carved the faces. Just like if somebody would make a molding of or a bust of whomever and put it in a museum.
Have you ever seen Bart Simpson? Do people actually look like that?
You're being a troll.
No,
you're being a troll.
That's
you've got a long way to
You're
go.
being a
You
troll.
think you're educated on this, but you're not. Yeah, okay, you got some art, you got a graphic design company, that's fantastic. But you got a long way to go. Long way.
Okay, I guess I do have a long way to go to learn how statues are sequenced.
You need to be a troll all by yourself. All by yourself. That's what you need.
We didn't say that the statues were genetic. That features, as they chiseled out the statues, are the genetic features of the people that actually lived.
Okay, drawing some sort of conclusive argument based on looking at the features of these sculptures, it's not, I mean, they're stylized. It's not a hyper realistic portrait. Like, very few cultures have advanced to the point of being able.
Would you stop it? Would you stop being so ignorant?
How did these people chisel into granite stone that could only be touched by laser? You know, for the fine etchings at some of their temples down in the
you're talking
down in Mexico.
I know what you're talking about.
Are you saying that they didn't know how to build things and how to carve things?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about there's big giant stones.
Yes,
with
correct.
precision fitting.
Yep.
That's pre-flood.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's pre-flood architecture.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. That's why.
No,
that's why the later civilizations didn't know how to do it.
It's not. Prove it's pre-flood.
They were more intelligent after the flood than today.
Exactly right.
Well, you know,
What do you think the pyramids, the Pyramid of Giza is pre-flood? Do you think Stonehenge is pre-flood? Because
I don't know.
somehow they all match up latitude and longitude on the Earth.
Yeah, I don't know about Stonehenge, but I definitely think the pyramids were probably pre-flood as well. Yeah.
It's on top of the sediments deposited by the global flood.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. I don't think the sediments were deposited by the flood, and the Bible never says that. It's a ridiculous idea.
And it wasn't sand at that time either, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think it was sand
Yeah,
either.
go study mega sequences and then get back to us.
Oh yeah, there's 6 of them, right? Just like how there's 6 days of creation, huh? How about that?
Well, there's meaning to everything. There's meaning to everything.
They're consecutive. There's no soil in between the sediment layers.
Okay,
Miles deep.
There's layers in the Grand Canyon that have river valleys eroded into them before the next layer goes on top.
No, you're making things up.
Yes, look
the
up.
Kaibab Plateau is a huge lake all the way up to about Montana. And the dam burst, and that's what created it in probably about a week.
Okay.
You say that you've been to the Grand Canyon, you've been to the Kaibab Plateau, gone up I-15 all the way up? That doesn't look like a big lake bed to you?
So
all the spires and everything?
I don't deny that there's a lake there.
A huge lake.
Okay, yeah. So
how much water? And also you have the waterfalls that are up in Montana?
Yeah, there's the Missoula floodplains. Yeah, there's tons, there's tons.
They said that there, what was it? Every hour was more than the Mississippi River holds.
I know.
Was coming over that.
Exactly.
And
there's tons of evidence for the flood, but that evidence requires that the strata was already in place.
No, only some of the strata was in place, and I could show you which strata is from before the global flood.
No, I really don't care because
it's below the grade of conformity. You don't care. Again, you don't care, right?
Well, Alec,
yeah, you don't care.
After the Ice Age.
Floodplains,
it was after the Ice Age is when it all happened. So it was after the flood. So the large flood that flooded the whole Earth, 15 cubits above the highest mountain, and then you had the plate tectonics that created the mountain ranges, and they're still growing today because the plates are still easing in.
Okay, the
6,000 years later.
The flood happened at the end of the Ice Age. That's when the flood happened. It was the end of the Ice Age.
Not at the end of the Ice Age.
The Ice Age happened after the flood. The ice is on top of the sediments deposited by the flood. It happened after.
The sediments. The flood.
You got it all mixed up, brother.
The sediments.
The ice is on top of the sediments deposited by the global flood. What are you talking about?
Didn't cause the sediments.
And we know how the Grand Canyon was done because.
Of course it did. What did cause the sediments?
Yeah, you also have Mount St. Helens that created its own little mini canyon in 8 hours, and that's how the Grand Canyon was done.
Okay, that's not how the Grand Canyon was done because in
100%.
Okay, what in the Tonto group? If you look up the Tonto group, TONTO, that in the Grand Canyon, there's significant erosion between that and the next layer on top of it. There's whole river valleys.
Here's the deal. You believe that the Colorado River made the Grand Canyon. Is that what you're thinking? So how do you go from the elevation at the north tip of the Grand Canyon, because water wouldn't have been able to flow uphill? Okay, it's impossible, right? Water seeks its own level. So at that time, if you say that the Colorado River made the Grand Canyon, that's just an ultimate lie, because now you're saying that water can go up. You're saying that water can go up. No, it was caused by a large earthen dam, which was at the top, which was at the top of the north rim of the Grand Canyon, was a big earthen dam. And eventually it broke because of the water that was building up behind it. And then it rushed down, and that's exactly what happened at Mount St. Helens.
Yeah, that water that built up behind it was melting glacial water, and then when the asteroid impacted the ice in North America, that caused all of the glacial glams, the glacial.
Who told you about when did you say that the meteor impacted what?
When it impacted the ice at the end of the last ice age in Greenland.
All right. I don't know who taught you history or anything, but you need to learn a little bit more.
They found a crater, a 37-kilometer wide crater in Greenland.
I'm sure it's probably one of the rocks that flew up into the air when the dams burst open, from the earth.
No.
The time of the flood, because the water from the beneath burst open. And if you're talking about the PSI pressure, is more than definitely more than a regular douche that's used to cut through an anvil.
Randolph doesn't know what African features are.
So
I have to explain to Randolph what African features are.
So,
That's all right.
An asteroid big enough to leave a 37-kilometer wide crater that would melt, and that's at the end of the last ice age, when all of these glacial lakes and these glacial dams are already at their tipping point. That's going to melt an enormous amount of water behind all of that, and it's going to put pressure on the groundwater and make all that stuff explode, and that impact is going to vaporize like a ton of water. And all of that's going to come crashing down from the skies everywhere. It's going to vaporize it. It's going to travel around the world and come crashing back down.
Yeah. Yep. Then, like in the Gulf of Mexico, you got the problem of all that soot. So if you're saying that it wasn't a global flood or anything like that, you have that buildup that's in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico with all the oil in there. The oil only comes from the where does oil come from again? Oh yeah, flesh and all that. And, yeah. So
that doesn't.
You're talking. That disproves evolution right there. The the whole deal of the time of the Earth. Because if that was true that the Mississippi kept doing it, there would be no Gulf of Mexico right now.
No, I mean the Mississippi definitely dumps a lot of sediments in there, but you can't just look at the current sedimentation rate because there's so much agriculture that it drastically increases that. But if you want to talk about the Gulf of Mexico, there's a forest underneath 60 feet of seawater off the coast of Alabama.
Yep. Been there, seen it, done it. And did you know that in Alabama and in Pensacola, you can have a huge tidal impact? So, yep, young Earth. No evolution.
Whoa, wait a minute. This forest under 60 feet of seawater, that could definitely be evidence of an enormous flood, right? But those trees are rooted in all the sediment that exists beneath them.
That's okay.
That's not okay. That's not okay because if you're saying that all of that sediment was laid down by the flood, then those trees couldn't have grown there.
I didn't say it was laid down by the flood. I'm saying your deep time is snapped by the Mississippi River.
How?
Can't have that because of the deep time. It would have filled in, and you would have a big, huge island in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, which you don't have.
Based on what that it would have filled in? Based on what?
Based on the flow. Just if you go back 2 billion years, like you want to, it wouldn't happen.
The Mississippi River, no. Geology changes significantly. So if you go back
geology?
If you go back like 100 million years ago, like where the Mississippi River is, that was all seawater. It was underwater.
Says who?
Because the global flood.
Yeah, it was from the flood. It was underwater.
Okay, all right. So if you want to claim
the whole Mississippi Valley, have you been there? Have you seen it?
I have not seen the entire Mississippi Valley.
Man, it's that's why the earth is so rich there, and that's why they have all the farming there from Kansas all the way up. And Oklahoma is just barren wasteland, basically. Parts of Texas, same thing, because that's all the stripped land.
Yep.
Okay.
I've been to every state in the United States except for Montana and Louisiana.
So these trees that are under the water, like that's evidence of a global flood. I mean, 60 feet of seawater rise is an incredible amount. But
no, there was seawater rise after the global flood.
Right.
60 feet. God promised He wouldn't do that.
Yes.
Sorry, no.
Yes.
No.
Explain because they actually broke apart 100 years after the global flood, but that's another can of worms.
And explain the pyramid in Mexico that's underwater.
Exactly. There was pre-flood civilizations there.
No, it wasn't the pre-flood. Jesus.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm praying to Jesus, to give you light.
Yeah. Yep. Come on. I mean, we have the genealogical evidence going back to Noah. We have the Y chromosome backing up the genealogical evidence going back to Noah.
Anyway, Jungle, I got to get off, but I got to tell you one thing that basically, oh man, how do I put this? You're the most stubborn in your ways I've ever talked to. You're the most stubborn that I have ever talked to. You do not even bend an inch. It's so hilarious from your evolution. You can't even see the fact that, oh, wow, maybe that did happen. No, because you're so concreted. And I don't understand I know you have to mold your...
Jungle, or who are you talking about?
I'm talking to you.
Doesn't even exist.
I'm talking to you. So basically, you're so held into this evolution that you've molded it into your pseudo-Christianity that you consider
it's real Christianity.
If you don't believe Genesis, then you don't believe Christianity.
I do believe Genesis.
Then you would believe it was a worldwide flood.
You don't believe in Noah. You don't believe in Noah.
There's nothing in
the global flood.
There's
you
nothing
believe in evolution.
There's nothing in Genesis that says that the flood laid down all the rock strata and fossils. There's nothing.
It said it killed everything. It said it killed everything living on Earth, and everything living on Earth at the time is in those layers.
50 feet of water.
Yeah,
everything living on Earth is in those layers, Bill.
Bill, you're the most stubborn I've ever come across. It's just amazing. And you consider yourself a Christian.
I am a Christian.
But you can call you that all you want, because many will say, hey, I've done wonderful things for you. I've done this. And Jesus Christ will say at judgment, go away. I never knew you.
He'll say, you didn't accept hydroplate theory. Off to the lake of fire.
No. You don't accept the whole point of the Abraham story. You don't accept what happened after the flood.
I accept
you just think that they only had you just think that they only had 2 children each or something like it is now. Come on, these people had like 40 kids. They lived till they were 800. So see, that's such a childish thing, Bill. So that's what my son said when he was 3.
That's a troll right there.
Joseph Smith had a ton of kids.
Troll.
How does that fit in?
What do you mean, how does it fit in? You're childish. You're stubborn. And your whole thing, you've been explained to 1,000 times, and yet you still hold on to this evolutionary thing that God put death before sin.
Yeah, Cheryl wants to know why the Noah's genealogy is in the Bible.
Right.
Death in nature is the cycle of life. It is. It wasn't that at the beginning. You're saying that God completely reorganized how all of nature was structured, and then even once he reorganized it. Okay, but so if he went through all this effort of completely reorganizing how everything even functions at its most basic level, and then why did he make it corrupted?
Genesis 9 will explain a lot to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know Genesis 9?
Did you get what I just asked?
Not really, because I really don't care.
You're saying life, like the cycle of life as we know it, like soil and everything like that, did not
exist until after the fall.
Okay, so you're saying based on because humans opened their eyes, God got really mad or something, and he completely reconfigured the way that all life forms.
So obviously you don't understand that pre-flood, everything was vegetarian. All animals, lions, tigers, bears, muskrats, everything were There was no
Panda
eating of
bears.
meat.
I just don't agree with that. You know, it says that
Panda bears ate
okay, let me
vegetables.
talk, Jungle. It says that the plants were their meat, but you know, ultimately, that's everything. Like even if you eat meat, that animal eventually, if you trace it back far enough,
The trees aren't even the same, bud.
okay, but if you trace the animal back far enough, it eventually something ate a plant. Like all food at some point comes from plants.
And where they get that from? So anyway,
Panda
Genesis
bears
9,
ate plants.
Genesis 9, when Noah, his sons, and everything get out of the ark, it says, now you may eat meat. Okay, now you may eat meat.
Yeah,
and
so
the
they couldn't eat
animals will
meat when they're on
fear
the ark.
you.
They
And
couldn't
the
eat meat when they're
animals
on
will
the ark.
fear you.
And bears eat grass.
Right? They do still today.
Yeah. They eat grass. Most of what they eat is grass and vegetable matter.
Not cats.
Yeah, they
Bears.
did. All of them.
Yeah, I know you're talking about bears, and then that's why I brought up cats as a counterexample.
Yeah, they have the same. They have the same kind of
Cats
teeth
are
and
not
everything.
similar to bears in that way.
Same kind of teeth. They eat grass too, for that matter. But that's another story.
Yeah. You know, there's vegetarian lions right now.
My dog would dig my carrots out of the garden and eat them.
Okay, yeah, dogs are much more similar to bears than they are to cats.
Yeah, they. Oh, now you're talking about evolution, huh?
Yeah, he's so
No, that's a fact.
Anyway, I gotta go, Jungle.
current
You bang your head for a lot longer. I have to split. Good
Okay,
seeing you, Jungle. All right, have a good night. Have a good night, Bill.
Yeah.
Good night.
Take care. There you go. Oh, he ran. Didn't even answer Cheryl's question. Look at that. He run. He run away. And I wanted to talk to Randolph, but he run away too. There we go. Let's see. All right, everybody take care. Draw near to God. Draw near to his word, because his word cleanses you. If you confess your sin, he's faithful and just to cleanse us from our sins, cleanse us from all unrighteousness. He's faithful and just if we confess our sins. Didn't even say goodbye. Yeah. Oh, he was just being trolled, I guess. I don't know. Oh, well, God bless everybody. Take care. Good night.